All right, guys, today we got a special guest in the house. You might know him from his battle rap days in the underground scene or spitting with some of the illest rappers like Immortal Technique and Poison Pen. I'm talking about the one and only Diabolic.
What up?
Yo, Bollock, how you doing today, bro?
I'm good. How are you?
Hey, man, I'm glad to have you here.
Nice, man. I'm glad to be here.
You're originally from Long Island, right? Were you born there?
Yeah. Huntington Station's where I grew up, which is like halfway. It's right on the border of Nassau and Suffolk County, right in the middle.
Okay. And you grew up with an older brother and any other siblings or just the one brother?
Nah, just my older brother. He's like 5.5, 6 years old, depending on the time of year, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was cool. He's a dick, but he's cool.
What did your parents do for work?
They were both computer programmers.
Oh,
in the 80s and shit. You know, like not like building websites, not that type of shit. Like my mother kind of like would build inventory systems for companies, you know, so like say you sell nuts and bolts, she would build the inventory system for you to be able to ship it and keep track of what you have. And my father, he worked in something called like, let's say COBOL or some shit. It's like 80s, you know, kind of data input type of shit, you know? So like he always maintained a job even after that shit was obsolete, because a lot of these companies would have that stuff from the 70s and 80s and nobody to work on it, you know? And it would, like the big data dumps, if you were to convert to modern computing, it would take you lots of money and lots of people that they don't want to pay. So they just kind of keep it the way they kept it.
So would you say that you grew up like middle class or like
yeah, but broke middle class type thing, you
like
know?
lower middle class, right?
Yeah, I guess. You know, like we had a house. It was a shitty house, you know, meh neighborhood, you know. It was all right though. Both my parents were there. They worked. So, you know, you never went without
right
food or anything like that. It was never like that. You went without Jordans and cool shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, there was none of that, you know?
What was it like growing up in Long Island?
It was fun, man. I liked Long Island. I don't know. What was it like? It was, you see, like being a kid in the 80s and, you know, going into the 90s, being a teenager and shit. It's different than kids now. Anybody my age will tell you that. It's, you know, we were out bikes, you know, causing trouble, burning down, fucking the woods, you know, shit like that. And it was fun, you know, fist fighting, playing sports, you know, standard shit. It was pretty cool.
So would you say, like, as a kid, like, how would you describe yourself? Like, were you quiet, social, into sports?
I mean, I was an athlete. I played every fucking sport under the sun. I was good at them. Like, I was good at football, basketball, baseball, real good at baseball. I was heavily into sports. I was into art, like drawing, comic book shit, you know, cartoonish type stuff. As a younger kid. And then, you know, as I got older, it translated into like doing graffiti, doing burners and stuff like that. But I always played sports. I mean, I played baseball pretty relatively competitively into like my mid to late 20s, even when I was rapping and shit. Played in like wooden bat leagues in the Bronx and shit. It was cool.
What is your family's ethnic background?
Like white shit, like Irish, German, some British, I think, Scottish, white people shit.
So not like any like one in particular that was like dominant in the household.
Mostly Irish, and then some German, you know, but nothing that really was, you know, carried over per se. Aside from like on my mother's side, some of the Irish Catholic type shit, you know, like they definitely went to church and stuff, you know, but not really, you know, we were just like, you know, Christmas, you know, that was like our background, Christmas and shit, you know, Easter eggs and Christmas time, you know, St. Patrick's Day, we'd make some corned beef, you know, it wasn't a big deal though, that type of thing.
What about school? Were you like really into school or?
No, no. As a kid, I got good grades, but like I always fucked off. I was fucking off from the point I realized you could, you know? Then you get into high school, and back then, you know, they didn't have like barcode scanning IDs for attendance, so we were cutting and trying to get out of going to school as often as possible. School sucked. It's stupid. You know, high school's like you remember you ever see Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
Right.
You know, when he's like, it's a little childish and stupid, but then so is high school. It is. It's childish and stupid.
So would you consider yourself kind of like mischievous as a kid, or just like you guys were bored and
yeah, to some extent. Yeah, I was. You know, like when we discovered matches and fucking cutting through yards and ringing and running and or ding dong ditch, some people call it. It was ring and run over here, but like, you know, like we were on it. We burnt down the woods in like 7 neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? Because we were you know, just like, you know, little stupid fires. We'd light fires for shits and gigs, firecrackers. Like I remember Halloween as a kid around here in my neighborhood, like this general area over here. It was a fucking wild time. You know, you had eggmobiles, we used to call them, and that was like, you know, I mean, it always seemed like grown-ups, but it was probably 17, 18-year-old kids driving around in fucking cars and pickup trucks and just bombing off on us. You know what I'm saying? Just egging the shit out of the little kids. And fucking, there was shaving cream fights. Then if you went up to the school that's kind of in my neighborhood, it kind of connects a couple different neighborhoods. It turned into wild times. Like you went up there rocking ski goggles and you know, bubble jackets to protect yourself because it was like BB gun wars and fucking people making like basically rifles out of bottle rockets and a wiffle ball bat, shooting them at each other. It was a mischievous neighborhood. And, you know, the 80s into the, you know, very early 90s was a mischievous time for kids. Kids got into shit, you know.
How was the 80s like, as far as, you know, that was a very interesting time in history, right? For a lot of different reasons. How would you say that Long Island was affected during that time, if any at all?
I mean, I was a little kid, you know, I was like, you know, elementary school age, so I don't know how they were affected, you know. I would assume people were doing okay with money because money started booming at that time. I don't really know. I liked it, you know. I was playing Little League and PAL football and shit. Seemed like fun.
Any
you know?
A lot of crime in Long Island during that time or anything?
There was, you know, there was a fair share of it, you know, but I mean, I was pretty far removed from it, you know, like you hear about things in retrospect, yes, but it was just a different time. Like there was this dude in our area named Crazy Larry, right? And this fucking lunatic he was like, you know, he was probably like a 56-year-old guy, looked like shit, drunk. Fucking, he would ride around on a fucking moped talking shit to everybody, yelling at people. He'd be throwing those little Schmitz beer bottles at people, kids. He was a fucking crazy person. Like, that shit existed back then. And I look back at that and I'm like, that's pretty fucked up. Because now, like, that wouldn't fly for too long. You know, somebody would film it and he'd be in a fucking home somewhere, you know? But this guy just kind of, he existed somewhere. I don't know. He's probably dead now, but yeah, it was Crazy Larry.
With your parents working in computers and tech and everything like that, did you like have like a computer in the home like real early on? Were you introduced to that really early?
No, not really. They didn't give a fuck. They didn't want to deal with it. That was work, you know. I mean, we had like, I remember as a kid, we had a thing called a VIC-20, which was a gaming system. And like, you're talking like 1985, 86. That had like Pong or little stupid racing games on it. That was like kind of like a computer that connected to the TV. But I'm thinking like, when did we get a fucking computer in the house? Like an actual computer? It was probably late into high school, maybe 96, maybe something like that. Before we actually had a computer, I was using like the, you know, new age typewriters to do reports. I'll never forget that. If I wanted to use a computer, I went to the library.
Right.
There was no laptops. My mother had a work laptop that I could, you know, maybe touch if I wanted to, but, you know, it wasn't like something that was part of the household.
What was your relationship like with your brother? You said that he's like about 5.5 to 6 years older than you.
It was good. It was like, I mean, when I was a little kid, him and his friends used to beat the fuck out of me. But, you know, like a rite of passage thing. They used to torture me. But I think like he was always cool. He was a real fuck up though. You talk about mischievous. My brother was a wild kid. He's one of those kids that was smoking weed at 12, 13 years old, just, got kicked out of school in 10th grade, just fucking up generally. He got arrested for stealing a car when he was like 16 or something, like stupid shit. And if you look back, but he was kind of the neighborhood fuck up with his friends. And as he got older, we got cooler, because as I got older, it was like we almost got closer in age because I wasn't such a little kid. Because when if I'm 8 years old and he's 14, 13, 14, like we don't got a lot in common. I'm the annoying little brother who's just fucking with him and stealing his stuff, And then, when I think I was in 9th grade, or I was like 13. Yeah, I think I was 13 going into 9th grade because I was young for my grade. And we used to play fight, and we were play fighting one day after school. And we're in the living room wrestling around. And he's a bit taller than me, but I'm like bigger than him. And I was chucking his ass around the living room for the first time ever.
Wait, so he's like 19 at the time?
Oh, probably 19, 20, maybe, give or take.
Holy shit.
19, yeah, probably 19, 18, 19. Yeah, definitely. He's definitely like, he's older, And I'm chucking him around. And then that was it. He's like, all right. We're never doing that again. And we never did. We never played for it again because I was whooping him. And then we were cool ever after that. Like He treated me more as an equal, because I could throw him around.
But your brother was the one that introduced you to hip hop, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, indirectly, yeah. He didn't mean to. I would just steal his stuff. Our brother was an odd guy because he grew up like most of his friends were black kids, but my brother was like a metalhead. Like if you looked at him, you know what I'm saying? And so he had a lot of like Megadeth and Metallica and all that shit, which I wasn't necessarily into. But he also had like, Eric B. and Rakim, 2 Live Crew, Ice-T, NWA, and I started stealing his fucking tapes and listening to shit. It really started like with like Eric B. and Rakim I liked, but I liked all the cheesy shit, like the crazy stuff, like 2 Live Crew, I was like, at that, when we were kids, it was like, you got your hands on a 2 Live Crew tape. That was a thing. You know what I'm saying? You play that with your friends. You're not supposed to have that.
Right.
2 Live Crew was some dirty shit.
And your auntie is the one that bought you the cassette player, right?
Yeah. My Aunt Gail, actually, my first Walkman. He was cool. Like when I was a kid, she was like, she lived in Brooklyn. She managed a bank, actually. So like that was my father's sister. We went we were out. I vaguely remember it. I remember looking at like 3-Card Monte and thinking I could fucking win it. You know what I'm saying? And she told me, she's like, nah, you're fucking bugging. And we were walking by like street vendors selling shit. She bought me and my brother Walkman. I still have it somewhere. The actual Walkman. It don't work.
That's crazy.
I just always kept it. It was a piece of shit. It didn't last that long, but I always kept it.
Was that on Canal Street?
Nah, it was somewhere in Brooklyn. I have no idea where. Yeah, I have no clue where it was.
Where what was the song, the hip hop song that you felt changed your life for you?
I don't know.
Because I know you really liked Black Sheep, right?
I did like Black Sheep. Yeah, I like Black Sheep. Everybody liked Black Sheep though. That shit, because we could sing along to it. We kind of like thought we understood it. I used to listen to you're talking when I was in elementary school, we were listening to MC Hammer and shit, Young MC and like kind of like cheesy hip hop. And then junior high, Naughty by Nature kind of changed everybody's view of shit because Tretch was mad nice and nobody had ever really someone do some of the shit he was doing. He kind of elevated shit a little bit.
His flow and rhyme patterns and everything like that, the way that...
Oh, yeah. And rapping crazy fast, but like saying dope shit. It was different.
Right.
It was definitely different.
So junior high is what got you into graffiti, right? Around that time?
Yeah, it was like junior high. I started like like drawing a lot of it, trying to like learn how to do bubble letters and fucking being garbage at it. More into ninth grade. More into ninth grade is where we
more ninth grade
school.
What sparked your interest into writing rhymes though?
I don't know. I was into Leaders of the New School. Busta Rhymes' verse on Leaders of the New School made me want to write raps. Like,
okay, so
really
that's the
made me
song
want to
that
write
really
raps.
changed things for you.
One of them, yeah. It's one I can remember that I started actually writing down shit on paper, and it was terrible.
You remember it?
Terrible. No,
you remember the rhyme?
I just remember it being garbage. I remember my brother reading some of my rhymes, and he's like, "This is fucking trash."
Oh shit!
Yeah, it probably is. I couldn't rap for shit. I couldn't even like spit them properly, but I was just writing them, you know.
And your friend Chris Snots was the one that made you freestyle, right?
That was later on. Yeah. We were already rapping by then. Like that was. Let me think. That was probably 11th grade-ish, maybe the summer of 11th grade. Like I wrote rhymes. I could really, like by that point, I could definitely write things that were dope. But I wasn't a good rapper at all. Like, and we were hanging out at the mall, not too far from here, the Walt Whitman Mall. We were just in the parking lot, smoking weed, drinking and shit. And, Chris and our boy Kevin. I think my boy Brandon was there. Maybe his kid Danny. But they might have been there. I'm not sure. Probably though, because we all kind of just used to roll around and get high and shit. Chris was decent at freestyle. Like he could freestyle enough, you know. Kevin was actually nice off the head. Like he always could freestyle pretty good. But Chris kept fucking making me keep going. Because he's like, your vocabulary is good. You just got to keep going. Even if you fuck up, just keep going, keep going, keep going. And he kept making me keep going, keep going. And out of nowhere, like within a few weeks, I was nice. Like I was better than both of them off the head then. It was basically just getting the confidence to keep going and not worrying about fucking up. You know what I'm saying? Because even if you fuck up freestyling, you could just keep going. You know what I mean? You could just keep, you don't got to stop. You know, you just kind of keep babbling, you know? So that changed me, though. That changed me. Learning how to freestyle changed me as far as learning how to actually present your raps. You know what I'm saying? It made me a better rapper.
How do you feel like it made you better?
It's made it more natural, less stiff, less reading of your rhymes and just robotic, you know? Understanding the beat and how to navigate it, you know? That was it.
At that time, was it more like you guys were just doing ciphers, or did you start battling people like shortly after that?
No,
like
I mean, nah, that lunch table shit, that never really happened in school. Like people would rap, you know, people would spit. People weren't battling really. I wasn't. I mean, I think a couple people might have. There was a couple of kids that were nice. This kid Viddy, he owns a barbershop over here. He was dope in high school, but he wasn't battling. He was too cool. You know, he was like a nice guy. He didn't want to like shit on people, you know. And then this kid Lamont was nice, but he was another way. He didn't really battle. He was just dope. You know, he was good off the head. People were rhyming though. You know, there was none of the making beats on the lunch table really too much. A couple times, maybe a couple times, but I was embarrassed. You know what I mean? I didn't know if I was a little bit. I wasn't too sure if I was nice yet. I wasn't sure. You know. I wasn't sure I was good at all until I rapped for this girl, Ayana, in an English class we had in like 11th grade. Because she had heard I could rhyme a little bit from somebody who fucking knows. I don't even remember. But I spit a rhyme for her, like a written rhyme, and she was like, damn, that was fucking dope. I was like, oh shit, I'm nice. I
could do this. I got confidence now.
She had ginormous titties in high school. I'll never forget that. So it was a big move for me. That was a big moment. Big giant titty girl, fucking.
Oh, you didn't start freestyling about her titties though?
No. I wasn't there yet. You know,
you wasn't there. Oh, you wasn't that.
I wasn't there yet. Okay. Yeah, no, I wasn't there yet.
Is it true that you never like wanted to be a professional rapper in those early days, or thought that you would be able to do it?
No, that shit was a fucking pipe dream, kinda. Like, I mean, I knew there was possibilities. Like, my boy Chris Snots, we used to call him Mr. Snots, but when we were young, like, he was nice. He was nice from the first rap he ever wrote. He was just good. He could deliver it. He could just always rap. I don't know how he could just rhyme, and he sounded good. His voice sounded cool. And he had gotten hooked up somehow, some way with this reggae artist that had some kind of deal at some point. I think he was from Queens, and I want to say he was called Star Dragon. I want to say, if I'm not mistaken. And he did a track with him. Like, he got recorded on a track with them. And so it was like, the idea was there, you know? But, you know, studios in 1993, 1994, that was a major overhaul. You're talking about ADAT tapes, which were $100 a piece, which could only fit maybe 3 songs on them. Studio time was $80 an hour, you know? Half my friends worked in McDonald's. You know, how the fuck are we going to go to a studio and record anything, you know?
Well, you didn't have like a boom box or a karaoke machine or anything like that you like practiced on?
Not karaoke. I had a fucking, I had like a stereo system that we could like rhyme into the headphones, you know, like it had the mic output. So like, I mean, if we could have technically gone and bought a Radio Shack mic and done it, we would do that and like freestyle over other people's beats from singles and shit and like record ourselves. But it, you know, you sound fucking terrible. It sounds like shit.
Right.
It wasn't that you were showing off. It was just cool that we had it, you know?
So when you started battling different crews at like barbershops, what age is that around?
I was a little older. I was like a senior in high school, maybe getting out of high school. So I was like 17 because I graduated at 17. I was like 17, 18 years old. You know,
were you making beats at this time yet? Or this is not yet?
No, I wasn't making beats quite yet. Maybe I started fucking around making beats like 96, probably 97, I would say. I'd gotten this keyboard you could fuck around with. And I started making some beats.
Well, you made it on the ASR 10, right? Was the first beat?
That was a little later on. That was a couple of years later.
Okay.
Yeah, that was probably 98, 99. I had a drug dealer friend who was like, he wanted to like get me going, but we, you know, it was difficult. We didn't have a producer that was giving us beats. And then, you know, the internet wasn't a thing to us at that point, really. So connecting with other people was more of a face-to-face thing or a friend of a friend thing. And there were producers, but people were fucking insane at points. They'd be like, yeah, I want $800 for this beat. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, bro.
Right.
But you got $800 for a beat? Man, I would pay $800 for a beat right now. Like, what do you mean? It's fucking, I'm doing that fucking 25 years ago.
I know fucking, $800 then was like probably like $5,000 now.
Yeah, and I don't even know if I can make money. But we did run into this dude, actually, like after high school. Once I had made some new connects, like I had met a few people. My boy Justin, rest in peace, Justin, he's dead. He used to call himself Kavork MD. My buddy Levon, my homie Howie. These were kids that were from like Brentwood, Bayshore, which is, you know, like maybe 25 minutes away. And I'd run into them. And this is at the time when people started getting like digital 4-track recording stuff in their homes and stuff. So you could start doing a little bit of recording. And we had run into a few people because beats started being a little more accessible in 97 going in, you know, outside of 96. Everything outside of 96 got easier because I got out of high school. I was out and about, you know, things were a little easier to make happen. And I mean, I think I ran into one of them at the Busy Bee Mall. It used to have a record store in it. And the owner looked like Butch Husky from the Mets back in the day. He looked just like him. I used to call him Butch. He'd be like, why are you calling me Butch? I'd be like, because you look like fucking Butch Husky, man.
I'm sure he liked that.
No, he thought it was funny because when he didn't know who Butch Husky was. And then I showed him. I brought in one time, I brought in a baseball card and showed him. He looked just like that motherfucker. You know, like one of those light-skinned black dudes with freckles.
Right.
He was what they were fucking spitting images of each other. It was funny. But I had met one of my friends in there. Back then, it was like It was like in the 90s when I was doing graffiti, right? Fucking, you sought out other graffiti writers. You wanted to go, like we would go to malls in different towns and, you know, you would try to find other people who wrote, who shared the similar interest as you. And it was the same thing with rapping. You wanted to meet other MCs. You wanted to link up and try to collaborate and start groups and have crews and shit. So, you know, it was a very similar thing. So once I linked up with those guys, that's really where I kind of started being a little more serious about it. Because, you know, like I think the first studio I recorded in was Capitol Studios, it was called. You ever hear RA say Cap Marada?
Right.
You ever hear that name, Cap Marada? Yeah, Cap Marada is the first guy that recorded us. And it was this dude, Mojack, who made beats. And they were fire. They were actually pretty good. I'd love to find the tape of that fucking first song we did. It was pretty funny. That's where I met RA for the first time, was in that studio. Way back when. I rapped for RA.
Wow. What was his reaction?
His eyes lit up. He probably don't remember it. I remember it like yesterday.
How old are you at the time?
18, maybe. 19, tops, you know.
What year is this?
97.
97?
I'm probably 18. I'm probably 18 years old. I'll never forget, RA was in there, and I knew who RA was. Yeah, like I knew who RA was. Mm-hmm. You know, I knew what Crustified Dibs was. I knew RA the Rugged Man. I thought he was fucking great. You know, it's like he had Smith Haven Mall. He was awesome. He was a Long Island legend at that point. And that was part of the reason you went to that studio, because that's Cap Marada. You know, like that's RA's dude. RA records there. You should go there. Plus, we didn't know any other good studios, so that was the one we went to. And RA was there one day, and then they're like, yo, spit a rhyme for him. This was when I was kind of getting known to be nice, you know? And I spit a rhyme. He seemed depressed. He looked homeless. He had on like fucking, you know, RA dresses kind of quirky. He's got an odd style of dress, you know? He had like these pants on. They looked like you'd wear in a kitchen. And he said, and a t-shirt that said, don't bother me, I'm retired. I'll never fucking forget that. And a silly hat. And a fucking silly hat on.
He's a very interesting guy for sure.
Yeah. He's cool. He's got a very odd style. That's his own, you know, it's cool. Mm-hmm. Do your thing, man. Trench coats and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Those hats that he does and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ridiculous hats. He could pull them off though. I can't, you know?
Yeah, that's true. That's the thing though, right? Only certain people could pull off certain looks. He does pull it off though. So you got to give him that.
Yeah, if I dressed up like that, people would be like, what the fuck is this guy doing, man? Look at this fucking, my ears would look ridiculous, sticking out of like a fedora. They'd be like bent down, looking foolish. He can get away with it.
I bet you somebody's calling the cops. You dress like that.
Yeah. I mean, I hope they do. Just go to prison if I'm coming out like that.
So can you recall your first battle ever?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Like we fuck around and battle each other, our friends, but not really. You know, like we didn't really know. I think it was this kid Curdy, and it was my friend Danny. Like he hung out in a town called like Syosset, which is like kind of a rich town and shit. We would hang out over there sometimes, and I think it was this kid Curdy. It was cool. He was a cool kid. Shout out to Curdy I think I'm friends with him on Facebook. I'm not sure, but Curdy, he used to have one fucking tooth. He had a fucked up half a tooth. He freestyled a little bit. He wasn't great, but he thought he was. So we're like chilling in somebody's basement or something, smoking weed and drinking and shit. And there's like girls around. And Curdy starts rapping, talking shit and battling me. And then I just went off and I murked him. Like murked him. Very personal, talking about his teeth and shit and fucking... You know, talking about the town he's from and how we can't fuck with Huntington Station. And at that point, I was like, I can battle. I'm nice. Like, I'm nice off the head now. Like, I can do it on the spot, pick someone apart. I'm clever. I had lines, you know, like I was crushing them. And I was like, okay.
What age is this?
Probably 18, 19 years old, you know?
Okay. And then how long after that till the situation at Wetlands?
That was probably, let me think, year and a half, 2 years tops.
Okay, so in between that time, you should start battling nonstop?
Here and there, you know, like not really. I was still just trying to record. I battled like this crew of kids in a driveway in Brentwood. I forget what they were called, but like it was like set up. You know, they were talking shit, and then Levon was like, "I'm gonna bring my white boy." Because this was like when Eminem was popping as an underground rapper. This is like raucous Eminem times, and he's like, "No, I'm gonna bring my white boy." You know,
he's the shooter.
And he did. And I murdered their whole crew. I murdered them. I destroyed these kids. Their jaws dropped. Like, holy shit. Because back then I was sharp off the head at this point. Like I was, you know, you're freestyling all the time with your friends every day, every other day. I battled at some house parties.
You guys are battling on beats at this time or just a cappella?
Either or. If, you know, sometimes somebody would break out a boombox, play it out of a car. A lot of times on beats, though. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sometimes a cappella. Sometimes it would just, you know, just go from there. But either way.
So you were working this regular job in the kitchen and you went to your friend Abe's place, right?
Deli. Oh, no. At that point, that's a little later. I was working at a deli when I was fucking with these kids. But no, I was working at this spot called Zone Perfect. You might remember. I don't know if they still exist, but they had Zone. They were like nutrition bars and shit you'd see at 7-Eleven and stuff. Mm-hmm. Zone Perfect. Well, that company used to do like meal prep where they would deliver, you know, fresh meals for people, you know, like people that could afford that type of shit, you know, in like in a cold bag with ice packs and fucking, you know, if you could afford that type of shit, they drop you a week of meals off. And then they'd come and pick up, you know, the leftover shit and bring it back. And me and my boy Josh, Taboo, from fucking Double Negative. Yeah, if you've ever heard me mention Cole and Taboo and me worked at the spot Zone, refilling the fucking freezer with ice packs on these fucking trays. That was our job all day. And it was in a storefront. And the kitchen part where they did all the food prep and all that shit was in one big storefront. And then they had another little storefront with the freezer. And that's where we worked and fucked off most of the time. And it was a terrible job. Me and Tabs used to like spar. We put on boxing gloves and spar in there and shit. We broke the fucking plate glass window one day. We were sparring and fucking I tapped him in the jaw. And he tapped me back and I tripped over a box. And I go like bang. Shoulders right through the fucking plate glass window. So we made up a bullshit story why we broke the fucking plate glass window. It was a ridiculous job. It was just one of those ridiculous jobs. This kid fucking Buddha worked there. Tab's friend Buddha worked there in the office. There was some hot chicks there. I'll never forget that. There was this pair of sisters that were hotties. That was fun. They were cool. But he ever banged them, but they were good to look at. But we were working one day. We went over to my man Abe's house, who actually hit me up right before this. He wished me the worst. He was actually at this point the only guy I knew that was on like AOL chat rooms and shit, you know, like using the computer like that. And fucking, I think this is 99. This was like 1999, going into 2000, but 99, I want to say. We're at Abe's, and Abe had this like 1-bedroom house on the corner of this block. And we're chilling there, just smoking fucking blunts like we did. And Abe's playing on the fucking chats. And, you know, me and Tabs and Cole, we were like taking rapping more serious. I had a studio that we could work out of with DJ Dummy. And we're trying to get shit going at this point a little bit, see what we could do. And Abe's like, yo, you want to battle? I'm like, what? He's like, yo, you want to go into like an actual battle at the wetlands? And I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah. And he's like, oh, this girl I'm talking to on AOL can get you into a battle at the wetlands tonight. Well, I'm like, fuck it, let's go. We drove into fucking New York City and that night and went to the wetlands. And this girl can't do shit. Can't get me into a battle. She knows nobody. She's waiting online like everybody else. So she was full of shit. And I'm like, fuck it. All right, I'm going to get myself into this battle. So I go up to the door, and who's at the door? It's Poison Pen. He was the host and threw the event with this girl, Mahogany Brown, who I went on to meet, you know?
The Cypher battles, right?
Yeah. Decipher. That was it. Decipher. Hook.com presents Decipher. Fucking
shout out to Penn.
But these were like big events, man. You know, back then, underground, like a battle like that, you're talking about there'd be 300 fucking people there, 400 people. It's just packed the fuck out for a battle. And I had heard of Poison Pen from, you know, college radio, like WUSB, which is Stony Brook Radio, which was like one of the bigger, you know, independent college radio stations. You know, every Saturday and Sunday night they had like, or was it Saturday night? I want to say Saturday night from midnight to 6, basically. You had one show from 12 to 3, and then 3 to 6, you had another one. And that was a pretty big deal. So I'd heard him and Breeze Ever Flowing up there. Breeze Ever Flowing was at that battle. And, you know, in the mid-90s, when I was listening to Hot 97, like Mike Check show, Breeze was on there as an intern. And I, for a time, thought Breeze was the greatest rapper I'd ever heard. You know, so like I knew who these guys were and was like, holy shit, all right. So I went up to the door, Penn's there, and I'm like, yo, put me in this battle, I'll win. And he's like, you know, he like smirks. He's like, yeah, all right. Like he's never heard that before. I'm like, nah, for real, put me in. I'll murder everybody here. And fucking, he's like, what's your name? I'm like, Diabolic. And I didn't know, but he had heard my name from somebody. Because I knew Lou Cypher and Manifest. I knew from Long Island, from DJ Crossfader's studio. They were like younger kids, but they were involved. Like they were battling a little. They knew Penn from the battles. And Penn was always looking for people to do the battles because they needed to, you know, fill the X amount of slots to even throw a battle. So you had to have rappers. And Lou Cypher was like telling Penn, like, yo, I got to get my man Diabolic out here. He's like, I'm telling you, this kid is nice. He would kill people, da-da-da-da-da. But honestly, I wasn't aware that I could just go to the wetlands and battle. I had heard of these things going on. I didn't know. I thought I needed to know somebody who knew somebody. I didn't know I could just walk up and get into a battle. It didn't even cross my mind. So Ben's like, fuck it. Yeah, I'll put you in. And I did the battle. I fucking murked everybody there. It was a great night. Like, it was a good time. That dude Shells from the HBO battle, that battled Idea, was there with his friends. They were in the front row. They were hating on me. But that shit didn't matter because I was nice.
Oh, that's right. You started using his name against the person you was battling, right?
I was talking mad shit about Shells and his friends. I started talking mad shit. Yeah, I don't remember what I said.
Your disadvantage though, because like the crowd like kind of like was against you.
Yeah, it was close. Yeah, I ended up losing in the final in like 3 overtimes. It was ridiculous to me.
You got robbed, right?
This guy missed his spits. I thought so, but maybe not. Who knows? It was good. It was like just a legendary night either way, even if I didn't. But in those Decipher battles, whoever made it to the finals went on to like the finals battle. You know, the next big battle with all the guys who made it to the finals. So even if you didn't win that night, you were into the next, you know, big battle. You got an automatic into that.
Right.
And but that night, that's pretty much where I met everybody I know. Like, as far as who I'm like close with to this day, the Immortal Techniques, I met him that night. You know, we become best friends, but I met him that night. That's where I met Penn, Breeze, I mean, Mahogany Brown, I'm still friends with when we talk, but I met a ton of people that night. Many Styles was there. I think Icon the Mike King was there that night.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I met all these people.
Mike. So, was that the most amount of people you ever battled in front of at that time?
Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah.
Were you nervous at all?
Shaking up. Fuck yes. Hell yeah. That first fucking round, I'll never forget that shit. I was bugging out. My legs were shaking. You couldn't tell, but like I'll never forget. Like, I was so pumped up, full of adrenaline and shit. My left leg, I'm facing this kid, like, and my left leg, I could feel it. It's just convulsing beneath me. I'm like, whoa, shit. I don't know. This is a fucking, this is nerve wracking up here, right? I was wild. But I just did it. And then once I started seeing the crowd fuck with me and they started wilding, I snapped out of that shit real quick, you know, and just started going off, and it became a little more natural. And it was fun. So like I basically went from being nobody to having a little bit of a fucking underground name in like one night, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
Because battles meant something back then. You know what I'm saying? You battled, you were nice. People heard about it.
Right. The word traveled fast.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Real fast. I met producers that night. I met fucking, you remember Milk? Milk is chilling. Gizmo's chilling. What more can I? He was a fucking working for Violator Management. I met him that night.
Wow.
He was interested in fucking bringing me up to Violator at that point when they were getting started.
That's crazy.
Just off one night, you know, people, you get seen and people fuck with you.
Mm-hmm. So how long between that night to when like you start to really build with Immortal Technique?
Maybe the next year or something. Like after that, you had that. I did that. Then you had the Cypher Finals, which was the big battle, which I actually won. Mm-hmm. I beat Jin in the finals of that.
Oh, can you talk about that?
Yeah. I don't know if you ever seen me and Icon the Mike King battling.
Right.
You ever see that battle on YouTube?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that's from that night. That's from the finals that night. The final me versus Jin battle suspiciously never surfaced because I kind of had like, you know, a little static with the people who had the footage because I would talk shit, you know, like they talk shit and I would talk shit. So we had like little battle beefs and shit. Me and Pac FM had battle beef back then. It was funny. Like we're friends nowadays, you know, he lives not too far from me, but, we had like little battle beefs and I think Tone Deaf had the footage and, you know, kind of did the uploads for hook.com and shit where the battles used to be hosted and I don't think they wanted me to shine. You know what I'm saying? I didn't think it was a little, that's my theory. You know, it's never been confirmed, but I'm like, yeah, I don't know. It always seemed funny. But like I murked Jin. That was a good night. Because Jin had a pretty big name. People were like very, very impressed by Jin.
So how many people did you battle before you got to the finals that night?
Let's think. They had a written round. It was weird back then. I always thought this shit was stupid, but they had a written round where I battled this dude, Reef Ali. That might still be up. That was up for years. It looks like somebody filmed it on a fucking toaster, but it's up there. Yeah, man, it was up there. So you had a written round where you spit a written rhyme. And then the second round, if you advanced, was a word round where they give you a word to go off of. And I remember my word was like neutralize or some shit. Maybe that was in the first battle. They did a word round. Like it was kind of fucking stupid. Where people would use the word once and kind of try to move on from it. You know what I mean? And just kind of battle. I always thought that was dumb. But that's where I battled Pac. That's why we had battle beef after that. Because he thought he got jerked and I was like, suck my dick. You guys ain't shit. You know, it was like one of those things. And then I battled Icon in the semifinals. I battled Icon the Mike King in the semifinals. Immortal Technique was in that battle. He lost to Manifest in the written round, actually. Oh, Manifest went off. I'll never forget Manifest spit his best rhyme. He had this verse. It was fire. And Tech just was like a little off. You know, it was like he was a little more composed. It was early in the night. And Fest kind of murked Tech, and Tech was pissed. I'll never forget that. I didn't really know Tech yet. I had met him, but he's walking off stage. He's all pissed off, you know, Immortal Technique. That was back in the mustache technique days. You know what I'm saying? Back when he had that communist mustache. And fucking, yeah. And he was mad. I was like, nah, you did your thing, bro. And he's like, yeah, fuck that. He was pissed off. But we didn't really hang out too much at that point. And so I advanced. I beat Icon. We had a stare down and shit. Poison pens, cracking jokes. Like, because me and Icon were cool. Like, at that point, we were like kind of friends. We had become friends because, you know, he had the Fallen Angel shit. I think I was in that crew at that point.
Right. He told me that.
Yeah, I believe I was in that crew at that point with him, Lou Cypher.
He was in Optics, right?
Yeah, that was me, Cole, and Taboo. Like,
right.
It was like a thing we were doing, Triple Optics. And, but the Fallen Angel shit was like me, Cypher, Fest, Icon, A-War. You know, it was like little crews were popping up. And so when me and Icon battled, like, it was funny, you know, like, because we were cool. And then in between the rounds, he was like staring at me, smiling, and And fucking, we're just standing there, and I'm like smirking at him, and fucking Penn's on the mic. Oh shit, we got Rocky and Apollo, and this motherfucker cracking jokes as Poison Pen does. And then fucking, then I battled Jin, and I bodied Jin. I bodied Jin.
How many rounds did that go? The Jin one?
Just two. Just did 2 rounds.
Just the 2 rounds?
Like 45 seconds or some shit, whatever it was. And then it was crowd judged. You know, the crowd cheering judged it.
Do you remember anything you said?
I remember a couple things. What did I say to him? It was kind of racist a little bit. An Andrew Dice Clay joke. I said, this is what really set it off. I remember I said something about like referring to me an icon having a stare down. Something about, you ain't gonna win this. You should try a staring contest. And people like, yeah, got a little response because it made sense for the moment. But then I was like, fuck that. I'm like, you know, blah, blah, fuck that. You're mental soft. You can't see me. I blindfolded you with dental floss. And that was a famous Andrew Dice Clay joke about Asian people.
Right.
So the crowd erupted off of that. I remember that. I think I started the second round with something. I met your mom at a bathhouse. He loves my freestyle. Yeah, kind of like what you kind of thought of it. It's freestyle, but you think of it as you're sitting there and looking at him while he's rapping. You think of a line or two before, you know, or ideas for things that you could go into, and then you just kind of go off. And then you have your crutches, things that you'll repeat to like kind of babble for a bar so you could think of something else on the spot. Right. That type of thing. But I remember I said something. I saw your mom's at a bathhouse. She said she loves my raps. After she scrubs my back, she gets on her knees and rubs my sack. And people like that. And then later on, I said something about, I don't know, your flow's whack, and you know that. I don't know how I worded it, but I was like, you couldn't hang if I gave you a wedgie off that fucking coat rack. And there was a coat rack next to the fucking stage.
Oh, shit.
So people like that. Then there was maybe a couple other Asian lines, maybe. I don't remember. It wasn't overly racist. I mean, I don't think it's racist. It's battling. You should be able to say whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
You're Asian. You're welcome to fried rice wraps. You know what I'm saying? Get used to it. You know, kung fu chicken and shit. You know, I don't know.
You know, you got the white jokes and everything like that. You know what I mean? Like, you
know how many times I got referred to as Eminem once Eminem was a thing? You kidding me?
Right.
That's all you got was Vanilla Ice and Eminem. Oh, it was everything. Everlast. Fucking, I had a goatee.
Marky Mark?
Nah, not as much Marky Mark. Not as much. He wasn't taken seriously. So,
right.
You know, people didn't really connect the two as much.
What was that the first time you battled Jin?
Yeah, I battled him again, where I thought I destroyed him worse, and I ended up losing in a tiebreaker. But I battled him at Rutgers University, like maybe, I don't know, 6 months later or something. And I thought I fucking bodied him worse the second time, but he did have a clever, like, on-the-spot line, though. That kind of, I guess, pushed him over the top. But I don't know. I thought he was kind of choking, personally. But
got you.
I remember I was going like this, and he was like, he's making that sign because I'm going to chop his head off. And people really seemed to like that. But I remember I told him, I was like, fucking, look at his facial structure. Wait, I forget. His facial structure makes me think Mr. Miyagi his mother or some shit, I said. And I remember that. Some to that effect.
At that time, were you cool with Jin behind the scenes, though? Or it was just kind of like you just knew each other?
Yeah. Like, you know, in passing, like we weren't friends, but hey, what's up, dude? You know?
Right.
Like when he started blowing up and fucking, I think he signed to Rough Riders and shit. Later on, I went to Summer Jam, which was garbage, but I had this girlfriend in like, I guess it was like 04-ish. And he was outside with like the street team outside of fucking Summer Jam, like doing, you know, not meet and greet, but out there like with the street team, t-shirts, fucking, you know, merch area type shit. And I ran up to him, ran into him there, and fucking, we were cool, you know.
Mm-hmm.
In passing, I haven't seen that kid in shit, probably 20 years.
Wow.
He was a nice guy, though. Jin was always a nice dude. He was always very fucking friendly, and in my experience, I don't know. He was cool.
Yeah, shout out to Jin, man. So after the battle that night when you first met Immortal Technique. Then like a year later, this is like when he asked you to be a part of the hidden track on Revolutionary One.
Yeah. See, all right. He was putting together volume 1, and which I didn't know at the time. He was just, we were all trying to just do music and shit and do our thing. But you know, if I saw him at an event, you know, a few times, hey, what's up? You know, we were cool. He was cool with Lou Cypher. Him and Lou Cypher would chop it up, because that's back then when you called somebody on their fucking house phone. You know, if somebody lived in their mom's apartment or something, you called their mom's house and shit. Unless nobody had cell phones really back then. It was like maybe getting into the Nokia, like little block piece of shit phones with the snake game on them and shit at that era. And he had asked Lou Cypher, yo, do you think I want to get like Fallen Angel on this posse cut? Do you think Diabolic would be down? Da, 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 da. He's like, I'll call him and ask him. And he's like, fucking, yo, you down to jump on this posse cut with Immortal Technique? And I was like, fuck yeah, let's do it. Like, that's fucking awesome. I'd fucking do anything back then. People want me on shit. I'm like, yeah, whatever, let's do it. He's like, yeah, he's working on a record. So that was a posse cut initially. Like, we all recorded for that.
Right. It was you, Lou Cypher, Manifest, Icon, the Mike King, and AWAR, right?
I believe so, yeah. I think Fest was there. I believe it. I believe so. Yeah, Fest was definitely there. What am I talking about? Fest was definitely there. Yeah, and then, like, I did the hidden what became the hidden track verse. But, like, I remember we were in the studio, because I had talked to Tech prior, and he spit his verse over the phone, and I thought it was dope. I was like, oh, nice. We'll make it home like Jerome's niece and shit. And fucking, it was a good verse. So, like, I had some lines and shit, and then I took the train into the city and just kind of, like, wrote out my verse. Like, kind of pieced it all together and put all my shit together and went in there. And I knew it was a good verse, like, I had dope shit in it, but I don't, you know, who am I to gauge, like, how people are going to react to whatever? You know, I just write shit that I think's dope and would get a response and, you know, go from there. But I knew when we were in there and I was recording, people were like, they were all looking at me like, what the fuck is this? You know, the fuck? They were all looking at me like side-eyeing me like, motherfucker, you fucking kidding me right now? What the fuck is this bullshit? You gonna do this to us now? And then, I don't know, next thing I knew, it was just me and Tech, and it was the hidden track off Dance with the Devil. And fucking, it worked out, you know?
You guys recorded that at 45 Caliber's house studio, right?
Yeah, he had like a studio apartment. We just recorded in the middle of a fucking room.
That's crazy, man. So how did everyone else feel when they got taken off the track?
I don't remember anybody giving a fuck, really. Like, I think they would have liked to have been on it, but I think they understood because it was better without them. You know what I mean? It worked out better, you know? I don't think maybe they felt some way. I don't recall anybody giving a fuck. I remember Cypher's verse was pretty good, but he was like, he struggled with the beat a little bit, Cypher, like recording wise. Like it took him a little longer to like kind of figure recording out. He could always write real dope.
What about Icon?
I'm thinking, I don't remember Icon's verse really. I don't remember. Icon was always good though. He was pretty solid.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody's voices were younger. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like if you listen to me on there, I am yelling. You know what I'm saying? I am barking. That's what you used to do to try to sound hard. You'd be barking on a record. You know, my voice is a different thing nowadays. You know, we were pretty young. I was like 20. You know, I was a fucking kid at this point.
So while we're going to go into more depth about, you know, events that happen later on after you leave Viper Records and everything, I want to talk about the kind of friendship that you and Tech had early on, as far as like, you know, what you guys built and everything. So like, what was your first impression when you met him?
He was cool. He was like stiff a little bit, you know, like he was all serious and shit. But then once you meet him, you get to know him. Tech is a funny fuck, man. He was a funny bastard. He liked snapping and joking and shit. He was kind of fucking silly. He was good at talking shit though. Like he was good at snapping, like off the cuff, just, you know, cracking fucking jokes on people. But I thought he was cool, you know, like once we did that, like we got cooler. We started, you know, shooting the shit on the phone, you know, spitting rhymes. What are you working on? Da 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 da. You know, fucking kind of talking the craft. Even like, you know, not you know, not anybody. Nobody was writing for anybody else, but like going over your shit and seeing what you thought, if you had any suggestions. You know, it was like things were more collaborative back then.
Right.
You know, you just wanted response from people because there's no internet, there's no going live, there's none of that shit.
Right. You want
it's like you want to work with your peers.
Yeah,
exactly. And you want to get better. Yeah, what do you think of this? I should go with this. What do you think I should do with this? I'm stuck for a hook. You got any ideas? You know, like things like that.
The hidden verse got you some light in the underground scene, but you was struggling because you just had your daughter pretty much around the same time, right?
Yeah. It was 2000. I didn't know that though. I didn't really know. I knew, like, I seen it pop up on like UGHH and some of the message boards. I think it was rapmusic.com, but like hook.com was connected with that. So I'd see people knew who I was from it. And but like Dance with the Devil started catching fire a little bit, But I wasn't aware. Like, I was busy. I was working a shitty job. I got a fucking baby. I got a baby mama, that me and her we're together at this point. We don't really get along. No, it's kind of stressful. They hated on me rapping a little bit, it was a stressful time. So like, I wasn't really on the internet. And when it was dial up, you had dial up back then. So it was like, I wasn't watching videos on dial up. It was like, I wasn't, you maybe check a message board or something. I don't use an email, but I remember I signed up for UGHH using Lou Cypher's email. I didn't even have an email address.
But at this time, were you doing your street pharmaceuticals and stuff like that?
Little bit. Yeah. That took off quick. A little after that. Like, I want to say 01, we always dabbled, you know what I mean?
Right.
Flipping things. But then I knew a guy who could get weight in green stuff. And I had a friend who was good at networking, street shit, my buddy growing up. And it just it went 0 to 60 pretty fast. It started with us selling both our PlayStations so we could cop something to the next thing, right? Next thing we know, we're running 100 things a fucking week, no problem, out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Like pretty fast too. Pretty fast. We had a really good connect though. Like international kind of. It's kind of crazy. It was kind of fucking wild. I'm lucky I didn't go to fucking prison, to be honest with you. It got fucking wild quickly.
Right, because your friends, you started to step away from the streets because your friends were getting locked up, right? Around the time
that was in like
Revolutionary 2, around that time?
Yeah. Like when I did the Showtime shit, we were still doing things. Maybe like into 05-ish. People were getting fucked up on pills at this point. This is when Oxycontin became a thing, when people were doing Vicodin. It wasn't perks, but Oxys started becoming a thing that got prescribed a lot. Before this, I had known one person who died from heroin, and that was this crazy kid, Matt, at 19. He was always insane. It didn't surprise me. He died from doing dope, but before that, pills weren't a thing you did. You did some ecstasy, like people do ecstasy. They do coke. A few people, more raver types, smoke dust and shit, and do there was acid, mushroom, shit like that. But like pills really were not like a big part of life, Dope was not a big part of life. There was no fentanyl, none of that shit. But over that time, like post 9/11, which is coincidental because they started guarding poppy fields and shit, and all of a sudden you got a rush of fucking opioids and heroin into the United States, which is interesting in and of itself. But people started doing Vicodin. They started popping Vicodins.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw my partner actually he was fucking 20, 30 of these things a day by the end of it all. And things were getting fucked up, man. Yeah, just like he popping 10 of them, chewing them up and fucking downing them just to get going, And he could afford his drug habit at this point, because we were doing pretty well in the street. But I was seeing that. our boy Jay died. This kid I grew up with, I knew him since we were 5 fucking years old. Jay fucking, he went out one night with his girl, his stripper girlfriend, who was very cool. But Jay was doing everything under the sun at this point. Pills, fucking coke. He had morphine in his system, and he ended up choking on his own fucking puke and ODing and dying. We were like 25 years old, you know? That was the first of many people that I was close with that ended up dropping or going to fucking jail or just turning into complete fucking junkies for a time. And then I saw my partner in crime there kind of fucked up, man. He was his brain was not in the right place. He was doing mad coke. He's eating fucking 20, 30 pills a day, and it was time to step off. It was time to go. And honestly, this was in the Revolutionary Volume 2 days, right?
Right.
Because if I'm being honest, I wasn't like super impressed with Revolutionary Volume 1. I didn't really like the beats that much. There was joints on it that were fire, but when Tech gave me a copy of Volume 2, I was listening to it. I had a Ford Explorer at the time, and I was listening to it. And I remember I had a cell phone at this point because I was hustling shit. So I had a fucking Sprint flip phone. And I called Lou Cypher. And I was like, yo, you listen to this Technique album, the Volume 2 shit? And he's like, yeah. He's like, this shit is hard as fuck, right? I was like, yeah. I was like, this is a real motherfucking record. I was like, this is fire. And it, obviously propelled him into a new category. Like, the first record had Dance with the Devil, it started getting him a name where he could put out Volume 2, and then Volume 2 just exploded, right? And
right, because then he started headlining SOBs and doing tours off of that.
Right. Like he was doing, he did SOBs one time, right? And he hit me up and he's like, yo, I want you to open up for me at SOBs. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'll do it. What do you want me, like 15 minutes, whatever I did. 20 minutes tops, but did whatever I did. And I remember I spit the hidden track like a cappella, and 400 people are saying my words. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? I was like, all right, it's time to start taking this shit a little more serious, What am I doing? I'm out here, my friends are dying, I'm paranoid. At this point, I was not in a good place mentally from being fucking paranoid on the street all the time. I was being a dick. I was drinking too much. I was just being a mess. So I thought it was time to fucking move on. Like, let me see what the music is capable of giving me. Cause I was doing things. Like I had a manager going through these years. My boy Travis managed me. We were doing stuff. I was dabbling in the commercial world. I had meetings for record deals. I realized that was not my fucking thing. Like major label stuff was not for me. And, but I hadn't like really taken it that serious, You
could have did more. You were
without a doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just wasn't dedicating the time to it. Like I should have been doing more. I was recording, like I was doing joints, but I didn't know. I didn't know if I was making an album. I didn't know what am I doing? I was just kind of like making shit, and, shopping it around. I had this kid, shopping it around, see what we could do. It's like, do you get a deal? What do you do? I wasn't fully invested in, I'm just going to do underground shit independently and do my thing.
So in 2003, you participated in the Showtime and Interscope Records Presents The Next Episode, right? How did that come about?
Was that 03? 03 or 04? Yeah, I guess that was 03.
Yeah.
They asked Technique to do it, but he was like, nah, he was already had a couple records out. And he was kind of had his plan going. So he asked them to call me. They asked if he knew anybody else that might want to do it. And he hit me up and was like, I'm going to give this dude your number. You cool? And I'm like, yeah, whatever. This dude, Todd One, who worked for them, called me. And it happened real fast. Like, he's like, would you be interested in doing this? He's like, spit something for me. So I spit a rhyme. And he was like, whoa, shit, all right. And, so then, like a week later, there's a camera crew in my fucking driveway. Like a week later.
You didn't sign any paperwork yet?
Well, no, they had me. look into the paperwork at that point, then, or like a few days before that, I met up with them. And then like a few days later, there's literally a fucking minivan with a camera crew and a producer, and they're going to follow me around. It was very, very random. Like fucking.
Was it awkward at first?
Hell yeah. It was mad awkward. Me and a couple of my friends were in front of my crib because I wouldn't let them film in my house. And if you notice, other people had their families on there. They're in their cribs. I wasn't letting them do that. Get the fuck out of here. You notice my kid's not on there. My baby mom's not on there. I'm not doing that. I knew better than to let them be invasive into my life. Like I ended up getting into an argument with the producer, Keith, who was a nice guy, but he was asking people, like friends of mine, interviewed, trying to get to my baby mama for drama and bullshit. And me and her had agreed, we're not doing that.
Oh, he was trying to make it for TV, really?
Yeah. And I pulled him into the corner at the studio because I took him. They didn't show, there's none of this footage. Like, dude, I was in the studio with Smooth the Hustler recording for that. They didn't put any of that shit on there. Fucking, with DJ Dummy. DJ Dummy, I believe, was on there briefly. But, they
Travis was on there?
Yeah, Travis was on there. I pulled the dude Keith into the corner and kind of threatened him. Like, where I was like, yo, what did I tell you about my kid and my kid's mom? What did I fucking tell you? I was like, you're over here. You think my friends are going to be loyal to you and give out her information? Are you fucking stupid? I was like, say I won't fuck you up. You know what I'm saying? I was like, that's my family. Are you nuts? And then, he kind of pieced things out. I guess he talked me off the ledge from choking him, but we went on
from choking him.
Yeah.
Whoa. So you end up battling Chocolate Thai, right? A female MC. And that last round, sheesh. You guys went 5 rounds. It's like the first one's acapella.
Yeah, it was a weird event, man.
The second
it was
one
a weird
is
event.
Beatboxing. Third one was drums, I think. And then there was finally a beat. And it was just like different stages of it.
It was like you're supposed to change your style. It was fucking weird. Yeah, it was strange. I don't know. It happened fast, It was an odd
you feel like you got robbed.
I mean, everybody felt like I got robbed. I fucked up the ratings for that whole show. At the release party, they were trying to offer me my own Showtime series to go around the country freestyling and battling people.
Right.
But when I said, I was like, all right, how much? Then it gets weird. They're like, oh, well, like acting like the opportunity is cool. And I'm like, no, I want fucking money. I got fucking mouths to feed.
Before we get to that part, though, right, do you feel like the actual show, the next episode, did a good job at representing your story or battle rap as a culture?
I mean, it was all right. It was better than I thought it would be, honestly. I thought it was pretty entertaining. It was interesting. People watched it. I thought it was pretty cool. I thought, there's a couple of people that were on there. They're still around doing things that did pretty well in battle rap, especially Quest McCody and Nestle was on there. From Atlanta. I forget who were the other guys.
Spitfire was the one that won, right?
Yeah, and I don't know what happened to that kid.
Right. I can't find him.
Yeah, I thought he kind of they planned on him winning. Because I'll give you an example, right? Like when I battled Chocolate Thai, right? Like it was kind of crowd judged and it was very close. Like there was no definitive winner. And the fucking producers from behind the soundboard under the tent held up a sign that was pre-made of who they wanted to win. They wanted her to win, like they wanted her to go on. They needed her. They had no intention of me kind of murking her. And what I did.
Do you feel like the excessive use of calling her a bitch, hoe, saying she's sucking dick, etc., hurts you?
No, absolutely not. That's hilarious. I love it.
No, I know you do, but I'm saying, though, do you think that because you in the actual video, you end up saying like crowds are easier on women and stuff like that, and like
Of course they are.
Right.
Of course they are. There's a lower bar. Without a doubt. I don't think that matters. I think people like to make it.
Because I felt like all the other rounds, people cheered for you. But after that last round, because you went pretty hard on that last round.
I remember some of it. I haven't seen it in a long time. I remember I said something. I murdered her, though, because I was like something about Rocket Globetrotters. Let's get this trick shot. I did say some cool shit, but I was off at that. I didn't feel like I really did that well. Like, if you ask me, I did okay. Like, I was pretty good, but like,
I thought the last round was your best
Wesley
round, though.
Snipes with a sex change. Yeah, it had to be.
Yeah.
I kind of made sure it was. I was fed up at that point. Like, because you notice how I walked away in that last round? Mm-hmm. That's because there was a spotlight on us. We were not allowed to leave. And I was like, at that point, I was like, fuck this. Because they were being hostile towards me. Like even the hosts, even like Grandmaster Kaz and stuff, who I kind of ripped into. I don't know if that was ever even on the show or not. I kind of talked mad shit to him there.
Why?
Which I ended up later on because he was trying to lecture me after the battle. You can't talk to a woman like that. Poison Pen got into it with him. He started barking on him. It was funny, but like, dude, I had the whole crowd go, ooh, you know, because Kaz was talking. And I was like, yo, right in front of everybody, like everybody there. I was like, yo, listen. You never battled in your fucking life. I was like, I don't care what you did in hip hop or for hip hop. I got too much respect for myself than to listen to some washed up grandfather tell me how to fucking battle now. And the whole crowd was like, oh, shit, because you didn't say that to Grandmaster Kaz. Nobody's supposed to say that. You know, everybody has this idea that you're just supposed to respect the fat pioneers. Get the fuck out of here, man. Stop it. You're not going to lecture me, bro. I'm a man first. You know what I mean? Don't sit here and lecture me. Number one, I'm better at rapping than you are. Maybe I wasn't in 1980 and you did things that set a foundation, but I'm better at rapping than you are. You can't tell me how to battle. You can't. You don't have the experience I do. So don't tell me what I can and can't say. Well, just off of principle, don't tell me what I can or can't say. I say whatever the fuck I want. This is my time. But he was trying to punk me and I wasn't having it. Later on, I ran into him at SOBs and I did apologize because I was like, that was disrespectful. You know, I don't want that to be like the example of who I am. You know, I was like, you see, he's a very nice guy too. He's a very nice dude outside of the interaction we had at that one time. Like when we were talking there, he's a very fucking cool guy. He was like, oh, nah, man, I understand. You get fired up. I was like, nah, it's kind of fucked up, you know, because we are on camera. I got to be a little more, you know, I was a little inexperienced back then. I should be a little more, aware of my surroundings and what we're doing, you know.
But to be fair, though, I mean, we're talking a battle. So typically in a battle, anything is going, right? Like you can... Oh, yeah. So I mean, for him, the school that he's coming from too. I mean, come on. KRS said to Roxanne Shante, you know, you're only good for steady humping, and so you know what I'm saying, or steady pumping. So it's like, come on, like you know,
like this is something new,
right?
We're a bitch right now, mind you. Like people don't like to acknowledge it, but part of it's because I'm white. Part of it is because I'm white and she's a black woman. So, you know, black men are going to tend to defend her and be like, you can't call our queens that. That's how it is. That's just reality. And I'm aware of it. Mm-hmm. It doesn't mean I'm not going to say what I say. I don't give a fuck. You got the wrong white boy if you think I'm going to fucking tiptoe around. That's not me. I'm not going to do that. But
so do you regret doing the show?
No. It got me national exposure, man.
Yeah.
I was on a different tier after that. So the talk on the internet was like, I'm not watching the show after this because this guy got jerked. I wanted to see this guy's the best one in it. I want to see what he does. And they were mad, you know. People were mad. I mean, me and Tone Deaf weren't even that cool at this point. Like I still kind of had battle beef with Pac and them. Sort of, kind of, not really, but a little bit of tension. And the first phone call I got at my house was from Tone Deaf, who called Lou Cypher. Can I get fucking Diabolic's number? I got to talk to him about this. When the show aired, he's like, dude, you got fucking robbed. That was fucking bullshit. What the fuck? Da-da-da. And we weren't even that cool. And I was like, that's how we kind of pieced everything out. Honestly, we got cool after that.
Yeah.
Because it was like camaraderie. Like we come from the same school and this is how they're going to treat us. We're like the New York battle motherfuckers. We're like the top tier guys. And they're going to treat you like that. You fucking kidding me? You know?
It's kind of crazy though, because like, I felt like it was, the crowd was cheering for you each round until after that last round for some reason.
I bodied her too.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It was your best round. And then I was expecting a different response, but then it's like you heard booing and I was like, what the fuck is going on right now?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, like when I murked her in that last round where I'm like, fucking, what did I say? Something keep it clear. And I walked like 10 feet away. I could smell your stank ass pussy from over here.
Right, exactly.
And the whole crowd on our side lost it. People were like, oh shit, it's over. But you know, you were allowed to bring supposedly like 15 people. Dude, she had like 200 people. She had all of EOW there because she was she was down with EOW.
You guys knew each other,
and I wasn't really. No, I didn't know her before that. I didn't know her. I had never met her before that. We ended up becoming cool after that.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's actually very nice. Shout out to her. I hope she's doing well. But like I had run into her at Sirius satellite radio like a couple of years later. We were both up there for something. And fucking, we were shooting the shit. She's actually very nice.
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to her, man. After they announced that she was the winner, were you like really pissed off? Because I felt like when you grabbed the mic at the end and you were like, they made you look salty, but based off of what you were saying, but I felt like you were trying to hold back. You were trying to hold back too.
I don't even remember that part. Yeah, I don't remember that part. That's an odd event. Like, why am I talking after that? It was very awkward. I don't even remember that part.
They had her rhyme again for 1 minute, and then they had you talk on the mic after, and it was kind of like a strange thing. I was like, what the fuck?
And I don't even know if that was the order that it went in. You know, I don't even remember it really.
Right.
But I do. I was definitely like annoyed. I wanted to win, but fucking. But when we were leaving, because that was down in like in Brooklyn at the park by the water is where it was. And as we're leaving, Green Lantern was there. And this is in the, peak Eminem 50 Cent days. And Green Lantern's a big fucking deal at this point. And he's in like an Escalade leaving. And I'm walking up where they're pulling away. And he's like, stop the car. And he's like, yo, Diabolic, come here, man. He's like, yo, you fucking won. What's your number? And fucking... he gave me his number, or he gave it to Travis. I think Travis had the phone on him. I didn't even have a phone on me. But he exchanged numbers with him. I don't think I ever made anything happen out of that because I'm a fuck up. But he's like, yo, you won that. That was fucking absurd. Let me get your number. Let's do something. Let's build. I was like, oh, cool. Then I felt good. I was like, oh, shit. All right, I won. Cool. Green Lantern said I won. That's all that matters.
Yeah, man. And speaking about the other show they wanted you to do, where they wanted you to go to all these hoods and battle random people, they would have had you out here like today on Triple R on Rhythm, Rhyming, and Rhymes. We're in South Dakota. I'm set to battle Tomahawk or some shit. Like that would have been fucking insane, bro. That would have been crazy.
Yeah, it was weird because we went out there at the release party in LA and me, Poison Pen, and fucking Lou Cypher went out. And that was the first time we had been to LA, I think, at that point. And fucking me and Pen had never been to LA before either. And I'll never forget, they sent me after the show, just because we didn't get paid for that show. They sent me, I guess it was just like, here, compliments. They sent you a $500 check, which was like, oh, wow, $500. That's awesome. You get $500 for doing it. Some of you would have done anyway. But so I took the $500 and bought us plane tickets out there, or, some of the plane tickets. And we go out there for this release party and shit. It's a funny fucking story. And I get there and there's like some like pseudo famous people at the time, like Bone Crusher. Remember Bone Crusher, right, the rapper? Like he was there, and that's when he had like the hit single that he did. I forget what it was.
Never Scared.
Yeah. That song was out. So he was like kind of a big deal at the time. Very nice guy. Mad like high ups in Interscope were there. Heads of marketing, like A&Rs. Like I got fucking shit faced that night with Kid from Kid and Play. Cool ass motherfucker. Like I go up to the bar and fucking I get a tap on the shoulder next to me, and it's fucking Kid from Kid and Play, who works for Showtime. I don't know if he still does, but for a while he was a producer for Showtime. And he gets fucking wasted. I wasn't aware of that. You see, my experience of Kid is House Party, where Kid's a fucking nerd who doesn't do shit. So that's how I always perceive him. And he's bombed, and we get fucking shit faced at the bar together. And he's got his arm around me. He's like, yo, man, whatever you do, don't listen to these fucking people in there. I'm like, what? And I'm taking it like for his word. He was a commercial artist who kind of did cheesy shit early on. It was popular. I liked it when I was young, but in retrospect, it's a little cheesy,
It was acceptable for that time period, though.
For that time period, but it was still a little bit on the commercial side.
Right.
Either way, it wasn't, you're talking about, it wasn't Boogie Down Productions. It wasn't Eric B. and Rakim,
But it was DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince kind of era, right?
Yeah, which was all fine with me. I liked it. Now, I was a kid. I thought it was dope. But, so he's got his arm around me and he's like, whatever you do, don't listen to these fucking people in here. They're fucking vultures. Don't change what you do. You're mad fucking nice. Just be mad nice and keep being mad nice. He's like, I've seen all the cut footage of you murdering shit in the studio. He's like, you're mad nice. He's like, they tried to paint you as mediocre. Yeah, he's like, you're in there with Smooth the Hustler. You're murdering shit. He's like, they tried to paint you as a little mediocre, not to fuck the show up. But he's like, just keep doing what you're doing.
Damn, he saw all that?
All of it. He saw all the footage. He's a producer for Showtime.
That's crazy.
It's like, he was trying to get them to edit it better. So I looked better, like to put more of the dope shit on there. Because he's like, this hip hop shit, put it on there. It's fire. He's freestyle. He's murdering shit. Like you saw the one where I'm at Block McCloud's crib. I kind of bodied that verse,
right.
It was all kinds of fucking, there was mad shit like that. There was me in studios. I was rapping all week long, just spitting every rhyme I had. They didn't want to show a lot of it though. Because it imbalances the show. They're trying to paint the little TV program for people, not like who people really are,
So how come they didn't even pay for the tickets for you to go out there for the release?
Because they're fucking cheap. I don't know. They're like, good luck, bro. Best of luck, man. Best of fucking luck. I don't know.
Yeah, the fact that you have to spend the $500 you got from that.
They sent it with the invite to the fucking release. I guess maybe they look at it like, if you want to come here, you can, if not, keep the money, kind of like, here, you could pay to get yourself out here, or you could just keep the $500 type of thing, maybe. I don't know the logic, but we went out. I was like, fuck that. I'm going out for that. That's going to be fun. I've never been to LA. We'll go out and be cool for a night, And I didn't know what I was walking into, but I was like a fucking superstar in there. They were treating me like a motherfucking icon in that place. It was awesome. I'm pretty sure they were trying to honeypot us with chicks, because all of a sudden these fucking fly black girls are surrounded us and shit. I felt like they were in the CIA, man. I was like, the fuck is this? They're going, I ain't that fucking famous. I don't even know who I am. I'm up on my face on this big screen. They got clips of the show playing. It was fun, man. We got fucked up, open bar. Now, Lou Cypher is a fucking legend for this. He is a legendary fuck up, my man, Lou Cypher. At an open bar, right? He managed to spend $250 on a credit card, lose his credit card, and have to be removed from the venue, to which we left him on the fucking sidewalk, sleeping, passed out, drunk as fuck, blacked out, passed out drunk. We weren't going to leave the party, so I was like, fuck it, let's leave him on the fucking sidewalk next to the car. He'll be fine. That's our logic back then. Leave your friend on the sidewalk, passed out in his own puke. He was alive, he's like, oh man, just go. We made sure he didn't choke on his own fucking puke. He had already puked it out, but this wasn't, mind you, this was not my first run-in with Lou Cypher getting alcohol poisoning, believe me. Wow. He's had like 5 or 6 of those over the years, man. But this was one of a few. But it was fucking funny. Loses his card. We had to go back to the venue the next day to get his fucking credit card, which I don't even know the physics of you spending $200 plus at a fucking open bar. Not sure how that works, but he figured it out. I'm not sure how, but that's he did. Yeah. But that was a good night.
Was this the same trip where you and Poison Pen hung out on Sunset and ran into Samantha Mumba?
Yeah. At I forget the name of the place. Me and Pen were just talking about it the other day. It's a pretty well-known spot.
Something Saddle, right?
Something, yeah. They got like a fucking mechanical bull in the middle of the restaurant. And me, him, Travis, Cypher, we all go out to eat because Travis came out for that. He had his uncle actually lived out there. Rest in peace, his uncle. He was dying at that point of cancer, but he was still alive at that point. And but we went out to eat there, and a couple tables across the room is fucking Samantha Mumba's cute ass. And
she was buzzing at the time too.
Yeah, it was like the Time Machine was out. Like she was pretty famous, and she's fucking cute as a button. So people are like, we're looking, and I'm like, that's fucking Samantha Mumba, dude. Pen's like, that's definitely Samantha Mumba, and Penn there's a special place in his heart for Samantha Mumba, apparently, because he was like, hey, I don't know. So I gassed him to go over, and I was like, fuck it, shoot your shot, man. I was like, go for it. Just do it. Fuck it. You're never going to get this shot again. Who gives a fuck? Go over to her. And he did. And Penn's charming. Very nice guy. Very welcoming. And he was sitting there shooting the shit with her for 15 minutes, and she's smiling, laughing and shit. Nothing ever came of it. He didn't get to fuck her or anything, but
right.
For the time, I wish I had the modern day cell phone, so I could have been fucking record. Look at Penn doing this thing. I would have been given play by play. Penn's over there going for it. God bless him. It was funny,
do some
man.
Good promotion with that too, turn it into a rhyme and put the footage with it.
Yeah,
in today's era, you could definitely do that.
AI it now. We could probably get the whole room with Samantha Mumba and Penn chilling,
right.
Her licking his face and shit. It was fucking awesome, though. That was a great trip, though. That was a great trip. I fucked up because Penn had I don't think I had a cell phone at this point. I don't even know. But Penn had gotten this chick's number. He was vibing with this chick from the party. And I had to put in a number from this other chick that was at the party into Penn's two-way. Remember two-ways? I remember I didn't know how to use a two-way. That was a fucking foreign thing to me. But I put the number in, and somehow putting the number in, I deleted the number Penn got and fucked his shit up. So we lost the chick that was all over him at the party that was honeypotting him. It was fucking great. It was fun, man. It was a good trip.
So 2004 is when you battled Iron Solomon at Brainstorm, right?
It might have been 05, 04, something like that. Maybe. I don't remember. You'd know better than me, probably.
Talk to us about that battle.
Fucking that battle. It was probably 04. That was cool. It's a fucking pain in the ass because it was in Seattle, so I flew into Seattle. There was also a big festival concert around it too, so Penn was already out there. And I think he was judging maybe, or involved hosting. I forget how he was involved, but he was involved somehow. So he was going to be out there, so I crashed in his hotel room. And I just said, fuck it, I'll go out and do the battle. And it was weird, though, because number one, it's during the day, which is fucking whack. But it was split into 2 days. The first 2 rounds were one day, and then the rest of it was the next day. So I come out swinging for the fences the first day. I'm fucking killing shit. I'm on fire, destroying everything. I was unstoppable the first day, just going fucking ballistic. Then we go out that night to this festival day. We get completely obliterated drunk, me and Penn. So the second day, I'm waking up at noon to battle at 2 in the afternoon. I'm hungover. I feel like in that battle, my face is red, kind of, because I'm fucking hungover and dying.
Groggy.
And fucking, horrible. Just off, your brain's moving slow. And the battle was all right. I thought the battle with me and Solomon was garbage. It wasn't like what it could have been. It was kind of a fucking awkward time of day and shit. But, I battled before him. I don't even remember at this point, but me and Solomon battled. I think it was the semifinal of it. And they wanted us to go an extra round. And I just thought I was trash. I didn't think I deserved an extra round. So I turned it down, and I just went on the mic and was like, I don't feel like I deserve an extra round. I was trash. He wins. I don't even want to battle anymore after that. That was the last time I battled. I was like, I'm done with this shit. I don't think I care about it anymore.
Wow.
That was pretty much the last time I battled. I was just so nauseous and hungover. I was like, this fucking sucks. I'm not doing this anymore. Yeah, no, they wanted an tie-break round. And I was like, nah, I'm good. I think he won.
Were you cool with Solomon at that time?
Yeah, because of, friends in common. I didn't really know him too well, Mm-hmm. I knew who he was. I'd met him in passing at EOW a couple times. But, we were cool-ish,
Did you ever do Fight Club?
I did one of them. That was a weird event. I gotta say, that was weird. I think he got faulted or so. I don't know what happened to that, but that was whack. It was huge actually, but it was whack. It was a whack event. I was tripping on mushrooms when I did it. Fucking, I don't know what I was thinking with that. Actually, that was probably the last time I battled. I was done battling. I think that was the last time where I was like, ugh, I have no interest in doing this no more.
Wow.
I don't know. I fell out of love with battling because, all right, in my head, battling was something you did to get your shit off the ground and move on and do records because it translated back then. Like, I know it's not like that now with the written format. You know, it doesn't translate into people selling records, but back then it did. Like, you could take a battle rap name, put records out, and it would translate to people checking your music. So that's what I thought I would do. And I was already getting some shit together, you know, mixtape stuff, trying to put some records out. We had put out the Club Hater, Smooth Hustler, white label shit we did. So I was like already just dialed out of battling. You know, I was dialed out of it. I was like, all right, I've done what I could do here, you know?
So do you agree with what Mickey Fax said recently, not too long ago?
What did he say?
What he said?
No.
Eminem was not, I repeat, not a battle rapper. He was an underground artist who participated in rap competitions. Battle rappers take weeks and months to prepare for their opponent. Battle rappers were birthed at Mook versus Lux. MCs before that freestyled or wanted music careers.
That's true to some extent. Not 100%, because there was dudes that were just basically into battle rap, though, back then. That only cared about being battle rappers. You know, some of them still battle. Like Thesaurus, he started existing in the early 2000s, freestyle battles out west. You know, Ilmac and shit. Ilmac tried to move on to other shit, but Thesaurus, he never really, doesn't seem like I'm sure he's done some tunes, but he never really tried to do too much with music, you know?
Right.
As an example. So it wasn't just that, but yeah, I get what he's saying. It kind of, you know, the move.
I don't agree with the part about Mook and Lux is when it started. I don't really think that.
I think that might have elevated it and commercialized it a little bit.
Definitely elevated it.
Yeah, made it a little more commercially viable where everybody wanted to do it and make that their thing. But, you know, you had the grind mode stuff or grind time. Grind mode's the ciphers I do. And grind time. Yeah, you had grind time and some of that stuff popping up that made it like a thing. You know.
Well, Mook versus Lux, I think he's talking about that was before Grind Time. That was on Smack DVD.
Yeah, that was Smack. But I feel like that shit was still going on though. Like other people were doing stuff. I forget how it was. I forget the timelines at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to keep up with the.
Yeah, I was dialed. Actually, I might not. That's not the last time I battled because I did Super Bowl. I won Super Bowl.
Right. That was my next question for you. So.
That might have been the last time I battled, maybe.
Yeah. In 2005, you battled in the Super Bowl battles and beat Rhymefest and won $5,000, right?
Yeah, that was cool. I like that.
How did that come about?
Geez. Clear Channel, who owns Hot 97 and shit. You know, the syndicated radio shit, I guess took over the event. So it wasn't like, because I had done Super Bowl in like 03 and I got fucking robbed in that one. That was ridiculous. But they were very hateful towards New York artists up in Boston. They were very biased. Nobody from New York outside of me ever won Super Bowl. But they moved it. They made it like a little more commercial and fucking moved it to this big fucking kind of pretty venue. It was kind of whack. It used to be at the fucking Middle East, which was dope. And put it into this like nicer upscale venue, which was horrible. Had these, you know, kind of like celebrity judges sort of thing, record label judges. I knew a couple of them, but they didn't know what they were talking about. How are they going to judge a battle? And, but the way they got people to care is because they were putting up $5,000 as the prize, which was, I think Super Bowl was pretty good though. I think he won like a G at the underground Super Bowl. So it was always like something people would want to do is go do Super Bowl. Because, you know, $1,000, nice to win, battling. And they put up 5Gs, so I was like, I'm going to that's my shit. I'm taking that money home. Fuck that.
How many rounds did you go?
And it was cool. It was a lackluster battle. It was, I don't know, what versus Rhymefest?
No, before you got to Rhymefest.
I want to say 3. I want to say it was like first, second, semifinals, finals. I want to say, I think.
At this time, he was already writing for Kanye, right?
Yeah, I said that to him.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, you wrote Jesus Walks. Why the fuck are you still battling? You know? he rebutted it though. It was a good battle. It was pretty good.
Did you know about him before? Before then, though, like really well. You knew. About
him? I knew who he was. I knew he was good. You know, I definitely knew who he was. I had seen some, videos, early battle footage of him battling and shit. He was nasty off the head. You know, very nice. He was good. He was definitely good. And then I had known like stuff about him. He like battled Eminem, and people had heard at that point. Message boards were popping back then. People talked. You knew who the who's who was at this point.
Do you think was he really mad when he lost?
Probably. I would have been. I would have been pissed. Fuck. I want that money.
But you guys didn't have any conversation about it or anything?
I don't remember, but I'm sure we did, because there was like this was a really nice venue, like really nice, and then upstairs was like a whole private bar room, like VIP area, where everybody went up after that was in the event. Like KRS-One performed at like an intermission of the event, and to this day, I'll hold to my opinion that he's a dick. Fucking, because when we were chilling with him, he's back there. The way he was asking questions was really condescending. I thought he was a dick. But I'm sure I shot the shit with Rhymefest that night. We were all just drinking. They were giving us free alcohol, so I was up there getting fucked up, hanging out.
Wait, what was so bad about the way he was asking questions? Like, give an example of the question.
Because he was trying to imply that people weren't freestyling because we're better than him now.
Oh.
Because it evolved, and he can't understand like how he's like, how do you come up with stuff like that if you're freestyling? Like he was implying and alluding that we're not, like, we're writing our shit and pretending to freestyle. Whereas I'm like, how would I write that I'm talking about the judge's fur coat? How would I write that?
Right.
I was like, and I basically, by the end of it, I was like, it's just what we do, man. Maybe you need to pay more attention to what's going on now. And I walked away, and I was just like, that guy's a fucking dick. He did. He just gave me dickish vibes. I was like, he's a dick. I don't know.
All right. So in 2010, you put out your debut album, Liar and a Thief, and it was released through Viper Records. It had great features on it with Immortal Technique, Vinny Paz, Ill Bill, Cannabis, Poison Pen. Engineer did like all of the production, right?
Except for one track, Riot.
Right. Can you talk about the mindset you were in when you were creating that album?
I was just happy to have an opportunity to like do something real, that would get put out. I was hungry as fuck, I was really hungry. It took forever to do that record. Like, I Don't Want to Rhyme was fucking, I recorded that in like 2006, But I was hungry, and then I was definitely frustrated through the making of that album because it was more difficult than I ever thought it would be. But
with what in particular?
The label, man. The label. Viper was dysfunctional, dude. That's just a dysfunctional label. To this day, it's dysfunctional, but it was definitely dysfunctional back then. None of us, we pretended that we knew what the fuck we were doing, but none of us knew what we were doing, Technique included. You know what I'm saying? Like, he knew what he was doing for Immortal Technique, but he doesn't necessarily know what he's doing to put out a Diabolic record. You know what I mean? Like, nor does he care. In retrospect, like, people could say, oh, we should, you're friends. Man, listen, we're all artists. We're all trying to figure this shit out and navigate it as we go. Now, back then, I would have been a little more fucking salty. Yo, what the fuck? We got to get this done. Da, 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 da. You get into your feelings a little bit. But looking at it as an adult now and more of, having more experience in this, like, we didn't know what we were doing. We had no fucking clue how to, like, navigate personalities and egos and a lot studio time. And the guy who owns Viper, Jonathan, very nice guy. I kind of miss him, actually. But he He's a pretty wealthy guy. Yet he was cheap in all the wrong ways. You know what I'm saying? Like, he'd put money into bullshit, but not properly have you in the studio enough, or, your marketing budget was garbage. It was very frustrating. It was very frustrating to be involved in. And then Tech was the quote unquote president of Viper Records. But I don't think he ever wanted that fucking job, man. I think it was just by default. He's the president. He's the guy who blew up. He's having a lot of success. He's become one of the more successful underground hip hop artists at the time. He's getting on big festivals. He's becoming pretty famous. So he's just the president now. I don't know. I don't personally think Tech ever wanted to put all our records out. If you ask me, I think he just kind of felt like he had to.
What do you mean by that?
Dude, that's a lot of responsibility. You know what I mean? For to take on people you're friends with and be responsible for their possible success or failure, that's a lot of responsibility to take on.
Right.
And especially with rappers who can a lot of times be pretty fucking delusional about who they are and where they stand in this shit. Who the fuck wants to deal with that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, especially like going into it, everybody's like, oh yeah, we're going to kill this. Everything's going to be fucking happy, hunky-dory, But as you start having to deal with the trials and tribulations of things going on, sure, you start regretting, like, fuck, I don't even want to do this. I have no evidence to support this outside of my opinion and being around, but I don't think Tech ever wanted to deal with that horse shit. You know what I mean?
What year did you sign to Viper?
Probably 05. Technically, I was like, Tech called me up one night at like 2:00 in the morning and was like, yo, Viper needs you. I want to put Diabolic record out. And I was like, all right, cool. And then I was like, all right, then we go from there.
So
and it was like
5 years?
I mean, fucking, it was pulling teeth, bro. It was like pulling teeth. Like Southpaw, who produced a bunch of Tech's records, he was the engineer, and he had this studio like in the downstairs of this building that Jonathan, who owns Viper Records, owned the building. And it was like getting studio time was like pulling fucking teeth. And, I used to get like frustrated with Southpaw thinking it was him, but he wasn't being paid properly by Jonathan. And then, like it was just a disorganized mess of horse shit. And I'm inexperienced, so I don't really know how to take the reins of it. So, I mean, I wouldn't get into the studio for fucking 3-4 months. You know what I'm saying? It would be a mess. It would be a fucking mess. It got to the point where I recorded half the album there, and then I recorded the other half of the record in Nightwalker's mom's house in his room on his Pro Tools setup.
That's crazy. Because in 2006, you put out the Foul Play mixtape, right?
Yeah. And that was just a random collection of it, Mm-hmm. It wasn't really like something I intended to do. It was like, let me throw something out. I needed something to sell at shows.
Right.
I needed something I could sell, make $10 off of and keep it moving. So I had all these joints and I just basically made a mixtape out of them.
Is it true your experience working with cannabis was weird?
A little bit. It was kind of standoffish, but cannabis is an odd guy. We built after that like post the song. Like it was a little wacky. Like I'll tell you what, the quality, I don't know if he recorded himself at this point. I believe he did, but the quality of the verse was garbage. And it took a lot of surgery. Shout out to Southpaw, because he's very good at the technical side of Pro Tools and cleaning things up. He cleaned that fucker up. But it wasn't that weird. Maybe I might have said that at one point, thinking back, but I don't think I don't think it was that weird. He was cool, because then we talked afterward. Once he heard my verse, he was like, yo, you got it, man. You're mad nice. Just do that. He was another one, kind of like Kid from Kid and Play. Don't let them change you, bro. That's what he was on. He was like, don't let them change you. And he was very cool. He's a weird guy. He's like fucking spacey and fucking, kind of talks in parables and shit.
Yeah,
But he's
he's a
cool.
very interesting guy for sure.
Yeah, he's a strange dude, which I think is cool. Some people it's like off-putting to them, but I thought he was cool. I think he's cool. He's a fucking weird dude. Listen to his rhymes. He's a fucking space cadet. He's into crazy theories and trippy shit. So, like, he's an artsy fucking, probably chaotic, always in his head. It's pretty cool. It makes for good music. Made for good fucking raps. I'll tell you that.
Do you have any other stories like behind the scenes of making that album?
Like fucking. What's some of the stories? Ill Bill's verse. He was the easiest one to work with, honestly. His verse was easy. Like I sent him the beat with a reference verse. It ended up being something totally different because he just did what he did, and I ended up rewriting a verse that made sense with the story he told. I didn't know first. I had a verse on there. It was kind of like battle-ish, just spin rhymes. And then he did what he did, which was like telling a story about this dude. So I was like, all right, I can't just have a battle rhyme on here. Fucking, that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
So I just went off of his story and continued the story and ended it. And fucking, it came out good. I love that. That might be my favorite song on that record. Fucking, but he did that shit. I sent him the beat. He sent it back to me in like 2 days.
Wow.
And he had started recording himself because that shit was fucked up. That was the worst quality verse I ever got in my life, bro. Fucking, because I guess Bill, he didn't necessarily know what he was doing with the equipment at that point. So like we had to do some major surgery to that. Major surgery. I remember Southpaw was like, oof, this is a mess. But he was good. Southpaw was good because he would like kind of like decrease, like lo-fi my verse to match. He was good at that shit, and then beef them both up with other plugins. God knows, I have no idea. That's why Southpaw is a fucking Pro Tools nerd, so he knows what he's doing, Which is why he's on tour doing live Pro Tools for big time pop artists nowadays. Makes sense.
Sheesh, yeah. How did you meet Bill?
Oh, first time I met Bill, man. That's a story, actually. Fucking first time I met Bill, I was opening up for nonfiction. Southpaw. Ironically, there's a guy Southpaw, but there was also a venue in Brooklyn called Southpaw. It was a dope spot, pretty big. And I was opening up for nonfiction there. And this was when, I guess maybe you'd know. What year did Tech drop, like, the Point of No Return single?
Ooh,
maybe 04. When did Revolutionary Volume 2 drop? 04, I want to say?
Yeah, around there.
So it was 04 then. It was 2004 then. Uncle Howie put out the vinyl, like the single for Tech, before Viper did. Or they distributed, whatever Viper did at that point, they went through Uncle Howie. I think this was pre them having, good distribution lined up at this point.
No, it was actually 2003, it says.
Okay, so it was 03 going in. Yeah. Okay, there you go. Going into 04, I would say.
Yeah.
Okay, 03.
Yeah, no, because you're right, because it says November of 2003. Yeah.
It was that time frame. And then so Tech was there. I knew DJ Eclipse at this point from doing WNYU college radio. Eclipse had a show. I had been up there a couple times. We were cool. Yeah. And so I'm opening up for them. And then the way Southpaw is set up is there's a little backstage thing behind the stage, but the rooms you chill in are down in the basement. You go down this long stairwell around this hallway, and then there's this like pretty big room with couches and whatnot. So everybody chills down there. And we go down there. I go down there. I guess I rocked, and then we go down there. And I'm chilling, and I'm like kind of standing in the doorway. There's mad people in there. There's people in the hallway, and I smoke a cigarette. I light up a cigarette. You see, I smoke cigarettes, right? And I guess apparently I wasn't told this at the time. They didn't want smoking in the room because I guess they were having some girls sing or a girl singer, so they had singers there. They didn't want cigarette smoke to fuck with their vocals, which is fine with me. I just didn't know. Now Bill and me are mad cool these days. He's a very nice guy to me now. But Bill could be a little abrasive at times. He could be a little abrasive with people he doesn't necessarily know. And he gets a little snappy. And fucking Bill's sitting on the couch. And instead of saying, yo, there's no smoking down here, you got to put that out, which I would have just put it out, no problem. Oh, my bad. I didn't know, Bill goes, yo, put that fucking cigarette out. What the fuck? There's a what? Going off. And I'm like, what? What? So I'm like, yeah, no problem, man, but you don't got to fucking talk to me like that. And then it's like, all bets are off. The room clears out. We're in the hallway, right? And it's just me out there. Like a couple of my friends are upstairs that came with me. I was with Block McLeod. He was there with me. And he knows all them, And fucking, it clears out into the hallway. And I'm surrounded by like 12, 15 people, I want to say, maybe 10, I don't know. Enough people to get hopped, Oh, I think Sabak's kind of in my face. They had this Asian friend who thought he was a gangster back then. Fucking, they're like, yo, this and that. And I'm like, yo, then I just said to Bill, I was like, you don't got to talk to people like that. I didn't know I couldn't smoke in there, Basically said, you could have just said, put the cigarette out. Don't try to fucking punk me. And then you got the Asian kid. I forget his name. I'd seen him somewhere else after that. But I just kind of basically didn't like him after that point because he thought he was tough. But he's like, yeah, you better watch out. You got a lot of people here, like implying they're about to jump me. So I was like, I basically backed up against the wall and was like, all right, what's up? I had a beer in my hand. It went from being a beer you hold to drink to a beer I'm going to hit somebody with. And I was like, all right, bet. Then let's fucking go. If we're going to go, let's fucking go. And I'll never forget down the long ass hallways is Technique and Eclipse talking. And they're looking like, what the fuck is going on here? What just happened, And fucking, I don't know how it mellowed out, really, but I was not having it. I was not getting jumped without fucking people up. And I made that pretty abundantly clear. Then Bill walked away and I was like, oh, you're just going to walk away and turn your back on me? And then we talked about it for a second and fucking, we were cool after that somehow. I forget how, but later on became cool.
Did you apologize?
Nah, it was just like, we did another event together and it was like, I don't know if they just knew I'm not a fucking pussy. It's like, I'm going to stand up for myself. But, it was just water under the bridge. I didn't really give a fuck. But that's how I met Bill. It was fucking funny.
That's hilarious, man.
Yeah, it was funny.
Shout out to Bill, man.
Yeah. No, we got cool. Like the next thing we did, I forget where we were. We did some with UG from the Cellar Dwellers and shit. And Bill came up to me and was like, hey, how's everything been? How you doing? And he was just nice to me after that. Like, I guess maybe he realized he might have been a little harsh. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like, it was pretty funny, though.
Was Necro there?
No. I don't think Bill and Necro they're brothers that like to beat each other up, I feel like. They're either best friends or worst enemies. I don't know if they were cool at that point in time. They're like the brothers that it seemed to me, from the outside looking in, that'll like beat each other up at like Thanksgiving dinner. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I don't know if they're, they've gone up and down where they're cool and then they're not, then they're cool, then they're not, then they do an album together, then they don't, like, I don't know. He wasn't there though.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Shout out to Necro, man. That's my guy. But, one song I want to highlight off of the album, right, was Modern Day Future. The song came out in 2010. And I'm sure you recorded it a little while before that.
Oh, yeah. I recorded that like
ahead of your time.
06.
Yeah.
07, maybe.
The intro, you got a quote from George Carlin, and he says, basically, like, the government doesn't give a fuck about you and everything. You know what I mean? All it cares about is its own power, right?
Yeah.
What made you write that song at that time?
I mean, it was just kind of in the air, man. That was post 9/11.
Bush.
Me and Tech. Yeah. It was like 9/11 kind of like me and Tech, we bonded because we were both on some Illuminati, the government is full of shit. We were always connected over that. We definitely talked a lot of politics on the side and talked about crazy conspiracy stuff. Yeah, that type of stuff. So I kind of felt obligated to kind of touch on those things a little bit because, I'm coming out under the Viper umbrella. People kind of, I got a lot of Immortal Technique fans are now my fans. So they're into that shit. So it would be a no-brainer not to share my thoughts on it. And like we did a lot of 9/11 truth movement type shit with, as funny as it is, Alex Jones was involved back then. This dude, Luke Rutkowski from We Are Change, who's still active, doing stuff with like Tim Pool nowadays. They still do the political stuff. But we were doing like events at NYU and this was a big deal. People thought 9/11 was some bullshit. Like we didn't know exactly what went down, but there was a lot of theories, there was those little videos
Something wasn't right.
Well, there was little fucking framed videos from a gas station across the street from the Pentagon where it's clearly not a plane. That shit is a fucking missile. You know what I mean? Like we knew some shit was totally bogus. So like it's, I wanted to, I was still in the mindset that I could change the world. Like I was delusional, whereas now I'm old and I'm like, yeah, you ain't changing shit. Good luck. You know what I mean? I still like to speak the truth and share my thoughts, but I used to believe like, oh, we got a chance. We could do something. We could like make an impact. You still have that like kind of naive mindset. At least I think it's naive, but maybe I'm just jaded and old now. But yeah, that's kind of what went into it. I got the beat. Engineer sent me the beat and I came up with this idea. And I knew Deadly Hunter through this dude Mist that I fucked with in London. Because that's where Deadly Hunter's from. And
but he kills it.
Yeah, he fucking murdered it.
Yeah.
And I sent it with the verses and, left it open. Then I just basically was like, do whatever. Do whatever you want.
He wrote the chorus?
Yeah, that's all him. How am I going to write that shit? He's out there harmonizing shit. What am I going to do with that? The Jamaican fucking British guy.
Send like a little reference track,
Yeah, not for something like that. Like, I wrote one of the Black McCloud choruses where he harmonizes it for me because he knows what he's doing. But like, that's just little basic raps, that he's harmonizing. Dude, that's like he's singing and shit. I ain't doing that.
Well,
I said, do whatever you want. And then I re-recorded the verses to like tighten it up with his shit. And you had it. I was like, oh shit.
Because it's crazy what he's saying in the chorus, right? Where he said, witness the modern day slavery, forget the chain. I ripped them full of shit. They want to tag you with the microchip. And it's just like, when you think about that, how has that song aged to today, with everything?
I mean, see, this is the crazy part. Like, we were on that shit back then.
Right, but that's like what I'm saying, though. It's like,
and RFID and all that shit. This is all stuff we were aware of and would speak about, but this is why I'm kind of jaded and thinking it's naive to change things, because it's like, yo, dude, we were talking about this shit and sharing it and discussing it at shows and putting it in songs 20 fucking years ago. And now people are doing, reels on Instagram acting like it's some new, oh, get this. Dude, this is old fucking news, man. We've tried warning you people. That's the way I look at it. Like, we tried to warn you. And while some people got it, it's hard to have political power, so it's difficult. But the song came out fucking great. I love it.
You were talking about it obviously nearly 20 years ago, because you said you recorded like 2006 or whatever, right?
Oh, yeah.
So like, how was it received when it came out? Like, do you feel like people were like, oh, another conspiracy theorist rapper kind of situation, or what?
I don't know. I don't know what. I mean, my fans seem to like it. Like the people that fuck with me, they seem to love it. It does well to this day.
Because it's probably more relevant than ever.
Yeah. It does well. I don't know. I'm sure some people said that, I would think. But then again, it got me labeled as a political rapper, which is crazy. Like I used to see articles, and even now, like articles don't exist as much, but like when they did a few years ago, it would say political rapper, Diabolic, known for this. And it's like political rapper. I did like 4 or 5 political joints ever. You know what I'm saying? Everything else was just me going off or talking wild shit.
You on an interview.
Oh yeah,
political
RT.
rapper.
Yeah, well, that was RT. That was Russia TV. They were like, They were always looking for content. That was my boy Semp, who did the PR for us back then, hooked up, which was actually pretty cool in retrospect. Like, that was on Able TV and shit, which was a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And it was interesting. I didn't know what I was walking into. That was at like 9:30 in the morning on a rainy day.
When doing research for this interview, I saw a Reddit post that debated whether or not you and Apathy were Trump supporters. And they were like really critical of you guys, saying like, oh, we used to be fans of these guys' music, basically, and yada, yada, and stuff like that. Like, how do you feel about when you see things like that now?
What, like, people like, I think they're fucking cornballs. Like, why do you care? Like, what does it matter? I think Trump was all right. I think some of the things he does is fucking ridiculous, but I think he's good for the pockets most of the time. I don't know. It's time to grow up. Stop thinking people have to believe the same politics or religion as other people, if that makes sense. Like, the world got very polarized since 2016. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's become fucking ridiculous. Like, the thing about it is, my politics never changed. Like, people assumed I was some leftist. You know, I was a freedom guy. I'm about liberty. You know, like, I'm about the government getting out of my fucking wallet, leaving me alone, not surveilling me. I'm not into government programs, never have been. You guys can, you know, people can assume that because I was friends with Technique. He's more of a lefty, you know, he always has been. He's bordering on a communist. But, like, what does that got to do with me? I was just there because I fuck with my friend. I want to see him do well. And when people need help, I don't care if they're leftist, right wing. I don't really give a fuck, personally. I just knew people needed help. Like, yeah.
So you don't have any issues of being friends with people that have different political views than you, or working with people that have different political views?
Not at all, unless they're fucking dickheads like a lot of people can be these days, where they're like, you believe this, why would you do it? You know, like, you know what I'm talking about. Fucking Karens of the world and the real, you know, judgy types. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. If you're cool, you know, we can talk about it. I can have an adult conversation about politics with you.
Right.
We might not agree. I might make you look fucking stupid. I doubt a leftist is going to make me look stupid, because the truth really isn't on their side, because that shit don't work. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't work. It's been tried. I understand it sounds good. All these things sound good. That's why they don't like Trump, because he tells you what needs to be done sometimes. Unfortunately, some of it's necessary. Some of it, I think, is going overboard, but, like, some of it is necessary. And people don't like to hear that. And they don't like to admit they're wrong, especially politically. They will die lying to themselves before they admit, like, oh, I'm going to have that wrong. You know, because I mean, I used to be a leftist. Everybody did when you're like 20. But if you're still, dude, if you're still like hard body, far left politics and you're 40 years old, I feel like you might be either rich or fucking retarded. It's one of two things. You're either wealthy or retarded.
Because you were in music and you made songs that might have like echoed some of those views and stuff like that, that people, because they're like, I see some of the comments, they're like, this is the guy that used to believe this, and then now he's over there.
Used to believe what, though? Like, what did I believe? That George Bush was an asshole? I was right.
No, that the government was out to get you and yada, yada. And
they're
like,
a lot of times.
Yeah, they're like, now he's over there on Trump's side. Or
well, I mean,
you know, like,
okay, here's my defense to that, to them. They choose not to see reality. Trump didn't do his agenda, right? And this is just me looking at it objectively. He didn't institute his agenda by doing more government. He instituted his agenda by rolling government backwards from your life. So how did my politics change? He doesn't do more government. He did less taxes. People are like, oh, well, he's giving less taxes to corporations. So what? Less government. I don't care. I don't care. I don't do this evil corporation shit. Corporations are made of people. Some are more evil morally than others, yet they're built by people and people make money off them and work for them. That is your fucking paycheck. People got less taxes over the past, you know, however many years he's been involved. They paid less taxes. He's done less government. He's done less fucking restrictions on business. He's done less restrictions on EPA. And, you know, they look at it like, oh, he's a tyrant. How are you a tyrant by rolling back government regulation? Isn't that the idea of being free? Less government in your life? I just don't understand how my politics have changed. My politics haven't changed at all. I want less government. If I had it my way, there would be like a 95% cut in government. Employees, the size of it, it would be 95% smaller. But I can't have it my way. So you take the little things. Now, do I think that guy's going to fix the world? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But it's, you know, I'm also not for socialism in the United States at all. We're already a socialist country in a lot of ways. I'm not for it. It does not fucking work, no matter how people want to spin it. You know, with the things they say, pay your fair share. What is that? Who determines that? Because not for nothing, you live in New York State and you fucking make, I don't know, a couple $100,000. You're paying like damn near 50% in taxes if you're not, you know, slick with how you do your taxes. You're paying with federal and state income tax, and in California, in these states, like, you're losing like half your fucking money. Now you tell, all right, how's that fair? How is it fair that you work every day and half of it goes to the government to fucking waste on whatever they deem a good idea? Because I don't think these people have any fucking clue what works. I think they're corrupt. I think they're padding their pockets, and the more of them there are, and I, you know, don't want to deal with it.
How much of the criticism do you think comes from you being in a black art form of hip hop as a white rapper and you vocalizing some good things that you see that you believe Trump is doing,
right,
and people view him as a racist or something like that? Like, how much do you think of the criticism comes from that?
It's fucking ridiculous. That's just nonsense. That's like made up. Trump's a racist. Okay, how? What's he doing? That's just something they say. Because Democrats, that's what they do. You see, people aren't old enough to remember or do their homework to find out. But they've done this with every Republican candidate for government ever. Ronald Reagan was called a Nazi. Every single one of them is. It's just what they do. At least since the 80s, this is what they do. Oh, you see, they're going to put you back in chains and all this shit. Really? That's hilarious because, if I'm not mistaken, Rob, what's his name? Byrd, the senator who was Hillary Clinton's mentor, was part of the KKK, and Obama spoke at his fucking funeral. Like, you're going to talk about who's racist? These are members of the fucking KKK. The KKK was a Democrat organization. You know, like, do your homework a little bit. That's just made up nonsense. It's just nonsense. Hip hop shares a hive mind. So, like, when I make decisions, right, especially geared towards hip hop, number one, I don't give a fuck how it's going to look to people. Number two, when everybody's saying a thing, especially about politics, I tend to go the other way because they're going to be fucking wrong and stupid. Just generally in hip hop. They're the biggest trend whores in entertainment. Hip hop in particular. It might sound disrespectful to the quote unquote culture, which isn't even a fucking thing. It died years ago if it even existed in the first place. But fucking, it's just a made up talking point. It is. It's all just a made up talking point. And that everyone tends to follow. They're trend whore fucking idiots. That's really what it comes down to. Even the thing saying, oh, this is a black art form and this and that. Like, not anymore. You know, it might have started out like that. But like everything else that gets to the masses, it becomes everybody's art form. That's how art works. You know what I'm saying? That's how anything you invent works. Like, hip hop's always this, like, kind of protected, you know, you have to fucking honor this thing. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. Get out of here. It's like, that's like saying black people have to honor classical music because of Mozart. Like, that's just fucking ridiculous. It's kind of an annoying thing that people tolerate and deal with, and nobody says this is fucking nonsense. You know, like, I don't know. It just seems stupid. We live in this racialized world, though, which people perpetuate for money and clicks. So it's going to be there regardless. That's my opinion. That's my personal opinion on it, but whatever.
Okay, so I saw you say something about Malcolm X said to be careful of the liberal white people, the people that are
yeah. The white liberal.
Right. So the one that gets more angry than the minority, basically.
No, they pretend to be the white saviors. They're here to help. They're here to save you. Like, I don't know. I've always looked at it like black people don't need me to save them. They're fine. You know what I mean? I'm a liberty guy. Leave them alone. How about this? Stop bothering them. Stop treating them and infantilizing black people in the black community like as if, I don't know, they need a bunch of fucking... I mean, let's talk about what racism is. And the white liberal and Democrats in particular. They sit there and they talk about black people like they just need a handout. They need their help. Oh, they're not doing good. Like, do you people, what do you think, they're too stupid to pay their fucking phone bill? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Why would I think that me as a white man need to save the blacks? That would be racist to think that. Like, that would be straight up racist. Me saying, I'm not doing shit for you because you don't need my help. I mean, unless I know you, I'll help you, but I'm not going to determine and base that on whether you're black, white, Puerto Rican, Asian. I don't give a fuck. You know, like, why would anybody treat people like that? I feel like that perpetuates stereotypes and bullshit that has existed far too long already.
Are you a person that believes in systemic racism and how, like, there were programs that were put into place to basically hold black people back or hold back minorities in general?
No, not anymore. It existed once. Not anymore. Doesn't exist anymore. That's just... So you genuinely don't think that the liberals that you're referring to, they're doing it from a good place of like... No, I don't. I mean, I think the common person is doing it from a good place, but the politicians, no. This is controlling of voting blocks, man, and it's working. Systemically, like, point to a law, show me what you're talking about. Then people are like, yeah, but it was historically and redlining and da-da-da-da-da. There's questions about all that shit, but that shit don't exist no more, man. It hasn't existed in my lifetime. It hasn't. It's just not there. You know, like, there's opportunity. We live in America, man. Like, let's be serious. Okay, well, historically, you have this and that. White people had this. Yo, I didn't have generational wealth. Nobody I know has generational wealth. You know, we weren't left a slave house that was worth $2 million and a whole bunch of gold in a cabinet for all the slaves we sold. You know, like, my family didn't own that shit. You know, the furthest back they could trace my family is to some broke Irish potato farmers in the fucking late 1600s in Western Pennsylvania. You know, like, they didn't have that shit. So, you know, systemically, that shit died. That shit died in the 60s, really, into the 70s. I'm sure there's some bleed off of it, of course. And there's going to be growing pains, which they are perpetuating to this day, which people could have moved on from, but they just want to keep going with it because it's a very lucrative grift. In my mind, that's what I see.
How thin of a line do you think it is of what you're saying about just leave the black people alone versus wanting to be an ally?
I mean, come on, bro. These are all fucking silly words. These are buzzwords. I'm an ally. Are you an ally to the black people? Are you an ally to the LGBTQ? No, I don't know what that means. None of these are real communities, man. Like, not every black person is every other black person. Not every white person is every other white person.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? Not every Puerto Rican person is every other Puerto Rican person. You know what I'm saying? I don't get, you know, any benefits. Okay, I don't know, Thomas Edison with the light bulb. Oh, cool, man. Should I take credit for that because I'm white? A white guy did the fucking light bulb. You know, like, it just seems absurd to me. The whole idea of it. I'm an ally to this community. I'm not against anybody. Like, I don't know what the fuck everybody else is doing. But you know, these are all buzzwords. That's Marxist, communist nonsense. That's what that is. It comes from the schools. It's created in the intersectionality and all these fucking things. It's activist talk. And I have a lot of experience in that world, which is why I got away from that world, because I could see how delusional and fucking deranged it is. Like, you know, you got a lot of it comes from intersectional feminism, and it's fucking silly. It's stupid. It's not productive. It's not progressive, as they like to call themselves. It's fucking regressive. And all it does is make people say, oh, this happened in 1951. What about this time? We need to worry about this. Why does a fucking 17-year-old black kid in 2025, right, need to sit there and be reminded that at one point, people that looked like him were treated like shit? Why does he need to be reminded of this every fucking day in 2025 in America? Why? Does he not have opportunities to go work at Target? Does he not have an opportunity to go to high school and go to college and shit? I know it's hard. Sometimes that shit's expensive. It's hard for everybody. But does he not have these opportunities? Sure, he does. So why are you telling him about what his ancestors may or may not have gone through 200 fucking years ago and being like, all right, you better fucking get on that and remind others and you know, the intersectionality and the whatever fucking buzzword for the day. Why would any of that matter now? Why? It's all it is bad for the psyche of a kid coming up. Now imagine you got, all right, you're a fucking young 15-year-old kid who gets on that shit, right? You get onto the like woke, you know, everybody's shitting on black people, woke narratives that they like to perpetuate these days, right? How does that benefit somebody? How does that benefit the psyche? That must be fucking terrible. To have everybody around you trying to say you either need to be coddled and helped or be pissed off about what didn't happen to you. That can't be good for the psyche, that there's a white boogeyman out there holding you down from the beyond, from the ether. They're holding you down. I'm more of the football coach mentality where I'm like, yo, all right, there's something in your way. Run the fuck through it. Don't take no for an answer and go get yours. And if you take that on and you work hard, you'll probably succeed. Most people do.
So do you think that that's the real issue then, that has been designed to hold back black people, is that reminder, that constant, you know, narrative of...
I think that's a part of it. And I think it comes from the Democratic Party heavily. I know they like to say, oh, the Republicans are racist and this and that. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. All the major cities, population centers where most black people are and most minorities are run with supermajorities of Democrats, and it is a narrative they perpetuate to keep people voting for them and to keep them in power, and it does nothing but benefit the people with the power, and that's what it's there for. It's not from some racist boogeyman trying to hold you down. It is from politicians that have figured out this is a good tactic to keep a block of voters voting a certain way. And that's all it is.
How much of Hollywood do you think plays into that in regards to every few years there's a movie about slavery or a movie about this white person helping a black athlete or something like that? Like,
it's like clockwork, dude. It's like clockwork. It's always been, you know. It's like, what was the movie with Sandra Bullock and the kid who played for the Ravens?
Blindside.
Yeah, Blindside. Perfect example. I'm sure it wasn't as fucking sweet and innocent as they like to make it seem. Oh, the white lady came. Okay, Michael, this is your family. This white family comes and saves them and shit.
He ends up suing them, though.
Right.
The real story, he ended up suing that family.
And what happened? Why? Why did he sue them? Let's see this.
I don't remember the details. I just know that's what happened in that regard. So to your point, that it wasn't as perfect as the movie's making it out to be.
It never is. The movie's making it seem like, oh, look, the white people will come fucking save you. We need these whites. See? It's just a fucking mind fuck from the top, man. You know, some people will call it the Illuminati, for lack of a better term. I don't even know if that shit exists. It's just a description of a cabal of powerful people who keep their agenda pushed to keep certain people in certain areas and certain blocks of voting and keeping them in power so they can basically secure their pockets, their power. Maybe there's a devil worshipping aspect. Maybe the devil's real. I don't fucking know. None of that. But I know it definitely goes back to voting and keeping people in check when it comes to that. And not for nothing, it's working. And it started long before the civil rights movement. People don't realize that. Black people used to vote Republican, and then the fucking Great Depression happened. It happened with FDR when everybody got desperate. And it's perpetuated ever since.
What do you think about the newer niche of hip hop of white rappers that people are deeming as MAGA rappers because they rap about politics and some more conservative things? They might come from more conservative areas of the country, like Florida or something like that.
I'm not really aware of that. I've only seen like one dude that I can think of, and he's black. I forget his name.
Who?
Yeah, I forget his name. He's a black dude. He's pretty big.
Dax?
No. It's it. I can't remember the fucking name. I'm not gonna think of it. It's like it's his real name though. It's the kid's real name. Something Gray, maybe I want to say. Bryson Gray. I want to say, but Bryson something. That's the only one I'm even aware of that I've seen like kind of pop up on YouTube. I don't really. Is there a movement of white boys? Is there?
You've never seen like Tom McDonald or like Adam Calhoun or those type?
I don't know who Adam Calhoun is. I think I've heard the name, but I don't really know. Tom McDonald, yeah. I mean, isn't he Canadian though?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, so I mean,
but I'm just saying that I'm not trying to single him out. I'm just saying that there seems to be a niche now that people talk about in particular and try to classify people into, you know, in that regard.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I couldn't care less. It's not my cup of tea. I feel like if you hitch your wagon to that, it's going to end eventually. Tom McDonald, it seems to work for, but you know, it'll work for one. He's also very good at marketing, it appears, you know, and putting out quality material that goes a long fucking way. Not quality music material, but visually appealing and good quality, you know, sonically.
Well, that's his girlfriend. That is the person that shoots all his videos and everything like that. So, but yeah, they do have a good.
They do it very professional. It comes off like a major label release, is what I mean. Yeah, I mean, to each his own, man. That's not my cup of tea. You know, it's not really where type of shit I would be listening to. I guess apparently it has a huge following because he's doing bigger numbers than anybody I know.
Right. But the reason why I bring up something like that is because I know what we just spoke about. The internet will run with it and be like, oh, he belongs over there with those type of guys. You know what I mean? Because of his beliefs or something like that. So that's why I wanted to see like how you feel about that. But
I don't. That's fucking absurd. I'm not making Donald Trump music. He doesn't need me as a fucking cheerleader. There's some. I'm an old man when it comes to politics. See, these fucking kids do meme politics now. You know, like I know things. You know, I read books. I've forgotten more about politics than all these fucking kids know put together. You know, it's like I've just gotten to the point where it's like it got to the point with Obama going into the Trump era where people were fucking blatantly full of shit and the media was obviously lying a lot about what Trump was doing. Now, agree with his politics or not, that's he's not really doing anything extreme in reality. Like it's presented as though he is. You know, the deportations, for example, they're presented to look a certain way. But if you look at the fucking numbers, they're literally no different than Biden or Obama. It's the fucking status quo made to look fucking worse. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. And people like to make it a very, very personal thing, which I understand that's politics. And we live in a visually geared world now with the phones and the computer world that we live in. So people see things and it's easy to tug on the heartstrings. But, you know, that's just a financial thing. Like, as far as when I read into it, what Trump and them are doing ain't because people don't hate brown people. It's motherfuckers can't afford this shit no more. That's what it comes down to. That's where people are. They're like, yo, I can't pay for other people anymore because I can barely afford groceries and rent. And, you know, maybe it's demonizing people. Maybe there's some fucking truth to it that the economy's fucked up and this is a way to improve it. I don't fucking know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the one making the decisions. But on an international stage, I feel like Trump has crushed it. And I feel like foreign policy was very necessary to address now. You know, now
so you think the tariffs were good?
It remains to be seen. You know, like I think it's definitely leveled the playing field a little bit. I think we got to see how it plays out, see what deals are cut. But a lot of the deals seem to be good. We're getting a lot of investment back into the country. We'll see how it fucking works. But I know for a fucking fact, printing money repeatedly every fucking time, which they continue to do. And until they reel that shit in, we're fucked no matter what they do. I feel like it's a Band-Aid, you know, bringing the investment in and stuff like that, forcing other countries to allow us to make money. You know, we're not everybody's fucking piggy bank so they can do socialist shit. You know what I mean? Because socialism works if you got a piggy bank. Who's our fucking piggy bank? You know what I'm saying? Canada gets away with it because they have the biggest piggy bank in the world to tap into and tariff the fuck out of us. Seems like tariffs work for them, right? But, you know, that's neither here nor there. It's not even that serious. When people talk about it, right? Like, people like to make it their whole life, though, which is where politics has lost me a little bit. I used to post about my opinions on things, and it just got progressively more fucking argumentative, and I got caught up in it where I'm arguing with people, talking shit. And then I just stopped because I was like, yeah, this is just not doing any good, really. Like, it's just us all waxing on poetically on Facebook or Instagram or TikTok about how this one's wrong and this one's a fucking asshole and this one's a communist and this one's a fucking dickhead and this one's a Nazi and this one's this. And it's gotten us nowhere but further apart from each other trying to actually solve a fucking problem. So
do you think that both sides are the problem, the bipartisan system?
I don't know about the bipartisan system. It used to be a little closer the way people thought. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that, you know, cell phones and social media broke the world and we're fucked regardless as far as getting along, you know.
It's a lot of rage baiting.
Yeah, I don't think I was supposed to know necessarily, you know, the random thought of X man or woman in Boise, Idaho at 2:30 in the morning on Facebook so I could get annoyed by them. I don't necessarily think that's a good thing. I don't think I was supposed to know what Jane Doe from fucking Thailand had to say about Donald Trump or about Joe Biden or about fucking hip hop for that matter. I don't really think I was supposed to know what dickhead number 2 thinks about my verse on this feature I did for $500. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not supposed to know this. It's not supposed to be a concern of people. I'm not supposed to, like, Twitter. I used to engage in it a little bit. And, like, everybody's out there, you come off there, oh, yeah, I told that fucking guy. Who is that fucking guy? You know what I mean? Who is he? What does it matter if you told that fucking guy? You know what I'm saying?
So we placed a lot of value on other people's opinions that we don't know, we've never seen face to face. And also it's brought into question a lot more of, like, in regards to celebrities, like, people started to care, like, what does this celebrity think about things politically? Like, who do they believe in? Who do they side with or something like that? Like,
it's become religious. It's become religious. It's turned into a fucking religion, and it's not religions that are friendly towards each other. That's what it comes down to. It's not like, oh, you're like, you know, I don't Catholic and I'm Lutheran, you know, like, where I'm cool. We're pretty much the same, different churches, but, you know, we're cool. You know, like, we're good. It's not like that. It's Muslim versus Jew holy war 2,100 years ago, you know, or whatever, 1,700 crusades, or the Christians versus the Muslim crusade, fucking boom. That's where we're at right now when it comes to people's politics. And it's fucking crazy. It's gotten insane. Like, people have lost friends over it.
Right.
You think Trump's cool? Well, you believe bullshit, so your opinions are, like, really null and void. I thought some of the things he was doing was pretty good. I don't know. I'm not praying to the fucking guy. You know what I mean? I'm not rocking MAGA hats. You know? I'm not at rallies. I'm not door knocking, you know?
So
But
I mean, like I'm not gonna pretend that I'm like a politic like expert or anything like that. I do realize that social media can be an issue with misinformation of how things are presented from either side, and I just wanted because I saw what people were saying about you, and I wanted to be able to
on
present
Reddit.
it.
I mean, Reddit's a cesspool. That's a perfect example of what I mean. It's a cesspool of people like just, echo chambering their fucking thoughts with people who want to hate on something. It's a cesspool.
Right. But I just wanted to be able to provide you the safe space for you to really share like how you feel in regards to those type of topics. You know what I mean?
I mean,
so that people won't have it confused.
Yeah, I don't care what they think. I'm going to just do, my opinion could change tomorrow. You know what I mean? It's that simple. Like, I don't have a political belief system. Like when people say, what are your political beliefs? I don't have them. It's a fluid. It's fluid, like people's genders have become. You know what I mean? It's like that. Like, I don't agree with your crazy shit on far left shit. I definitely don't. I'm never going to. You're never going to get me. Like, it's crazy. Some of it's insane. Like, I'm not going to get into it, but some of it's just fucking nuts. And it's like anything goes. And I'm like, come on, man. And there's things I'm aware of and schools of thought that are used politically in the Marxist, hardcore leftist world, like, social norms and, as they call it, constructs. They want to break all these things down, like boys and girls. They want boys and girls not to exist because it's a social norm that's accepted. And then they go to gender roles. These are all tactics used on that side of the political spectrum, so to speak. Sometimes, not always, but like it's used because breaking down the social norm is how they box people up and put them into categories together. It's I don't think half these people even know about this shit. Talking about it, we could go on for fucking days about it, but it's like I'm so dialed out of it at this point. I don't care, man.
All right.
I don't give a fuck.
Let's move on from that.
Yeah, it's like I could ramble about it because I have a lot of thoughts on it if I really think about it. But like they start firing in my head in circles. You can't even get your mouth moving fast enough to get out the point you really want to make. And the point I really want to make on it is, number one, fuck those people talking shit, because it'll always be like that. But number two, I don't give a fuck. I really don't care. I don't want to pay more taxes for other people to get free money. I don't want to do that. That I am pretty strict on. I don't want to pay any taxes for that matter. I think my fair share is fuck you. Stay out of my pocket, Like, income tax didn't exist and people got by, at one point. So that's where I'm at with that. Kind of libertarian-ish, but more of a fuck you, leave me aloneist, so to speak, So I'm leave me aloneist, stay out of my fucking business type of guy.
All right. So in May 2011, Tyler, the Creator, released his album Goblin.
Okay.
And there was a song with the same name where he takes a shot at Immortal Technique and underground hip hop by saying, because I don't listen to the immortal of the tech of the meek and all this underground bullshit that's never gonna peak on the Billboard Top 20 and Jam of the Week. I'd rather listen to Badu and Pusha the T.
Right.
What was your reaction when you first heard it?
Oh, it was like, nice. This kid wants smoke. Let's give it to him. Let's go beat him up. That was my idea. He was rocking. After that came out, he was doing a gig somewhere in Jersey that wasn't too far. I was like, all right, let's roll. Let's go beat the shit out of these kids and put it on the internet. Teach them a lesson. But, cooler heads prevailed. And,
Wait, who did you talk to about actually you told Tech, let's do it?
Fuck yeah, Penn. Penn's so nice. Penn is such a nice man. He talked me out of beating up many a people. Kanye West, I was going to beat up at the Knitting Factory one time.
Wait. Before I got to ask you that later. Okay, but okay. So what happened with the situation with Tyler though, in particular?
We had heard it. He was doing some gig out there, and I was like, oh, let's roll up. He can't talk shit. Like, I just looked at it like, you don't talk shit like that. Watch your mouth. We got to go check him. But, they were like, nah, Tech's, he's probably right. You know, just let it go. Who cares? You know, like if you don't address it, it doesn't become something. If it becomes something, then people are going to turn it into something more, you know? So I just did the little rap over his beat, talking shit, little diss, put on YouTube, you know?
Right. So like Tech didn't take it serious at all. He was like, whatever. Like he just brushed it off.
Yeah, more or less. You know, it's like, fuck that kid. You know, like that kid's just fuck that kid. Little roach eating fucking, you know, we had jokes, but he didn't, you know, nobody really cared. You know, I thought we should go beat him up or something. I was full of piss and vinegar still at that point, you know?
And so then you released the diss track over the Yonkers beat and you say one of the lines, police are on the scene with stomach pumps and report that Tyler guzzled 3 quarts of
Frank Ocean's meat sauce.
Right, which is insane.
It's almost like I'm a fucking fortune teller, right, kid? Called that one because he ended up being
right.
big.
Oh, you did that before Channel Orange came out?
Fuck yeah.
Nobody knew that. He was gay at Channel Orange.
Yeah, no, that was, I didn't know that. I just said it. I was like, these kids seem like fucking kind of gay a little bit. I was like, let me make fun of them. I don't know. It wasn't like I read the room. I just kind of made up a line and it worked. And fucking
well, the next part was even more crazy, where you talked about the Rihanna. Rihanna had the balls to scrap and brawl with Chris Brown. How do you think that line would translate if you were to say that now, though, with this PC era?
I don't care. Who cares? Gives a fuck.
You don't care.
Yeah, gives a shit. Don't care. I don't do that shit. I'm pretty sure you've seen that over the years. I don't do that. That's ridiculous.
Right, but how has it been for you to see things become so politically correct? And
I feel like we're coming out of that right now a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
On the internet, as far as the algorithm goes, they're allowing a lot of shit that I was fucking pretty surprised to know existed. You know, the Nick Fuentes crowd and shit, like that shit's all over the fucking place. You can't go fucking 10 reels in without it turning into that nowadays. I don't know what my friends are watching or how it gets there, but it gets there and you see all this crazy shit now. Some of it's hilarious. I like some of it. I think some of the fucking, like when you get the racist Instagram reels and shit, I find some of it fucking funny. But like some of it's over the top, man. But so I think we're kind of coming out of PC shit. People are definitely sharing their thoughts now, you know, and you can say some of the naughty words that you once weren't allowed to say, you know?
Well, you know, did you ever hear from that camp if like he had a reaction to your diss track or anything like that?
No, we don't. I don't really. None of us. We don't travel in the same circles, really. I don't think. You know, he went on to do a little more of a commercial. You know, he was never an indie artist. I don't know if people know that. That was major backing. Like he didn't blow up for no reason because of random. Oh, he got lucky and blew up. There was major investment in that kid. Fucking
right.
So it's like he went on to do what he did. And God bless him. Good for him, man. He had a lot of success. But you know, at the time, you know, some kid comes out talking shit. You gotta talk shit back. Don't care if he hears it. Right. You know, people are like, oh, did he ever respond? No, he didn't respond. He was busy. He was doing his own thing, you know?
All right. So what happened with you when you were about to beat up Kanye?
That was just an opportunity I saw. And I was like, let's seize the moment. There was.
What do you mean?
Right, there was a show at the Knitting Factory in Manhattan. Now the Knitting Factory is in Brooklyn, but the Knitting Factory used to be a venue in New York City. And
what year are we talking?
Oh shit! When did College Dropout come out? Kanye was a big deal.
2003.
Okay, so maybe it was 2004 or something. It was,
but he didn't do anything to make you mad. You
no.
I
was just being a bad person, a hooligan. And we're backstage at it. I'm with Penn. We're drinking and chilling, and Kanye's there. He came there because it was a Rhymefest show.
Oh,
and him and Rhymefest are cool. And Kanye was there, and you know he had on. I'll never forget this. He had like on a miniature like Louis Vuitton backpack,
right? His signature, you know, one like, that he was wearing during that time.
Yeah, it's kind of like a girl's backpack that he would wear, and fucking he was there. He's backstage, and Knitting Factory's backstage is just like this shitty little room with stairs that go directly down onto the stage, you know. And I pull Penn to the side and I'm like, let's rob this motherfucker and get someone to film it. Let's beat his ass, take his shit, and we will go down in history for robbing fucking Kanye and beating the fuck out of him at the Nina factory. So it was basically just, I looked at it as an opportunity. I was like, it's not every day that one of the biggest rappers popping in the world walks into the fucking knitting factory without security, chilling. Like, it's, which in retrospect, I'm kind of glad we didn't do that because it's kind of fucked up. Like, the guy, you know, he comes down from the pedestal to come with the peasants and we beat his ass, thus solidifying why you don't come down and hang out with the peasants, you know? But I just looked at it as opportunity because I was like, yeah, dude, we'll be in the source tomorrow, bro. They'll be talking shit. Like, why did these guys rob him? And they mugged Kanye West, bro.
But can you imagine the plot twist of you battling Rhymefest the year after that? And then saying that I beat your boss's ass and everything like that, you could that would have been crazy.
It would have been funny. It would have been funny.
Would have been crazy.
It would have been good, man. And he might have had a few bucks on him. That's the way I saw it. I was like,
well,
dude,
he had,
like
he had to have chains on, at least some jewelry.
Oh, yeah. I was like, let's take this fucking guy and yoke him up and beat the shit out of him and fucking take his shit and kick him out of here. Fucking, we'll do it for the underground, man. Let's do it for the underground, you know?
So
do it for the culture, bro. You know?
Why not, you know, like ask him for beats? Like, why wasn't that a thought in your head of like wanting to work with him or anything like that?
Ain't gonna fucking, that shit don't work, man. Going up and asking somebody for beats. He ain't gonna fucking listen. In my experience, I fucking did a gig with Saigon maybe that same year where fucking Just Blaze was with Saigon. I went up to Just Blaze and offered him $10,000 for a beat. He fucking didn't even bat an eyelash. Yeah, who the fuck are you? Basically, that's how people treated you back then.
Wow.
Unless you had an in, you know, you get in, you know, if you get a deal, then people will fuck with you because you got a bigger budget. But I offered him 10 G's cash. I was hustling back then. I had money. I was like, I'll give you 10 stacks. I get a Just Blaze beat. That's a good way to kickstart your shit, you know? Plus, he was ridiculously good at making beats. So I was like,
he was.
Yeah, his
still is. Yeah, definitely.
Back then. Back then, it was like, you know, You Don't Know and all these line them up, crazy shit he was producing. That was fucking phenomenal.
How do you feel about Kanye now, seeing the evolution throughout the years and the stuff that he's said and done?
I don't know what to make of that fucking guy, man. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if he's crazy or he's trolling or he, you know, like some Andy Kaufman, you know, like long troll role play. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what to make of it. It's fucking wild. I'm watching, you know. It's right. Fucking him with the Jews and shit. He's fucking
You're
crazy.
Entertained.
Yeah, so to speak. I don't seek it out, but you can't miss it either, you know.
Well, he's definitely trying to patch things up now after he lost all that money. So
yeah, he went with that like corrupt fucking asshole rabbi for some reason. Because that rabbi is corrupt. He like got arrested for fraud and shit. That's like, I don't know if that was the best Jew of the bunch to go and make amends with. I don't see how that works out, but what do I know? I feel like I didn't know that. I want to go, yeah. If you look into that guy's he's not the best of the bunch, man.
Man.
Not the best of the tribe, you know. But
you think he should have went with Leo Cohen or something like that?
I don't know who the head of the Jews is. I'm not sure, you know. I'm not really sure. He could have started with Nightwalker. He's Jewish. He doesn't like Kanye too much for talking shit. He'd like to punch him in the mouth, but, you know, I don't know. I don't know. What the fuck do I know? I've never, like, gone on a public, you know, tirade about the fucking and shit. Now that fuck them and, you know, I had to apologize for it. I wouldn't know how to address that.
Right, for sure, man. All right, so fast forward, you're now having issues with Viper Records, right? What exactly was going on at that time? Did it really impact your relationship with Technique at the time?
It did a little, yeah. Let me think. I was working on Fighting Words, my second record. And at this point, I'm a little broke. I have a new child. You know, I have my son at this point. He was born in 2010. I'm a little broke. It's a little tough. I'm not touring as much because my son was born. And, all right, this gets a little, not that confusing. I'll explain it. When I signed a deal with Viper, it was a very basic contract for 2 records. And when it came to being paid off of the first fucking record, and this is very common, we had issues right off the first payment of my first payout after I recouped the first quarter after Liar and a Thief dropped, the first time it came in. It was maybe 6 months later, because I think you skipped a quarter, you're waiting to collect, I don't remember. So I'm looking at my first statement. Now I'm just gonna bring the numbers to something very even. It was definitely more than this, but we'll bring something very even. All right. Say $10,000 or say $20,000 was made, right? You sold records and $20,000 came back in gross revenue. And they spent $10,000 to put the record out, and it was $10,000 in cost. They have to recoup their cost, okay? Now, I had a 50-50 deal, you know, with Viper. It's 50-50 split of profits after you recoup. Now, some labels like to be fucking cute, and this is what they do. They go like this. They go, okay, 20,000 came in. Gross. We're going to split the gross 10 and 10, and then hold the 10,000 to your 10,000 profit. We made $10,000. You paid for the record and made $0 as of right now. Whereas when the gross comes in, what should be done is you take the fucking budget, the 10 out of the 20, then you have 10 left. We both make 5 in profit. Mm-hmm. That's not what they did. They did it the other way, the shady way. John did. So immediately I was like, absolutely fucking not. This is fucking bullshit. This is major label fuckery, and I didn't sign a deal that says that's how we're accounting for this record. So I made a big fucking problem about it. And eventually I got my way. I made my money, and it was accounted for from then on like that. But I'm not getting fucked here, you know, so I made it very clear from that point. Now, when we're working on Fighting Words, Liar and the Thief did very well. It still continues to. It did very well. So, like, for my second record, like, there was this dude, John Master, working for the label for a little while, trying to do stuff. And they had some thoughts of, oh, maybe we could do a Diabolic versus Muggs record, which would have been dope. Never came to fruition, but that would have been cool. But I started working on Fighting Words, right? And, you know, the record's coming out pretty good. You know, I ended up getting a preem beat for it and shit. And then we come to right before Christmas, before the problem started, right? Statements are coming in for Liar and a Thief money, okay? We had spent, say, let's make it even. Let's say we spent 10 G's on Fighting Words to make the record. Let's just say. John, the owner, sends me a statement where I should be getting a check for Liar and a Thief money for, say, $5,000 or something, and it's right before Christmas, mind you. I could really use this money. He holds my Liar and a Thief money, which has been recouped for fucking years now, and it's all profit, against the Fighting Words record. Now, that's called cross-collateralization in a record deal. That language is not in my record deal. There is nothing about cross-collateralization in my record deal with Viper, so I am not having this. I'm like, you're not holding my Liar and a Thief money against fucking Fighting Words right now. You're not recouping your budget fully off the profits of a record I've already recouped for. We didn't agree to that. I did not agree to that. If you had said that, I may have agreed to it, but we did not agree to it. I'm not fucking doing it. I want my fucking money. He was like, go fuck yourself. This is industry standard. I said, I don't give a fuck what industry standard is. That's not in my fucking deal. So I stuck to my guns and I said, all right, I'm leaving the fucking label then. I don't want to be here. I'm out. I'm fucking done. If this is the kind of business you do, you invent things in contracts that don't exist. I don't care what the standard is. You should have put it in the standard contract then, not in my contract. So I just said, all right, I'm out. I've had enough of this shit. I'm done with it. You've been shady with money a couple times. I'm not playing this game. I want out. So I reconnected with my old manager, Travis, who was handling some of my publishing stuff. And he brought up a very valid point that you've never been paid a single mechanical royalty in your entire history of doing anything with them. And they owe you X amount of dollars, which was far more than was spent on fighting words. But after a couple months of back and forth, I left with all my music, owning the masters, basically in a wash for the mechanicals. You know, here, you guys don't have to pay me mechanicals. I leave with my fucking record that we wash our hands of it, more or less. And I think when we left, me and Tech, like the agreement was he owns my shit on his shit and I own his shit on my shit to make it easy so we don't have to account to each other in the future, more or less.
Yeah.
Like the masters and shit, you know, so I wouldn't have to pay him out for frontline shit, you know, and he wouldn't have to pay me out for Peruvian Coke or the hidden tracks. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Basically just call it a wash. You keep that, I'll keep this. Which was fine.
That makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, I was totally cool with it. But, you know, it's tough. Like, I don't know. The label was kind of fucking, it's, like I said, it's very dysfunctional. It was never operating like a well-oiled machine. Not for me. Maybe for Tech. But, I mean, Tech ended up leaving them, too, in recent years. So I don't think it was really working the way he thought it was either, you know?
How did it affect your friendship with Tech at that time, though?
It was a little weird. It was a little weird for a little while, but we ended up meeting up because I wouldn't talk to him during the process. Like when I was leaving, I was like, look, I'm not going to be interacting with you until this is done. Because I'm not doing the friend thing when it's convenient. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is business right now. This is all straight fucking business. We're not doing this fucking, you know, you're not buttering me up. We're not doing it. We ended up meeting up and fucking sorting things out, and you know, towards the end of the process, and it greased the wheels to make it happen faster, you know. Then it was a little awkward for a little while, but we smoothed things over after that.
Right, because I remember this post that you put up on Facebook around 2014 where you were addressing the situation, saying that you and Tech go back 15 years, and, you know, the situation with Viper got a little ugly, but you and Tech are like both strong-willed and stubborn, which can lead to some friction, you know. But like, that's still your guy.
Sounds right. I don't remember the post, but yeah, I don't remember. Sounds about right, you know.
Yeah.
I was pissed off at him, though. I was pissed off at him multiple times through the course of that deal because, I mean, there were a lot of times where I reached out to him like, yo, dude, you're the president of the fucking label here. Not even that we're friends, but like, you're the president. You got to do something about this bullshit. Like, not enough's being done. I'm feeling a little neglected over here, for lack of a better word, as an artist. Like, I don't expect too much. I never thought I would blow up. I never thought I'd be, I'm going to come out and be as big as Immortal Technique and be the next Jedi Mind Tricks or the next Slug from Atmosphere. I never thought that. I just wanted a fair shot to try to be, I thought I could be a little bigger than I am currently.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit. You know, just a little more well-oiled, put out a little better. Like, notice, I didn't have vinyl for Liar and a Thief. Notice that.
Right.
Like, I didn't have vinyl until I did it myself. Like, why wouldn't you put out vinyl? Why wouldn't we press vinyl for Liar and a Thief ever? Like, why wouldn't we do that? I didn't end up doing it until that record store day shit because I got offered a fucking deal through Fat Beats for record store day to do it. And I figured I'd just sit on it until I felt like doing it myself and just make a bunch of money off it because people wanted it. But, you know, there's no excuse for there not being vinyl for that record. Why wouldn't there be vinyl? They did vinyl for every Technique release. They did it for other releases on the label. It was very odd to me.
Yeah, so in 2014, you put out the album Fighting Words on War Horse, right? That's yours?
Yeah, it's just what we did it on this.
So You got an all.
I don't know if it even still exists. It was basically Diabolic Records. You know what I'm saying? Basically, that's just what we called it. You know.
So you got an all-star cast on the album with self-titled, Swave Seva, R.A. the Rugged Man, Apathy, Locksmith, Nino Bless, Sean Price, Vinny Paz, Sealand, Snow Goons, and even DJ Premier produced on the album. Like, this is like elite. You know what I mean? Was most of the album already completed when you left Viper, or did you make a lot of changes after? Like, how was it?
Nah, most of it was done. Like, it was mostly finished. I tell you, some of the mixing needed to be done. That was kind of a hassle on the other end. But the Preem record was not finished. That was not finished. Like, that was a bad experience for me, though, working with Preem. Other people, you know, I don't want to throw dirt on them, right? It's not like I'm shitting on them, but it was a whack experience.
That's kind of surprising because you knew him for so long, right? Before then?
Right. Well, in passing, but I had never done business with him and tried to get music done, you know. I knew his former manager, Fat Gary, for a long time. You know, and I'd run into Preem at multiple events, and, you know, we ate lunch together at Rock the Bells, a bunch of us. Like, we definitely had met, but there's a huge difference between chilling, eating lunch, and fucking doing business and getting into music business together. Huge difference.
What about the experience was great?
I mean, I recorded with him in his studio, and it was just whack. Like, he was just uninvolved. It was just whack. Like, I sat there for like 4 hours while him and his new manager, and they're fucking around in the office. Me and Coast, my man Coast LaCastro, were there. And they're just fucking off, you know, like for like 4 hours while we just sit on the couches chilling. And then he comes out and he's like, all right, I'm going to go cook something up. Not like he played me a bunch of beats and I picked one. And he's in there for about 5 fucking minutes. And it's not the beat that you heard. That's not what ended up, what he made me. It was like a 1-bar garbage piano loop, literally 1 bar. No changes, no sound effects, no Preem shit, no drops, no nothing. It was just 1 bar repeating over and over again. And I'm like, all right, let me give it a shot. So I go into the booth. I got some rhymes I'm fucking around with. And it's just, you know, I'm forcing it because it's a whack beat. It was whack. So I come out and I'm like, yeah, I don't think that's the one, man. I'm not really feeling it. I was like, email it to me so I can listen to, you know, whatever scratch it we did. Just let me hear it. Let me listen to it. But he's weird. He's like, he doesn't like email shit out. And it was just, I've never heard that again. I've never heard that beat again. I hit him up afterwards and was like, yeah, it's definitely not the one. Because he never sent it to me. I didn't even listen to it again. I just knew I wasn't feeling it there. So I was like, why don't you, you know, cook something up for me that's a little more of a beat. You know what I mean? I didn't say it like that, but like something else, like that's better. And he kind of gave me the runaround for like, I don't know, 6-7 months or something. And like the record's done. That was the last thing I did for it, was the Preem record. So I'm basically pushing the record back and fucking, and I just kind of got fed up with him at, you know, about 6-7 months in, where I texted him and I was like, yo, man, I got to get this done. It's holding my record up. You know, we have to get this going. Like, what's your schedule like for the week? And not for nothing, he kind of gave me a pretty condescending text back and was like, you know, look, you know, maybe it's hard for guys like you to understand how a legend in the game has to operate and blah, 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 blah. And right there, I was like, yeah, all right. Like, that's when it stopped being like, this is DJ Premier I'm talking to and just some guy talking to me fucking funny. And I was like, all right, I'm paraphrasing here, but I was like, first of all, I'm a man before I'm Diabolic or a rapper. I was like, don't ever fucking talk to me like that again. I was like, that may be the most condescending thing anyone in this business has ever said to me. You were not made to wait for your fucking thousands of dollars that you were paid for this beat. This needs to get done, or we have to figure something else out. And basically he said, he was like, well, you can get a refund. So my reply was like, all right, cool. I'll be there Monday morning, 8 a.m. to pick it up, make the check out to Sean George. I'll see you then. And then his tune changed and was like, oh, wait, you know, this and that, you know, da 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 da. So it mellowed out very quickly, but like,
so you felt like you had to force his hand almost.
Well, this is fucking business. This is money, man. I'm trying to put a fucking record out that's gonna feed my kids and shit. I don't got time for your bullshit right now, bro. Like, you were paid thousands of dollars for this beat. Thousands of dollars. You were paid. The check was delivered to your manager at his home, like quick, day of. Post went to Viper Records because he worked in New York City at the time, picked the check up for me. He lived about 5 minutes from Fat Gary, went to Fat Gary, dropped it off that day, like day of. When we agreed to it and we could get it done, I had the check in his fucking hand that night, you know? So basically what ended up happening was I recorded the kick in the door. I recorded the rhymes that ended up being on that track for the most part. I edited them a little when I re-recorded it, but I recorded those rhymes to kick in the door and was like, all right, I'm gonna send you it. I'm gonna rhyme to kick in the door. Why don't you just remix it and that'll be the song, and add some cuts. Remix it and add some cuts. So that's what we did. Now I don't know how this goes, man. This is why it was such an odd experience and terrible for me. His remix was at a different BPM than Kick in the Door that I recorded to. Now, he made Kick in the Door. So I would assume he knew the BPMs and the beat to make, but he sent me one that was a little off. So I had, which is the beat you've heard, Diabolical Sound, and he had the scratches on it. So I was like, all right, fuck it. I went in and recorded and re-recorded it. There you go. There's the song. But it was just a fucking all-around shit. Like, part of it's because, you know, I'm working with DJ Premier. I'm like, yeah, this is fucking awesome. I'm expecting fucking, you know, pot of gold at the end of the rainbow and shit. And it just became the biggest fucking headache I had ever dealt with. And it kind of changed my whole philosophy about how I operate in this fucking business, to be honest with you. I was basically like, all right, fuck everybody. If it's not easy, I'm not doing it, you know? I don't care what your name is.
How disappointing of an experience was that for you as a hip hop fan, though? Because obviously, like, everyone loves Premier, you know what I mean? Like, everyone holds him to high regard, and it's kind of like that thing that people talk about, like, you don't really know anybody until you meet them, like, don't meet your heroes and stuff like that, and then you get disappointed kind of situation.
I mean, he was always a nice guy. It's not like I'm shitting on him. Right. It's just that interaction. I don't know what's going on with his schedule. Maybe he was real busy, touring. Who fucking knows? You know, I don't know. All I know is that we got to get this done. And I'm not really concerned at this point because you've been paid for a fucking job. You got to do the fucking job, man. You know, and it's like, I'm not that concerned with what you're doing. Now, if it was a month or two and he's like, yo, look, I'm going over to Europe for 3 weeks. And then I'm bouncing, going out west for a couple. When I get back, we'll figure it out. That would have been cool, but that's not what it was. I was getting he was trying to play me a little bit. That's what it felt like. And I was tolerant of it for as long as I could be tolerant of it before I had to, like, play hardball a little bit. And it just was not what I expected. I expected, we're going to go into the studio, we're going to fucking brainstorm, we're going to put it together. But nah, when he was recording me in headquarters, he's watching Martin while I'm rapping. And I could see him through the fucking window. It's like he was disinterested. And it disappointed me because prior to that, me and him were pretty cool. Like, you know, he was happy to meet me when we met, you know, like, I was like, I thought it was going to be something different, but it wasn't. And then, you know, but then again, he's also working with Nas and Jay-Z and shit. So he's probably not that interested in what I'm doing, you know?
Right. Did you guys talk?
In retrospect.
Did you guys talk after that?
Yeah. I mean, he played the record. He put it on his blog and shit. He spun it on his radio show and shit. It's not like it was bad blood, but that's what happened, though. I'll tell you right now, that's how it went down. It sucked. It sucked for me as a fucking fan and a businessman. It was frustrating, you know. Fucking garbage, man.
Would you ever work with him again? Give it a chance?
Yeah, fucking why not? Yeah, why not? I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
Well, DJ Premier, let's not be stupid here. You know, let's not be retarded about it. Like, oh, fuck that guy. I'll never work with a gig. You know, I'd be more hesitant to work with other big name producers because of that, though.
Mm-hmm.
And to spend money on things like that definitely made me more frugal. Like that, you know, I don't really pay for shit. Like I try to keep the overhead as low as possible, like features and shit.
Right.
The only one I ever paid for was Sean Price, and that was really to speed things up. That's a funny story, too. Sean Price is a fucking character, bro.
Can you talk about that?
He was a fucking character. Yeah. Fucking Sean Price, man. We ended up being real cool, but like, all right. Dude, I shit you not. Like, I talked to Swave Sever about getting Sean Price, because I had met Sean Price in passing, but I didn't really know Sean Price, you know? Penn was cool with him, and Swave were cool with him. And I had spoke to Swave Christmas Day when I was working on that record. And I was like, yo, I want to get P on this record. And he's like, cool. Mind you, it's Christmas fucking day. Like Christmas morning, like maybe 11 o'clock in the morning. I talked to Swave, we're shooting the shit, Merry Christmas, what's up? And fucking, I was like, yeah, I want to get P on a record. And he's like, all right, let me holla at him. And I was like, you know, see what he'll do it for. Because Viper was willing to pay. I don't know Sean Price that well. You know, and I'm not going to ask Swave, can you call it a favor? Get me a free verse. It'll take forever. So I was just like, let's see what he'll charge. So he's like, I don't know what it was, $500, $1,000 maybe. I don't know what it was. I forget. Let's say $1,000. So I'm like, all right, yeah, I'm down. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I was like, you know, and I said to Swave, I was like, I got to run it by Viper. I got to hit up John and tell him I want to do that, but they'll do it, you know. And fucking, yeah, like the next day or two, Sean Price does the verse and is looking for a fucking check. Like he sent the verse out. I'm like, wait a minute, yo, dude, it's like a couple days after Christmas. Nobody's doing any music business at this point. I got to talk to fucking Viper. And then I like, a couple days or maybe a week go by, I tried calling Sean Price and he's sending me to fucking these voicemails where it said, you remember when you could send someone a voicemail and say, I'm at the cinema,
right?
Or I'm in class, like automatic bounce you off and it'll send you a text. He was doing that. I don't like, he was kind of mad, I guess, because he didn't get paid. And I was kind of frustrated too, but I was just like, all right. So I had spoken to fucking Tech about it. I was like, yeah, I got to get this fucking guy paid. He did a verse for me. Like I have the fucking verse and he hasn't gotten paid. I don't think he's happy. And fucking, but it was kind of like he jumped the gun doing it. Like I would have put him in the studio at Viper. Like you're not gonna, you know, you could have just come through and done it. I would have done it like that. Give you cash. I wouldn't even given you a check. I would have had the check in cash. I would give you, you know, 10 cool $100 bills and say, fuck it, you know? Well, we ended up sorting it out like a couple weeks later. There was a gig at Galapagos in Brooklyn that he was doing and Tech was doing it. I don't remember what it was, but gave him the check there and then it was cool. But it was fucking funny. It was funny. He like totally jumped the gun. I don't know if Swave did a poor job of explaining the fucking deal. You know, like I got to go to the fucking label and get you a check. I'm not paying you. The label's paying you. You know, I don't know if he explained that. I think he was just like, my man Diabolic wants to get you on a record. He's like, okay, say $1,000. Here you go. And then it just, he did the verse. Like, I'm like, oh shit, I don't have the $1,000 on me to send you, bro. Like, I didn't know you were going to do this like today, but there you go.
Did you guys build after that?
Yeah.
Or you guys didn't have a close relationship?
Yeah, no, we did a gig at SOBs like not too long after that, and then we were chilling and getting fucked up in the basement, smoking weed and shit. And fucking, I remember he said, because he watched me perform at SOBs, and I remember he said to Swave, like, something that me and Swave still joke about to this day. He's like, yo, your man Diabolic, that motherfucker spits bodies. He just spits bodies. It's like every line he's spitting bodies. And I was always happy about that. That made me feel pretty cool. And then we were cool after that.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, it was just a wild fucking little, like, it happened real fast. It's not like there was any beef or anything. It wasn't like that. it got real awkward for a second there where I'm like, oh, fuck.
Right.
I gotta get it's Christmas. I just spent all my money. I would have sent them the $1,000 and got reimbursed. It wouldn't have been a problem. I didn't have $1,000. I'm fresh off kid Christmas. You know what I'm saying?
So for Fighting Words, right, you basically did the music that you really wanted to do versus what you thought people wanted. And that's what you did on Liar and a Thief, right? Like you kind of gave people more what you thought they wanted from you. Well, that's what you said in the past.
I don't know. I was just kind of.
That's what you said in the past.
I don't know. Like some of it, you know, I was just inexperienced more than anything. You know, the second time around, I don't know. Fighting Words, people I feel like it's a little more polished to some extent, somewhat, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I probably said that. That was probably a feeling I had at one point. I would think there is some truth to that. I don't know if everything I did on there is what I would have wanted to do. I feel like I forced a couple beats that in retrospect, I'm like, I don't know if I would have chose that one second time around.
So there's some controversy regarding the Kickstarter for that album, right? And people claim...
Yeah, that got all fucked up.
Right. And so what exactly happened for that situation?
Oh, boy. The week that record dropped, I got into an accident and broke my left arm in half. Like in half, both bones. Had to have screws put in. So I'm all fucked up. Like literally, this arm. If I could pull this sleeve up, I'll show you. Like I got scar right down there. I got one on this side here, you know. I broke that thing in half, right? Now, mind you, I'm supposed to be figuring out all this Kickstarter shit, which got completely fucking out of control. I didn't think it was going to be that big. So I put a friend, quote unquote, on to kind of handle some of this shit for me. And that friend was probably not the best choice to help handle this. I don't even have access to that thing. So I was like kind of flying by the seat of my pants, fulfilling these orders. And I would say 90% of them got out. The other 10%, I don't know I don't know, you know, to be honest with you. And I don't know who was made whole or not. So I kind of fucked that up royally, to be honest with you. I take full responsibility. I wasn't fully hands-on with it until post when I was trying to do, you know, damage control, but I fucked that up too because I'm bad at logistics and doing anything responsible generally.
Right, because
more or less.
Your last update on it was in 2016, and you said basically that there was issues with logistics, shipping, keeping it organized. You could have did a better job. You expressed you allowed
Dude,
life.
See, when I went into that, I thought it would be easier. I fucked up because like when it gets printed out, like I needed to have my shit together. Like keeping all it's spreadsheets and fucking, it was hard to keep that shit in order. And there was hundreds of things that had to go out. Now, mind you, some of them were pretty simple, like digital, that was the easiest thing. But some of it got so complicated. And then, dude, doing the shirts got fucked up 3 times by boneheads that I tried to like cut cost with. It was a fucking disaster. I took a bath in that, honestly, dude. I didn't make money off that if people think that. I didn't run away and have fucking like 10 grand in my pocket. I took a fucking bath in it.
Well, in the update,
it was tough, man.
You did take responsibility by saying that you allowed life and your own weaknesses to get in the way. You know what I mean? So it seemed like you definitely were going through a lot.
Yeah, I didn't really. No, I had fucking major surgery, fucking not thinking it was going to happen. It was just a total fucking random thing that happened. I broke my arm in half. So like, even when I was trying to fix this problem, it was a fucking disaster by the time I got my hands on it. And, you know, I picked the wrong guy to help me. It's just a mistake. That's on me though. Cause I was like, you know, I'm just like, yeah, do it for me. You know, I just didn't even think twice about it because I'm fucked up. I'm in the hospital. I'm coming home. My arm's swollen. I can't move. It fucking sucked. You're eating painkillers that the doctor gave you. So you're like out of it for 2 weeks. By this guy fucking it up. And then I'm not even paying attention to it. And then when I get to it, I'm packaging shit up with one hand. You know what I'm saying? It was like a slow process going through the mess that was made of it. I didn't even know where to fucking start, dude. You know, it was a mess. It was a fucking mess. And I mean, I totally fucked up. I would have never, knowing now, going into it, I would have never done that. I would have just, you know, taken my own money or borrowed money from my fucking mom if I could to press up records and keep it fucking moving, you know, if I needed to. I would have never done that. I had no idea what I was walking into. I thought, you know, like 5 Gs would come in, be 100 people, it would be easy to manage, boom, boom, boom. It got fucking crazy.
Right.
Oh shit, here we go. It was hundreds of people. Most of it was small shit. You know, like one kid that I'm still cool with, he's like a big fan. Like he dropped like $250 for like a digital. Just email me the shit. You know what I mean? Like he was just like, nah, I want you to do this. I want to see it do well. And I'm like, dude, you don't got to do that, you know? But like, you know, it was like, I would say there's probably 25 orders out there, 30 orders of like sweatshirts, probably shit like that didn't go out or did go out. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't know.
Because I noticed that that's one of the things that people tend to bring up still.
What are you going to do?
Did you ever really like formally address the situation?
Yeah. I mean, I addressed it. Yeah, I think so. Didn't I? Many times, I believe. I think I addressed it in DMs with people and tried to get their shit correct. You know what I mean?
Right.
People who told me they didn't get their shit, you know, like I'd have to try to cross, you know, make sure they're not just some fucking random trying to get some free shit.
Mm-hmm.
But generally, yeah, I addressed it on a personal level without a fucking doubt, you know, through different social media with people who said, yeah, I never got my shit. And then I would send them their shit.
So
a lot of the discrepancies were international, though. I know that. It was like some of the international shit with the customs and stuff. I got things bounced back. I fucked up. Like, you know, with how certain countries, with how you fucking say what you're sending. And then it was a fucking mess. It was a fucking mess.
Right.
But the vast majority of that was international that got fucked up. I tried to address everything I could. I mean, if there's somebody out there that sees this and they never got their fighting word shit, I got leftover shit. I'll send you a package right now.
That's dope, man.
Let me know.
That's dope.
I'll send you some new shit too. I got Liar and the Thief vinyls. I got disconnects. Well, no, actually, I don't got disconnects. I would do like a little box for you. I got all kinds of shit. I'll send you a couple baseball cards I autograph or something. I don't know. I'll hook you right up. I won't give you those old shitty t-shirts though. Get you some new shit.
So you and Talib Kweli, how did that start?
All right. It was a Tuesday morning, I believe. I'm watching my son. I'm sitting there smoking cigarettes, drinking coffee outside. I go on Twitter. I see Kweli arguing with somebody attached to the Remedy conversation he was having. I don't really know what they're talking about, but there's people clearly trolling him and he's responding to everybody. And I was not really aware that Kweli did that or how much he tweeted or how much of a fucking lunatic he is on the internet, but I'm watching this and fucking I just asked him, I said, you know, like why do you respond to all these fucking people, like these random people talking shit? And his reply to me was, I'll fucking say whatever the fuck I want, bitch. And I was like, oh, all right. I got your fucking bitch right here. And then I went off on him. I was like, who you calling a fucking bitch, you fucking nerd? I'll fuck you up. You just got off tour with my people. Don't act like you're fucking tough. And it went from there. And it just immediately went from there. And then he started talking wild, you know, calling me names and shit, calling me a bitch and whatever. And I just kept going back and forth with him, talking shit. Like it had nothing to do with the white people or white. I don't really care. I don't give a fuck what his opinion on white people in hip hop is. Couldn't care less.
But he lumped you in with the whole Remedy thing, though, right?
Well, that's what he does. He likes to make it, you know, he's a fucking He's a fucking nerd. He likes to have his allies come, his little followers come and try to do their dirty work for him. But that really had nothing to do with it. It's because he called me a fucking bitch when I asked him, why you respond to so many fucking troll nerds? Like, what the fuck?
Right. And so then he writes an article on medium.com called like white fragility kind of thing. And
where he thought I was just misguided. He didn't even like basically say I was guilty of what he was accusing other people of. If you read it, he's just like, I think he was just kind of like, you know, misguided or some bullshit. He said, he's a fucking goofball. Who knows what that dork had to say?
He said that at one point, Poison Pen and Tech went to his house and tried to squash the beef on behalf of you. But
see, that's not exactly the truth. There's some truth to that, but not like that. There's way more to it than that. They were out in fucking LA for a gig. And when this was going on, unbeknownst to me, I wasn't told that this was happening. You know, this is probably a couple weeks into it. We're just going back and forth, and it's getting nasty. Because, I mean, dude, you talk shit to me on the internet, I'm fucking rotten. You know, I have no scruples when it comes to talking shit. I will fucking pick you apart. I'll say the nastiest shit I can think of. And I enjoy it. I think it's funny. But I guess he lived in LA. He split time between LA and fucking in New York, but he was in LA. He lived out there or somewhere outside of it, whatever. Tech and Pan are out for some gig. And Penn calls him and it's like, yo, where you at, man? And Kweli doesn't know they're out there. And he's like, oh, I'm not in the hood, talking about Brooklyn. And he's like, I know. He's like, where you at? But, yo, we in LA. We coming through. So they went to his crib. And Penn basically was like, presented it to him like, you know, if you want the fair one with Diabolic, he'll fuck you up if you're down. And Kweli was pretty much like, no, I don't want that. Kweli's a fucking pussy. He doesn't fight or anything like that. But I guess Penn kind of, I wouldn't say pressed him, but kind of put him in his place a little bit and was like, this needs to end. Now, mind you, I don't know this meeting is happening. So the whole time the meeting's going on while they're at his crib talking, I'm fucking making fun of him on Twitter in real time, talking shit, right? So it went from Kweli being like, all right, we should squash it, it's all good, to him opening his phone, to me fucking saying nasty shit, you know? So it just didn't end. And then I find out afterwards that they went there. I was a little pissed off that they went there, to be honest with you. I didn't want them to, in theory. I was like, if you go there, why don't you just beat the fuck out of them? Why make peace with them? I don't want to make peace. Fuck it. You were talking wild shit. Just smack the shit out of you. What's up?
Is it true that you spoke on his wife and Tech apologized for that?
Yeah, well, I mean, things got, if anyone who followed me and Kweli on Twitter, it was just a fucking mess of shit talk back and forth. Then I started memeing him, which was a lot of fun. It was fucking funny. It was ridiculous. Mind you, he didn't call me a Nazi or white supremacist until after I released that track, and I fucking bodied him. Then he had to break out the big guns for that. Then I became a Nazi white supremacist. And that's what he was trying to brand me as, because he can't rap with me. But he at one point started talking about my kids. Not my kids, my daughter. I guess he didn't know I had a son. He started talking about my daughter, making references to something. So basically, I took that as a green light to talk shit about anything I wanted. I was like, oh, I mean, on Twitter, I said, oh, we're talking about people's kids now? Okay, all bets are off. Cool. So I found his wife, DJ EQ, I believe her name is. It's EQUE, I believe her name was. Well, I don't know. I'm sure she's a nice lady. And I start being like, yo, what's up? You trying to get nutted on and shit? Like, I just go straight vulgar with it. I was like, yo, Kweli, this your wife? I was like, how would you feel if I nutted on her face, type of thing? You know, it's not.
Before then, though, it didn't reach that level where you would have thought about going after his family or anything like that.
Nah, not really. No.
But were you angry enough to want to fight him already at that point? Before,
I mean, in theory, I would have yoked him up or something. You know, I would have gave him a smack.
But mentioning your kids went to another level.
Yeah, but it was never like, you know, me and Swave contemplated running up on him at Brooklyn Bowl a couple times. We talked about it, but like, you don't get any points for strong arming Talib Kweli. You know what I mean? Talib Kweli is a fucking nerd. It's well known. He's a fucking bitch. He doesn't fight. The things I said about him were true when we were going back and forth about hiding behind girls in the club when fights broke out. All these things are true. They all happened. Not that I care. I'm not, you know, you don't have to be a fighter. You don't have to be a tough dude. There's plenty of people who can kick my fucking ass. Kweli just doesn't happen to be one of them. So he shouldn't really talk shit like that. You know, like say really vicious things and try to brand people as fucking white supremacists. Like anyone has time to be a white supremacist, you know?
So you mentioned his wife in that situation. What is his response?
He didn't like that. And then I saw how upset that made him. he would quote tweet me. He's attacking my wife. Look at this fucking Nazi attacking this black woman, you know, doing the typical fucking shit. So I just was like, I'm going to keep doing this. So I kept doing that. And it is kind of deep though, how it goes. It's pretty funny. So he just went on, you know, I started making not I didn't make them, but people I know were like, yo, I got memes for you. And they were good. Like some of the ones I posted and shit. And I would just fuck with him. I fuck with his fans. And it seemed very frustrating for them because, like, most of the time, Kweli dogpiles people. Like, he has a big following on there. They're all fucking morons. They're very woke like he is. So they just jump on people. You know how Twitter is. They'll just attack people. And a lot of times when that's happening to people, they apologize, which is what you should not do. Never apologize. Fuck that. Just say, fuck you. Stick to your guns. You're better off. And that was very frustrating for him. I've come to find out that I don't break. And I don't know how long into it or the timeline, because this shit went on for like a fucking year and off and on. Like it would stop for a little while, then it would start back up, and we would just keep going. But after I dissed him on the record, it heated up because he did not get the response out of his reply that he wanted, you know, and like all hip hop had a poll and it resoundingly said that he got crushed. And it wasn't a good look for him. But at some point, I don't know why, you know, me and Tuck are cool since all this happened more recently, but like, and we haven't really talked about this. We've sat down and talked and chopped shit up, and basically I established I don't really give a fuck why at this moment. Maybe we'll, you know, in the future, tell me what was going on, but or going through your fucking head, because I thought it was silly. But, you know, my people like Tech and Penn, they didn't chime into this. They stayed out of it on the Twitter stuff, which I'm fine with. I don't need your help. It's fine with me. But then at some point, Tech added Kweli's wife and was like, you know, I'm sorry, sister, for any of the disrespect you may have incurred and this and that. Didn't name me, but it was, you know, it's clear what he was talking about. And then Kweli like reposted it. And that kind of makes me look like a fucking dick, though. You know, because like you don't chime in this whole time. You have nothing to say. But then you apologize on behalf of me or something? Like, what are you apologizing for? You didn't do nothing? You know what I'm saying? You're not my handler, bro. You know? So more or less at that point, I was like, oh, you want technique? I was like, have them. Neither one of you could fuck with me rapping. That's where I went. You know, I was like, fuck it, you got them. I'll take you both right the fuck out. And I felt pretty disrespected by that. I was like, that's fucked up. You're kind of a turncoat the way I saw it. And we weren't cool for a while after that. Like we didn't speak much. And I definitely talked a lot of shit. You know,
you did.
I talked a lot of shit. And, you know, I felt justified. I still feel justified in talking the shit. That shit bothered me. I've been very loyal for a long time. But, you know, as time goes on, and as time went on, I just stopped giving a fuck. You know, you stop being annoyed by it. And Tech had reached out through other people. And, you know, it's like we're getting older, man. Then when Chino passed away, it kind of hit everybody, like, you know, kind of reevaluating what's important in your life. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And we kind of reconnected and started chopping it up a little and got on the phone and started kind of just shooting the shit a little bit, you know?
Right, because at one point you had said that you felt that he was being like politically correct in the way of like, because he went on tour with Kweli, that it was like,
well, there's more to it. I could get to that. Like, it was definitely industry politics involved in it. I just wasn't aware of them from the start. Like when that shit popped off, like, all right, not too long, a couple months before, you know, there was like an Immortal Technique, Talib Kweli tour. You know, Rebel Armz was on tour with him and shit. I wasn't on it. I had stopped touring because like I kind of stopped going on the road with Tech and them because, you know, we had bumped heads with leaving Viper and, you know, so one of the last tours, me and G.I. Joe got into it. It was becoming real stressful. So I kind of stepped off. I was like, I got to get away from this because we're arguing. The tensions are high. Let me just back off and do my own thing for a little while, you know, not like I won't pop up at a New York show and spit a rhyme or something, you know, but like, I'm just going to, you know, remove myself a little bit because things are getting fucking a little too tense. And, so I didn't know the goings on, you know, I wasn't on that Kweli run. I was at the New York show. I rocked with Tech at the New York Kweli show. I've met Kweli, you know, in passing. Oh, it's not about, you know, pleasure. You know, it's, you know, hung out in there. I drank. That's like I was saying it on the Twitter thing. We were going back and forth. I was like, you met me. I drank all the beers, all the Heineken in that fucking place. I drank it. They had like 15 Heinekens. I probably drank 9 of those motherfuckers that night. I smashed your beers. I was there. I was drinking your liquor. I was eating your food backstage. What are you talking about? Your man Nico, who's Kweli's artist on Kweli's label, called me a legend at your show walking up the stairs. He came up and specifically bowed to me and was like, Diabolic, you're a fucking legend, B. What up? You know, I was like, I'm not that far removed from you, kid. But what I've come to find out since, I found out a few years ago, but like I wasn't aware at the time, is that when the shit with me and Kweli started popping off and started getting a little fucking wild talking shit, I guess Tech and Kweli share a booking agent, or did at the time. I don't know if they currently do. But there was like some big tours in maybe Australia, Europe. I don't know where it was exactly. But there was some big money on the table, a couple $100,000, you know, and things that ended up kind of falling apart because of this. Because Kweli's very sensitive. He's kind of a fucking cunt. But he basically nixed it and was like, fuck that. You know, if you're not going to publicly do it. And that's why I personally, my opinion, I don't know if there's truth to it. I'm sure I'll find out in the future. But my opinion of it was that that's why Tech made the apology to try to salvage the touring money that was on the table. But at the time when I found that out, I was like, the fuck you need Kweli for? You pack shows by yourself, B. I'm sure the Kweli shows were pretty good. I'm sure they were. With him and Tech, I'm sure they did well. Good combination of people to attract a good audience of people. But dude, you're doing fine. What the fuck? You hurting for money now or something? Stop it. That's the way I looked at it. But at the same time, he's trying to do what he's trying to do. It's not my place to say what you should or shouldn't do for business, you know? Just the way I thought of it at the moment, you know? But so there was some industry politics to it. Nonetheless, I felt wronged. I felt like I was being shunned. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm just kidding. It just, you know, shit got out of control. Things were done. I thought that was a bonehead move on Tech's part. But then again, I'm sure he thought me and Kweli beefing on Twitter was a bonehead fucking move on mine. So.
Mm-hmm. And this is something that you've been able to come to terms with more as you've reflected over the years and kind of gotten more far removed from that situation with Kweli, right?
Yeah, I mean, dude, time passed, so obviously time is. I mean, I'm pretty Irish, so I could probably hold a grudge for fucking a millennia if I wanted to, but you know, as you see people you know and love like Chino dying, it makes you fucking reflect on other people who are dead that you were close with, like Pumpkinhead and J Arch and people that you spent a fair amount of fucking time with in awesome situations, touring, rocking crowds, partying, meeting chicks, fucking doing whatever we were doing. And you look back and you're like, that shit's gone, and I'm never going to talk to them again. I'm never going to be able to share those times with them again. You know, but these people that I shared these same experiences with in a lot of ways, like Technique, like Pen, like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Like, am I going to really stay alienated from them? And then just what's the next thing happens? Somebody's going to fucking drop dead and you're never going to be able to be like, fuck, man, it wasn't that serious. Like we should have not like held on to this stupid shit. Because the grand scheme of it, it's stupid shit. It's really not that important. You know, it's all about, you know, basically swallowing your pride and just being like, all right, I thought that was fucked up, but is it that serious? You know, I don't think it's that serious.
For sure.
You know? Like, it was never a point when I wasn't speaking to Tech and we had like, you know, I'm talking shit and there's like beef, quote unquote beef. It's not beef. It's not like I was going to run up on Tech and beat him up at a show or, you know, it was never a thought that crossed my mind. Like, even in my lives when I would be asked about it, I was like, dude, you ever beat up a friend? You ever been in a fist fight with one person that was your friend or former friend? It don't feel good. It felt justified when you did it, but after you're done beating up your friend, I've done it before. It's not fun. It doesn't feel good. You know, like, it doesn't feel good to be at odds and have like old friends that you're not friends with because of things that you could solve. It doesn't feel good. It stays in the back of your mind, especially when people like, we're kind of public people in certain circles of hip hop nerds. Fucking, and they keep asking you about it. You know what I'm saying? But you keep thinking. And as time goes on, as the scab gets picked, you start thinking like, you know what? This isn't that serious. Is it really worth never speaking to or doing a gig with or making a song with said person? You know? I don't think it's worth it. So I was kind of happy Tech reached out and was like, oh, you think maybe we piece this shit out? Like, what are you thinking? I'm like, yeah, fuck it. Why not? Let's see. Maybe we can. Why not?
Was Penn trying to facilitate things during that time between you guys?
I don't know about facilitate. Wave definitely was. Wave was definitely trying to. I'm sure he was, but Penn was mad at me too. Penn was mad. He was pissed off at me. He was fucking, and it wasn't because of what happened, like with Kweli or Tech or any of that. It was because I said to Penn when they went to Kweli's house, he was mad. And Penn's a big softy, man. He takes it personal if you say things. And I didn't think about how this made, like, I think he misunderstood what I meant when I said it. But I had said to him, I said, what the fuck did you guys go to his crib for and not whoop his ass? I was like, you made me look weak. And Penn took that to heart. Like, I think he's like some weakling. Like, he took it like I was saying it like that, but that's not what I meant. What I meant, in my own twisted perception of how I view things, like, I looked at it like it made it looked like I need you guys to fight my battles for me. Is basically what I meant.
Right.
You know, and I didn't want that. I didn't want that because I see how Kweli is. He'll take anything and try to tug at the thread to see what he can do. So I was like, why'd you go there? You didn't even tell me.
Well, we know with hip hop beefs, it's almost like WWE in the way that narratives are pushed and the storylines and stuff like that, how people can use things. So I see from your perspective of how like he was trying to turn that, you know what I mean? To be like,
yeah. And it's like, you know, just give me his fucking number or tell me where he's going to be and I'll go kick the fucking shit out of him. That's how I looked at it. I was like, I'll do it. I'll solve this real quick. I'll run up on him. I was like, I mean, Penn did warn him. He's like, yo, what do you think? You know, he's like, Bollic's the loose cannon out of our bunch. He's the one that I got to talk off the ledge sometimes. Like, he's the one who wants to resort to violence sometimes. He's just like, fuck it. Fuck it. You know, I've definitely changed in that manner, but like, I don't know. We are in this WWE world. I know it's just, you know, hip hop's just a giant pissing contest a lot of times. So if that's what it is, that's what it is, you know? Not to mention, he had his people threatening to slit my face with a box cutter, you know?
Oh, for real?
Like, yeah, fuck yeah. They were threatening me all the time on Twitter. I would laugh at them.
Like his fans or his legitimate,
like his fucking people, bro. Who I ended up being cool-ish with. They thought I was funny. But like, you ever see Uncle Seth on Math Alpha's podcast? You ever see him talk?
Right.
That's Kweli's man. That's his homie.
Oh.
Tried threatening me. We ended up on the phone because I said, oh yeah? Because he was like a D-set back in the day. But dude, you like a 50-year-old man. That's what I said to him on Twitter. I said, you think you're going to cut me? I was like, you're fucking bugging. I know you're out here trying to live out your glory days again, but you're going to fucking have a rude awakening. Me and him ended up talking. He tried to piece things out, Seth. But Kweli he's just a dishonorable piece of shit.
So there's no way of you guys squashing it, you and Kweli?
I don't know. That would be on him. Me, I'm easy going, dude. I'm getting old, man. I'm easy. You know, I'm easy. I'd probably be like, you're a douchebag, but whatever. You know, like, I don't know. You got any whiskey or something you want to fucking share while we fucking talk about this? It would be easy, but I don't think he's as easy going.
I got the phone number to Celebrity Boxing if you guys want to.
Oh, he doesn't want to do that. That would be terrible. I'd feel bad about that.
You can make a little money out of it.
I mean, there was a couple plots that could have come where he could have got caught very easily. Like, he doesn't know how close he was to getting smacked around, but I'm a reasonable man. I never thought it would be good for, like, especially in the political climate we were in. And it's really on him because of the narratives he was spinning about these Nazis and this and that and fucking, you know, I didn't think it would be a good look to go beat up the super pro-black Talib Kweli when he's calling me a Nazi. Because, I mean, dude, Kweli's not a tough guy, man. He's not. He talks wild to people sometimes when people are around. I've seen videos of it. He talks fucking wild. But he's not. I would pulverize Kweli in 2 seconds. I would pulverize him. And it would be a bad look. It would just be a bad fucking look. It would be a bad look because he'd have to get stitched up and fucking go on knowing that he got beat up and explain to his kids how he got beat up and maybe show up where, I don't know, he's got kids, he's got children. You got to show up to dinner with a fucking swollen eye. You know what I mean? Like, as you get older, you start thinking about these things, you know, where I'm like, there are repercussions to things I do, you know? And then, you know, you can go even further, you know, being that Kweli is not the utmost fighter or anything like that. Not that I am. I'm just willing to go. Say I fucking rock him, he falls down and hits his head and he's fucking dead, you know, then I'm in prison. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
These are things that can happen. It has happened to people, you know, and I'm like looking at it like, that's a really bad look. That's a really fucking bad look if something really bad happens. And I'm like, you know, is it really worth that? Is it?
No.
You know, to beat up Kweli, like to beat up Talib Kweli, like people look at me and look at Kweli and expect me to win. Simple as that. They expect me to beat up Kweli. So it's like, you don't get no fucking props. Oh, you beat up Kweli? You're a real cool guy, fucking asshole, you know?
But let me ask you this: why did you have to take shots at Mos Def for? Talking
Why
about
not?
his kids.
I just made a punchline out of it.
I know, but that was a little wild. He wasn't involved. Come on, man.
Guilty by association.
Straight shot.
Guilty by association. Yeah, he caught a stray. You know, you're there. It's you could, you were there. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I shot up the block.
It was cool.
Sorry.
It was good. I like it. You know, it's not like I didn't like Kweli. I mean, Kweli wasn't my favorite artist. It's not like at this point I was seeking out Kweli records, but Kweli's done some classic shit. It was never about the music. I didn't give a shit.
Right. For
sure. It wasn't even about what they were talking about that day. I don't care about his fucking lefty Marxist fucking outlook on white fragility and intersectional feminism. I don't give a fuck. Who cares? You know, I laugh at that shit. I think that shit's fucking ridiculous to begin with. I only get into it with him because I know about it, and I wanted to make him look stupid on the internet when I had the opportunity, and then mock him and fuck with him. You know, like that's all.
All right. So in 2019, you released the album The Disconnect, and it had way less features. Was this intentional?
Yeah, I mean, kinda. It's just getting features is a pain in the ass. Is what it comes down to. Like chasing features over the years. A lot of times that's why records took so long to put together. Cause like you're chasing guys for verses that you're friends with, you know, like that you're cool with, your peers. And like, I mean, I'll give you an example. Dude, Frontlines, no disrespect to Technique, but like to get him to actually get that fucking verse done took like a year and a half.
Wow.
Yeah. It's just, you know, and I understand it because it's easier to fucking to like take your friends for granted. Like I do the same shit to people sometimes. I do. I'm totally guilty of it. Where life gets in the way or you're doing your own shit or you're busy. And, you know, like I've had multiple rappers tell me this that I'm cool with. They're like, it's hard sometimes, like when it comes to just spitting and doing tracks with you, because you always are, you're going 100% every fucking line. And it's like, you're a fucking hassle. It's like annoying because I don't always want to have to go that fucking hard. I might want to do something else, you know? So it's like that where you got to sit down and really try or, you know, who knows? But finally, he eventually got it done. It worked out, you know, it ended up working out very well. But like, you know, outside of Ill Bill, it was always chasing verses, bro. It was chasing verses or somebody chasing them on your behalf or, you know, like me and Vinny Paz have always been very cool, but it will still take like a few months, 4 or 5 months before he just one night he'll hit me up. Yo, I'm in the studio. This is the beat, right? All right, I'm doing it right now. And then I'll get it that night. It's like, you know, because they're doing you a favor.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They are doing you a favor. So who am I to be like, you know, hurry the fuck up, bro. Get on my page, get on the same page as me, you know?
So the album cover is really interesting with everyone just being on the phones and zombied out. Did you just really notice a shift in the culture and society at that time? Like what led to that?
I don't know if like, I'm not sure if that was my idea, but all right, excuse the kid's name. This is what he goes by. He's a Asian Australian kid. So he looks Korean, but he has an Australian accent. It's an odd thing. And he goes by, I don't know if he's still online because he would get kicked off a lot because he was a funny fuck on the internet and talked wild. But he went by Gook Jesus. Okay. So just to clarify, and he's a really, really talented fucking, you know, artist. Like he drew all those characters with a fucking Bic pen in one shot.
Wow.
And that's what he did. Like, I don't know if I suggested people on their phones, but he just drew that one day. It didn't really have the buildings the way they are. Some of that's graphics and some of the effects on them now were an effect. I had my graphic artist. He touched it all up and added all the crazy buildings and shit. But yeah, the kid just drew it. And it made sense, you know, like, because like, really, when I did that record, the record doesn't have a theme to it per se, but like, I didn't really get into government or politics as much on that record. And it's because when I started doing that record, it was like when Trump was coming in, and you saw how heated shit was. Like, I'll give you an example. During the Paris Accords, you remember the Paris Accords when he pulled us out?
Right.
I totally agreed with that because we were held to a higher standard than other superpowers in the world, and I thought it was fucking stupid that we hold ourselves to these ridiculous standards when other people didn't have to, and we're just ending up paying into some bullshit billions of dollars. That was just my take on the policy, right? But saying that gets people fucking crazy. So I just stopped giving a fuck about politics. I disconnected. I stopped paying as much attention to it all. And that's what the disconnect became. I was like, I'm just going to go make fucking tunes. I'm going to fucking do my thing, do what I want. And that was what I did.
And then I can only imagine within a year, the reconnect because of the crazy world shutting down and everything that was going on at that time.
Yeah. Nah, I never thought about that. I never really did themed albums. Like, I never really did that. I just kind of fucking tried to come up with a cool name. Like, Liar and a Thief is an inside joke. That's how that had nothing to do with me. I just thought it sounded cool and took it because I couldn't come up with an album title. That actually had to do with Pumpkinhead.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I wasn't even there, but it had to do with Pumpkinhead. Yeah, they were on the road early days, like when tech was just getting off the ground. He was on the road with PH and Penn. It was probably one of Penn's runs up to Boston, right? Some chicks were involved, and PH was accused of stealing some money out of this chick's purse, right? So the joke was that he was instantly guilty in Tech and Penn's eyes, fucking with him. And it became, you're a liar and you're a thief. And that it stuck. It was like a fucking funny story. And so it was like an inside joke between us all. You're a liar and you're a thief. But one day I hit Tech up and I was like, yeah, I'm going to call my album Liar and a Thief. It's like, I find it's just an inside joke. That's all it was. Really didn't have anything to do with me. It was just a joke and it sounded cool.
What was your relationship like with Pumpkinhead?
Go way back, man. Like, let me think. My first interaction with Pumpkinhead was me having beef with his crew, The Plague, via Pac FM and our weird battle beef at Rocksteady, where I battled Pac and I kind of destroyed Pac in the crowd at Rocksteady. And PH was there. Well, we didn't get off on the best footing to begin, but then I met him through like Penn and Block McCloud and shit, and then we were cool for years. Like, I mean, dude, I spoke to him in the hospital the day he passed away. Because I saw him post on Facebook, and I ended up hitting him up, and he was fucking fine. Like, I thought. I was like shocked by it all, man. But yeah, no, me and PH were pretty tight for years. Like, we were always breaking each other's balls. It was a ball-breaking relationship. It was like, if I hit him up on Facebook, like a message, yo, what's up, fuckface, when's this show? It was one of those things. And he'd call me something. We were cool. We were just cool.
Right.
We were always cool. We were definitely friends.
What was your reaction when you found out that he passed away, like shortly after you spoke to him, pretty much?
It was like the next fucking day.
Right.
I was shocked. I was sitting in the backyard. I remember where I was. I remember the fucking coffee cup I was drinking out of, bro. I was shocked. I'm still like shocked by it. It still doesn't seem real.
Or how'd you find out?
I got a call from, who called me? Enter Swave. I don't know. I want to say Swave, actually, because he always seems to be the bearer of bad news. He called me about Chi, too. Actually, exactly who it was. It was Swave. So he's like, we got to stop doing this shit, man.
So what did he say exactly to you when he called you?
He was like choking up, like, yo, I got some fucked up news, man. I was like, what's going on? He's like, PH died last night or this morning or whatever it was. I said, what? The fuck do you mean he died? I just talked to him. No, he didn't. You're fucking, I was like, no, that can't be right. It was true though, unfortunately.
It's crazy, man.
It's still weird to me because there was no like the services and stuff were very, very private. Because PH passing like took on a life of its own because he knew and was friendly with so many fucking people that, you know, you saw the life it took on the internet. It made it became like Hollywood news almost, like quickly. So I think his family was like, all right, we don't want this. Is getting fucking crazy, you know. So I didn't even know about the service. I had asked them to keep me posted, and it was very private. So I feel like you kind of never got closure or anything on it. Like, you know, as much as I think wakes and funerals are fucking morbid, they're almost necessary, you know.
Right.
Going and seeing, unfortunately, what looks like a wax statue of your fucking friend. It's weird, but you do get to connect with other people who are feeling the same way and talk and fucking shoot the shit, go out for drinks and kind of get like a, you know, closure on it. But, you know, that I understand his family. I wouldn't want some fucking spectacle out of a funeral for somebody. That would be a mess. Whole, you know, hundreds of people showing up, fans, you know, who fucking knows, you know?
Right. What was your relationship like with Chino?
Me and she were very cool, man. Even when we weren't supposed to be friends, we were friends. Like, you know, when me and Tech were beefing and shit, like we're not supposed to be cool, but we were cool. Like we would talk and shit. A lot of shit about the kids. A lot of ball breaking going on. You know, like I'm a ball breaker. I fuck around. You know, I joke around a lot. But like a lot of shit about, you know, like just checking in. What's up with the kids? How are the little ones? What's up with the little man? What's up with the daughter? You know, same shit in my end. How are the kids? What's going on, dude? We were close. We had some good times on tour, man. I wish I knew what he was going through at the end there because I didn't. I had no idea.
He never gave you any kind of like inkling that he was going through anything at all?
Nothing. I had no idea. I mean, I knew he could get into some dark-ish places because we had discussed it, you know? But when he discussed it with me, he wasn't in a dark place, so it almost came off as like he was past it already.
Right, he came out of it already.
Yeah, so it's like I didn't realize, you know, I don't suffer from depression or anxiety really. You know, luckily. And so it's hard to relate to. You know, it's hard for me to relate to people that have it. My brother does. So I've seen it. And I've seen what it can do to people and where you could go. But it's hard to relate to the feeling. I don't know that feeling, you know? So, in conversation, we talked about it. We definitely talked about stuff. And, you know, I know people like to say, oh, you know, listen to his records. He, you know, was there. I was like, yeah, but the records are an exaggerated version of yourself. And a lot of times you're tapping into the worst times in your life to write some of your best material. So it's not, I don't take that as gospel when I listen to people's records, you know?
It's a snapshot of like a time period or like even like a momentary feeling sometimes. You know
or just a cool idea of something I thought once and then, you know, elaborating on that and turning it into this whole picture you paint, you know, to sound crazy or, you know, even though, I mean, if you took my records at face value, I'm a fucking superhero. I could destroy people. You know, with my thoughts, you know what I mean? It's like, it's not
You're Charles Xavier.
Yeah, you know, it's not meant to be taken 100% literal. So it's like that type of stuff. But we had good times, man. We had a great time in Vegas, man. The last time we were there, that was a good fucking time, man. It hurt the next day, but it was a fucking blast, man. We were chilling. We were in Vegas. We were on tour. We had done a gig. It was pretty early, which was nice. The show ended at like 10 o'clock. So it's like we got Vegas and then the next day in Vegas, we're chilling. And it was me, him, who was with us? I'm trying to think. Bobby Bowdit. I don't know if was G.I. Joe on that run. I don't know. I like Snips. I think our man from London might have been out doing that tour at that point. I think Snips, or was it Static? Regardless, we went out, we're on the Vegas Strip. And Chino's a big strapping lad, you know? So he gets a lot of female attention on the fucking strip. And we're just walking around and we run into these like pack of blonde, hot Australian broads. And we end up fucking going to Caesar's Palace with them to some fucking club. And I mean, when I talk about we partied, dude, I was fucking bombed by the end of this night, which wasn't a night because there's no clocks in fucking Vegas. We fucking strut our way out of Caesar's Palace, and it's about 9:30 the next fucking morning. We had no idea.
Holy shit.
We're fucking hammered. We're fucked up, stumbling around, laughing. It was great. It was a great time. Just one of those Vegas stories, you know, you come out of Vegas and you're like, it's like 11 hours later. You're like, what the fuck happened? You know,
a real hangover.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm walking back into the hotel, like, Eck and them are coming down for breakfast and shit. I'm like, no. Nah, man, I'm fucked up. I'm going to lay down. Fucking Bobby Bowder tried to climb over the bar that was closed to grab a bottle at 9:30 in the morning and shit. It was wild, man. It was a good time, though.
What was your reaction when you found out about him passing away? Did you find out the reason immediately or that was later?
Yeah, pretty quickly. Yeah, I knew, like, that day, the day I was told. The night of. I found out it was, like, nighttime. Like, we were all pretty strict about you not to fucking tell people online what the fuck happened until the family sorts out what they're going to do, you know? Because it was a shock to everybody. Nobody saw this coming. Like, I had no idea Chino had cancer. I didn't know any of that. Like, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I had no clue. What a fucking day that was. That was a fucked up night. I got fucking obliterated drunk after I heard that. You can see I'm Irish. We do, you know, drink away the pain, kid. I was dead sober at about midnight. I ended up going to the bar after that. And it's like, ugh. I had to fucking call G.I. Joe and tell him. Swave called and told me, and it was basically you're playing phone tag, moving down the line. All right, your turn. You got to tell whoever. And that was tough. That was really hard because, tell you what, Joe and him were pretty fucking close towards the end there, and Joe knew something was up. He was trying to get Chi to come out east, and just like, nah, get out of there. Just come visit me, come here. And she was kind of like seemingly like interested in doing it, maybe feel better, cheer up and shit. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. It's still surreal to me, though. You know, like I don't know,
man.
It's still surreal. It's like, because again, there wasn't a lot of closure, you know, like. And then there was all that drama online and shit. It was a fucking mess. Well, there's really no closure to it. It's not like you went to a service and you hear some fucking prayers and shit like that. It was difficult.
Let me ask you about that though, right? Because like his death has been like overshadowed by the drama that has ensued online between the estate and M80 and everything, right?
Yeah.
What are your feelings about that situation?
I mean, I wish it didn't go like that, you know? Like, I wish, you know, there was a little more consensus, you know, among the family or whoever's involved, you know, about what to do. But, you know, death doesn't always bring the best out of the living. You know what I mean? Sometimes it does. Sometimes it leaves people with their heads spinning. And, you know, and speaking honestly, Chino did leave a bit of a shitstorm for the girls and his family to figure out. You know, he definitely left a bit of a fucking mess. And that's got to be difficult, especially while trying to process the grief and shit. And it's a disaster. It's just a fucking disaster. And I wish it didn't go like that. I wish, You know, people just kind of, maybe you could yell at each other on the phone in life without the internet sometimes, but I'm guilty of it in some ways, just not in this instance. I get it. People are impulsive and they do what they do.
Not everything is for public consumption.
No, not that. Not that. Because it's just too much, man. It's over the top. It's like
it makes it worse.
Choosing sides and shit.
It makes it worse because you hear other people's opinions, and also people might feel embarrassed, and then it amps up their feelings regarding, the situation. And so I feel like watching it from the outside, it's almost like people haven't really had a chance to breathe after grieving or anything like that because of the drama. Would you say that that's pretty accurate?
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. I've had mad conversations, like early on, not recently. I talked to somebody about this in a while because it kind of died down finally. Yeah, it was tough, it was tough on a lot of people. Like I had my opinions like anybody else, but I'm looking at it and I'm like, my opinion was more like a bird's eye looking at it like, it's a bad fucking look, like I also have a different philosophy on my death. So I'll say it right now. Like if I were to fucking die and there's some music of mine laying around and people want to, that are close to me, obviously, to help support my children, generate income for them after I'm dead, go for it, dude. Capitalize off my death, exploit the fuck out of it. You know what I'm saying? Go for it. But be united about it. You know what I'm saying? Pick a leader, whoever's in charge, to get the shit, somebody, far more organized than I ever was, to push it forward, get the kids some fucking money, maybe pay for college or give them a few $1,000s, whatever you could do. Just go for it.
But don't
I'm
you
not
think
here.
that's the problem, though, that nobody was selected to be that person in Chino's situation? Because a lot of times when someone passes away, families do fight for that reason, that somebody was not listed as this is this person's dying wish or, choice, basically.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's some outside influence that definitely stuck their nose into things. I don't really want to name the lady, but she reached out to me on Instagram and was very odd. I've never spoken to this woman in my life yet. I get hit up with a message from Chino XL. Clearly wasn't Chino hitting me up from there, asking me my opinions on M80 and such and this and that. And
Stacey Castro.
There you go. You nailed it. And, these long-winded paragraphs about things going on and trying to get me to choose sides and whatever the fuck's going on, which I have no interest in doing. And basically my reply to her was like, who's this? Because I know it's not Chino. Didn't even introduce themselves. Just like I should know who you are. I don't know you, And I don't know. In my opinion, from the outside looking in and in my interactions, I kind of felt as though she was predatory in the situation. That's just my opinion. She was definitely preying on the situation and leveraging it for whatever she thought,
I just think that from a outside perspective, usually when somebody takes control of say Tupac's Instagram page, because he's not here, right? It's like things are written in a certain way for posts and everything to represent, to show that this is not his voice speaking. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I just feel like with the Chino page, it's been kind of misrepresented in a way that is just kind of, you get what I'm trying to say?
It's fucking creepy.
Yeah.
It's fucking creepy to see. It's fucking creepy to see when somebody posts something about Chi, bigging them up, a picture, a video, a little rhyme, whatever the fuck they do, that there's Chino XL prayer hands under that shit or some shit. And I'm like, that's fucking creepy, man. What are you doing? What are you doing? Like, I don't understand that. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It just always creeped me the fuck out. And I didn't get good vibes from her. I left her on red and moved on and was like, I'm not getting involved in this. Like, I don't know what you're trying to do here, but, It's not for me.
Did you have a chance to read M80's book?
No. I saw some of his interviews.
And what he wrote about you?
No, what did he write about me? Well, did he say I was a great man?
In the part about you under Rebel Armz, he spoke about the unreleased verse of yours that he licensed out, that he bought from Verbal, that situation. Do you remember that?
I wasn't aware that happened.
Well, he said that he spoke to you about it. Remember that you had called him and stuff?
A licensed verse?
Yeah.
I had differences with M80 back in the day, but it wasn't about a licensed verse. Oh, maybe that's what the true story is. I'm going to have to read some of this fucking book, I guess, huh?
Right. And then, like, basically...
I had gotten hit up by a kid that I've never spoken to before at one point. This is all I knew. I don't know. I don't know if this changed at some point. I don't know. This is all I know of. I dealt with Verbal. Me and Verbal were cool. I don't know if I ever gave Verbal a verse to sell to somebody.
He had 2 unreleased verses of yours, and he sold it. He sold one to M80, and M80 had licensed it out to the kid or whatever. And you contacted him upset.
Verbal might have some things to sort out with Diabolic after this conversation, to be honest with you, because I don't know what unreleased verses he has of mine that he was given to fucking sell. I don't recall that ever being a deal, because I was never paid by Verbal for anything.
Well, that's the thing, though. That's why, like, M80 said that you had called him upset and saying that, hey, I didn't get a chance to sell that kid a verse, and you just did that, and I didn't get money from that. Can you give me the $500 or whatever?
Well, no. This is what went down. This is news to me. I'm going to have to talk to M80 and Verbal about this, because this is fucking news to me. The original M80 used to have me blocked. M80 likes me now because I'm a beautiful man, you know. But I had gotten hit up on Facebook by some kid I'd never heard of before, never had a conversation with, and he's like, "Yo, what's up with the verse that I'm supposed to do that for me?" And I'm like, "Who the fuck are you, bro? I don't even know you. What do you mean? What are you talking about?" "Yeah, I paid for a verse from you." And I said, "Well, I don't even know you. What are you talking about? You paid for a verse from me?" And he's like, "Oh, I paid M80 for a verse from you." I was like, "What?" I was like, "M80 doesn't represent me." Like, I knew M80 in passing. I'd met him prior with cannabis and shit earlier on, and like, I knew who he was, but like, I never did business with him at the time. And so I was like, "How much did you pay?" And he's like, "I think $700 or $800. It's definitely over $500. So I hit M80 up, and I'm like, "The fuck is this? You know, like, what's going on here?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, I got $200 for a verse from you." And then I was like, "Oh, you got $200 for a verse from me? You mean you got $800 for a verse from me? And you're offering me now $200? So, you know, I get it. M80, you know, he's trying to make his way, you know, which I find a little shady at times, but he's in a managerial role. You know, that's what people do in that role, which I've come to grips with over the years. I used to be more of a stickler for things like that. But that's all I knew of. I didn't know anything about a license.
Well, let me read the chapter right here, this part right here, because I have it right here.
Wow, this is awesome. I'm learning things here. This is great.
After 3 years later, I would get an email from a client asking if I had a Diabolic unreleased verse or verses for license in my catalog. He said he had been trying to get a hold of Diabolic for months to no avail and had $500 for him, but at this point would settle for whatever he could get his hands on. I personally didn't have Diabolic in my catalog, but was friends with one of his longtime collaborators, Verbal, and asked if he owned any Diabolic verses he was willing to part ways with. Verbal said he had 2 verses for a project he was working on and could part ways with one of them for $350. So I hit the guy who sent the email and had him send his $500, sent Verbal his $350, and kept $150 for my efforts.
Yeah, which is like, I mean, on his end, that's fine. That's what Verbal. I'm going to have a little chit chat with Verbal about that. I'm curious what these verses are. I'm going to have to talk to Verbal about that. We're probably gonna have to have a little
He said,
talk.
as soon as I sent the guy the files, Diabolic messaged me and I called him as he requested. He was all pissed off that I essentially backdoored him for money that could have been his and said he just hadn't had the time to connect with the guy who wanted the verse. Diabolic asked that I send him the $500.
I think he's confusing two separate stories. Though. Yeah, he might be confusing two separate occurrences of diabolic mischief he got into. I don't know, because that's not at
well, anyway, so
remotely
that was one situation. That was one situation. Then he said that when you were trying to get Cannabis to sign off on the verse that he did for you for your album. Yeah, later on, and he said that.
Yeah, that was later. I don't know. That was Travis. That was publishing stuff because somebody was trying to sign me. We could get into that a little bit.
He handled that for you with no issues and everything. But later on, he goes on to say that, you know, he's grateful that you're intelligent enough to be a free thinker and discern between what's real and the lies being spewed by, you know, the estate, yada yada, that type of situation. And now he's very fond of you, basically. So that's it in a nutshell.
Yeah, no, it's like, you know, I wish him and Joe didn't get into it. I don't like that. That's one thing M80 does that puts me in a really, really bad spot because I find him to be hilarious. I think he's fucking hilarious. But this whole, he went over the top, you know, because it's like you are talking about Chino's daughter here, and it's like, that puts a lot of us in a tough position. Whether it's the estate and you don't agree with Stacy, aim the bullets at Stacy a little more. You know what I mean? Like, that's the way I see it, you know? And then G.I. Joe bought a lot from M80. They got into it, and he's shitting on Joe. And me and Joe are close friends, and that makes things difficult. Like, I can't, you know, there's no way I'd be able to stop Joe from punching you in the mouth. You know what I mean? But then again, I don't think that's where Joe's head is at. But at the same time, if that were to occur, like, I can't stop it. I couldn't help you, bud. You'd be on your own, you know? But that whole situation was a fucking disaster.
Right.
You know?
But it's kind of funny, though, because he writes, Diabolic is also close friends with DJ G.I. Joe, which is very unfortunate since DJ Go Joe G.I. Joe announced that anyone who speaks to me are now his ops. I bet the next Rebel Armz Thanksgiving get together is going to be awfully weird.
He's a funny motherfucker, man. He's a funny fucking guy, dude. It's not going to be that weird. You know, we don't all have to agree all the time. You know what I mean?
Right. But I'm just...
And I don't know. I'm not so sure how much Joe necessarily agrees with Stacy at this point. I'm not so sure about that, you know, so it's like things do change. I think people were hurt, you know, because Chino passed and then this shit took over.
Absolutely.
Instead of grieving. You know, this became where people directed their grief as opposed to actually confronting their grief, which makes a mess of thing. And then music business is messy to begin with, so.
Yeah.
And the internet. And M80's a fucking cartoon character. Take a look at him. Look at his face on the cover of that book. He looks ridiculous. He's funny.
Yeah, M80's my guy, man. I gotta commend him. You know, he's pretty entertaining. I tell people all the time, love him or hate him, that he's you know, interesting to watch. You know, you don't have to agree with him, but he's fucking entertaining to watch. You know?
Right.
All right, this next one I'm a little conflicted about asking you. But I feel like if I don't ask you, then the fans are going to be in the comments and be like, yo, why didn't you ask him about that?
Why didn't you ask him?
Yada, yada.
What did I do now? Let's hear it.
So then it's like, I have to ask you, but then like, it's kind of a weird situation. All right.
What is it?
So you and Jus Allah.
Okay. Yeah, it's not weird. What's weird about that?
I know it's not weird to you, but like, it's a whole thing. But anyways, all right. Where did the issues start between you guys to begin with?
Oh, it's easy. All right. I like Jus. In my interactions with Jus, we drank beers, hung out at shows, we were cool. But over the years, I've been witness to to his falling outs and talking shit to people I'm friends with, which, they're big boys, apathy and esoteric and shit. They can handle themselves. They'll be fine, Like he talks about Vinny and they'll be fine. They can handle it. I don't have to get involved in that. Just is wacky. He can be fucking wacky and I was all right with it, whatever. But it's my homie Jack Progresso. He goes by Jack Tripper now. He battles and shit and like, I want to say like hip hop or whatever the fucking leagues are. He's nice. He's not from Long Island, but he spent a lot of time in Long Island when we were all coming up. So I know him pretty well. I feel like Jack is a very underappreciated, independent, underground artist and has been for a long time. He's talented. I always thought he was dope. But, maybe it's his fault. Maybe he didn't make the best decisions or just, whatever it is, he didn't get the light that I thought he could have. And so him and Jus were cool. And they were going to do a group project. So I was like, oh, nice. That'll be a good look, especially for Jack. It'll get him, exposed to more motherfucking people. So I thought that was cool. And then one day I'm fucking cruising through fucking Facebook and it's Jus Allah going off talking shit about Jack. I'm like, is this guy fucking serious? Is it you serious right now? Now it's Jack is the problem. Jack's against him. Jack this, Jack that. He's talking shit. And I just got fed up, really. It was really me. I said it on him. I didn't hit him up. I could have hit him up privately and been like, what the fuck, dude? But instead, I just made a post about how he's a corn dick. And,
do you regret that? Not handling it privately?
No, I don't care at this point. I don't, we don't go back to the sandbox. I don't owe him that. I could have done that, if I didn't want this to happen or cared about it becoming what it was. But I didn't care. At that point, it was like, all right, this is what you do, whatever. So I just, made a little post on my personal Facebook and said that he's a cheese dick, in my opinion. And all he does is cause problems with people he's cool with. And, then I think he copy and pasted my message onto his page, which was pretty funny. I found that to be funny. So then I did like a radio thing up with DJ Eclipse, where I spit like a long ass verse promoting. I was with Matt Diamond from Coal Mine Records. We were promoting the fucking Illusion album with Vanderslice. And in the verse, I'd written the verse for the radio, just so I had a fucking rhyme, like a long ass punchline oriented rhyme. And I dissed Jus in it, just like making fun of him. And fucking so he did his diss to me, like maybe, I don't know, a couple weeks later.
Wait,
or something.
Wasn't the battle supposed to happen before all this though?
Yeah, but they, it's fucking dealing with KOTD and these fucking guys is like pulling teeth, like doing any business with them. And then they were kind of worried, are you going to beat this guy up?
Because Sharon was the one that got in the comments and said that you guys should battle on KOTD, right? And you said you would do it for free. Just wanted to get paid, but Organic was a little concerned that Jus wouldn't show up.
That's what they say, but he was also in messages with me concerned that I would fucking choke Jus out on stage. And fucking, it was both things. It was definitely both.
Okay, but did he have a point?
What, that I would choke him?
That you might possibly lose it and go off like that.
I don't know if I ever done that before on stage, performing, battling. Have I ever strangled anybody? No.
I don't know. This situation could be different, I don't know.
It could be. I mean, maybe if he touched me or something, nothing he says is going to make me fucking do it. It's like, I don't give a fuck.
Why was he worried about you though, Organic, if like you've never had history of that?
I don't know. Those fucking kids, like Organic's a nice guy, but they're a little soft, man. It's more of I've always had a bad rep with the west side of the country's like battle rappers, man. We didn't always get along. I was always abrasive towards them in a lot of ways. So I guess maybe I got a reputation for being a dick or something. I don't fucking know. But But doing business with Organic, I mean, not to discredit anything he's done, I'm not. But in my experience was like pulling fucking teeth, because this was not the first time or the last that, you know, my name was thrown around for somebody to battle. And it was
right,
like,
you were supposed to battle Pat Stay.
That was something Pat was doing though. That was different though. That was up at some festival. I think it ended up being the compliment battle with him and Roan.
Right.
Like it was that thing. That was different. That was different. And what's it called? That's a funny story too. Fucking Pat Stay. Rest in peace, Pat, man. Shit.
Yeah, rest in peace.
There's people fucking dropping like flies in hip hop. It's crazy, man. But yeah, it was just that shit wasn't gonna happen. The battle it wasn't gonna happen. Like getting information or numbers out of Organic is like pulling fucking teeth. Apparently, I should have just hit up Lush One and he probably could have made it happen, but I didn't even think of it.
Shout out to my bro Lush.
Fucking Lush. He's a character too. It's another cartoon character, man, of a human.
See, that's another thing I tell people, because, you know, like people talk a lot of shit, but I'm like, look, the guy has contributed a lot to battle rap culture. And yes, he's done some fucked up things too, which he's admitted. You know, he's copped out to it that he has, right? But at the same time, like, he's so entertaining because it's like he has that.
I was mean to Josh, to Lush back in the day. We'll get into that. Fucking, it was his own fault, but like being fucking hard headed and competitive and all that shit. I'll explain it. But with Just, like, that wasn't gonna happen. So I ended up dissing him on the radio, like in this verse. You know, the fans let it take on a life and say, "Oh, you see this?" You know, and then Just did that song Grease.
But before then, didn't he make a post saying that like you broke code? You know, like they have a code over there ignoring me, and he said that you were reprimanded
for what? I don't.
Right, so like here he wrote.
Yeah, tell me. I don't know. I don't remember.
What happened to that battle? I knew it was never gonna happen, but I actually had hope that at least one of these clowns had an ounce of courage in him to face me. Diabolic broke the code that they have of ignoring me. He was most likely reprimanded and told to not bring any more attention to one person that threatens their corny amateur music and would expose their cowardly racist scene. See, the best way to get rid of a threat is to actually defeat it or do your best to ignore it. My enemies have chosen the easiest way to deal with me. It may not win them any cool points, but suffering an actual defeat by me would be even worse.
Yeah, see, that's make-believe. Injustice Head. This is why I say, like, this is why when I did that misanthropic fiasco with King Mag and Jack and shit, it was pretty funny. It turned out funny, but yeah, that's make believe. Nobody told me not to give him light. Like, that's not reality. It's just Organic's hard to deal with. It's not going to happen. Like, that's it. It's very simple. Dealing with Organic and then making the shit happen would be fucking too much of a pain in the ass. I can't make it happen. What do you want me to do? I'd battle you in a heartbeat. I'd fucking destroy you. Face to face, you're not built to go 2 seconds with me battling. Mind you, I've never done the modern day battling, but I came from a battle background. I was at one point a very successful battle rapper. Just this, you don't know what you're stepping into, which I proved when I dissed him on a record. I fucking obliterated him. It wasn't even close. So,
right. Well, what was your reaction when you heard Grease for the first time when he dropped that?
Oh, I fucking laughed. I laughed. I was like, this is fucking garbage. This is fucking trash. I was like, this guy, I think he fucked up. He's about to find out how bad he fucked up, which is why I dissed him and dropped it the next fucking day.
Carlton Banks is what you released.
Yeah. Carlton Banks.
And then a few months after that, you dropped Grind Mode Cypher, which your verse is going at him too.
Well, now that was done beforehand.
That was done before?
Yeah, that was done before. That was something I had just jotted down because in the course of this, I was doing a Grind Mode Cypher and dissed them on there.
Oh, because I think the release date shows it as after the...
Well, it came out after, but it was done before.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah. That was. I tried to like see if we could like, you know, take not put that out, but it was already done. You know, Lingo had that shit rolling already. I was trying to like not put that out because the dish shit ended up happening in the meantime. So
yeah, because people in the comments were saying like, "Yo, you're a beast, you're ruthless, like you already beat him," kind of thing. Like that's what some of the comments were saying, that they felt like you were overkill. Like
yeah,
that's
no,
what they
that
said.
was just I had done that because it was the timing of it. I just did it. I was like, oh, let me make fun of this fucking guy. But then he fucking he had dropped the diss track, so I was like, oh, I gotta respond. I gotta kill him. I wasn't gonna wait for the grind mode thing. Because I had hit Lingo up like, yeah, maybe like I do a different verse for this, but we'd already filmed it and shit.
Right.
So it was like it would have been impossible, basically.
Did you see where he said, "I'm about to get very real for a second. I love rap, but I realized that early that I would need a second hustle for bread. If you're a starving artist, you need to put down the paintbrush and find a way to make money. The rappers you see in the underground aren't making any real money. Diabolic doesn't even have a couple grand in the bank, always dresses like a bum. He begs for money with GoFundMe pages and begs for shows. Most likely he lives off help from his parents." Then he starts talking about Esoteric and
none of that's true.
and other people having money, and that's how you guys are able to do like this hobby of yours of rapping and being underground.
Maybe that's Jus's reality, but Jus also doesn't own his music. That's his problem. You took shitty deals and didn't work through them like Vinny did, who intentionally took a fucking monetarily not a great situation at Baby Grand, but built it into where he could turn it into a bunch of fucking dough. That's Jus's reality. That's not my reality. I make a ton of dough off music in perspective, not like I make millions of dollars off fucking music, but I make enough to live off music because I own my shit. That's the difference. You don't own your shit. You did not do the work to release your own shit. You went through scrub fucking labels that don't pay you. And it didn't work out for you, whereas it worked out for other people. It's a hustle. It's hard. Not everybody's going to be able to do it, but I make a fucking living off it. He's fucking bugging. He's fucking bugging. His reality is he's a very jaded dude, bro. He's kind of a savant. He's good with words. Like when he writes, like a paragraph, he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. But it's imaginary. That none of that's true. Esoteric has always been good at music business. Always. Always been good at it since it was 7L and Esoteric. They had good fucking situations, indie deals. Look what he's built out of him and Inspector Deck with Czarface.
Right, Czarface, yeah.
You don't think he's making money? Like, you think mommy and daddy are giving him fucking stipends so he can go play Czarface with Inspector Deck? Oh, okay. If you say so. If you say so, but that's not reality because I know how music business works, where Jus is just completely delusional and clueless. He's kind of retarded in a lot of ways. He is. He's kind of retarded. It's weird to watch.
And then the other thing that I found that he said was Diabolic might just be the biggest sissy in all of hip hop, has problems with every artist he's ever worked with, makes the most.
Oh, no, that's mine. Those are my words.
Oh, he copied
just took
that.
Mine. That's why I said it was kind of funny. Yeah, that was copy and paste.
Oh, okay, so he copied this bottom part.
He changed it to my name.
And then he said Diabolic.
Yeah, he just put Diabolic. He put Diabolic instead of Jus Allah. It was pretty funny. That was the best part of what he did when we were beefing. See, I kind of like, all right, in a way, I regret that because I liked Jus prior to the fact. He's friends with one of my best friends. Like Nightwalker is one of my best friends. And he's still cool with Jus. Like, they're still cool as far as I know. It's not like when me and Tech were beefing, Nightwalker was still going to Tech shows and chilling with them when they were in Chicago. Like, I'm not one to be like, you can't be friends with my friend, like, that's fucking weird and kind of junior high girl style. But like, I liked Jus you know, and like there was a point where there was potentially a few of us putting together like a little group project back in, you know, like maybe 2010, 2011, something like that. Never came to fruition, but the idea was there. And we were always cool. But yo, just does some bipolar ass shit sometimes, man. Like, and then he gets on this, oh, it's the Whitey. Whitey's after me. Like, just give me a fucking break, bro. You just stop it. You could be ultra pro-black, but you know, it's not the racism of the Whitey in the underground that's holding you back in the underground. It's your poor decision making and lack of output. You know what I'm saying? It's that simple. You could be doing better if you put out your own records, you produce them. This is just my opinion, but you know, he turns it into this fucking song and dance, which I never had a problem with. You could say that shit on the internet. I never got into it with him about that. I don't give a fuck. I don't even think he believes that bullshit. I think he does in theory, but if we were hanging out, he'd be like, hey, you know, I don't think he would fucking hold to that 100%.
Is there any way that you guys could squash it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I could. Yeah, why not? I don't feel like it's anything. I feel like it's, you know, it was what it was. And, you know, there's some rap shit. You know, we talked shit on the internet and then we rapped about it. And we had a poem battle on beats. You know what I'm saying? Like we did our thing and didn't work out as well for him, you know.
You don't look at it like my team is beefing with you. People I'm cool with is beefing with you, so I can't be cool with you. You don't look at it like that. You let your friends handle their situations.
No, not in these situations. I mean, I'm sure a situation could arise like that if somebody violated somebody I'm close with enough, but I don't feel like any of these things were. Like, I don't think the falling out I had with Technique was worth me telling Nightwalker you can't be friends with Technique it was thus going down the chain of it's going to make it awkward for you being friends with Penn, you being friends with Chino and Bobby Bowdit and all these other people that you've developed. Probably he's closer to Chino than I was. You know, like I'm supposed to do that? That's fucked up. That would be fucked up on my part. Nothing was done. You know, maybe if he like fucked my wife, if I had one or something, maybe I might be like, I don't know. I really feel that comfortable with it, or like they, you know, tried to kill me, you know, like actually the wife part wouldn't care that much. If they tried to murder me, I might say, I don't really want to be around people who are hanging around with the people who attempted to murder me. You know what I'm saying? Like,
got you.
That's about it. You know, I don't know, hypothetically speaking, but like, I look at these scenarios like they are pretty petty. You know, people have been watching enough rapper goings on the internet to know that we can be quite petty sometimes. And, you know, it is an ego-driven fucking game. There's a lot of dick measuring going on. It's competitive. And when people pop shit, you tend to want to respond and be like, you know, blow me, I'll murder you, you know? And, you know, but it doesn't have to go beyond that. It's not like we beat the fuck out of each other or somebody got jumped or not that.
Well, but maybe I should have led with, can you guys squash it versus you saying he's retarded and that type of stuff first?
I mean, I said that to him when we talked about it. And then I said, yo, I would talk to you about all this shit. I would sit down and talk to you about the things I don't even agree with. We could do it privately, publicly. I don't really care. I don't care if you don't want to. If you want to get up at a show and drink, I'd prefer that.
Right.
You want to go back? Let's just be buddies again. Like, I'll give you my opinion on, I think you need to mellow the fuck out. I do. I think, you know, like you're the constant in burning a lot of fucking bridges, man. You know, like I've been the constant in that a couple times. I'm aware of my involvement in these things. I'm very self-aware. You know, I have my biases towards myself and my role in these things, but it doesn't change the fact that I am involved in them. I do play a fucking role in it. I am guilty of some of it.
Do you empathize with him? Do you empathize with him in that way, though, since you can understand or kind of relate to like...
It's tough, man, because, dude, I know the people he's talking shit about.
Mm-hmm.
I know them. They're easy to deal with, dude. It's tough for me to empathize with him. I don't even know why he talks shit about Esoteric. I don't even know how that goes. Esoteric's a nice fucking guy. You know, like, I was looking to do some cool gigs. I hit up Esoteric. I opened up for Czarface in Brooklyn last year. Just hit him up. Yeah, you mind if I jump on? Get like 20 minutes to open up? And he's like, fuck yeah, here, I'll hit up the promoter right now. I connected us and I opened up for Czarface. I was just looking to do a couple gigs that were good. I didn't want to do rinky dink bullshit. I wanted to I was trying to, test drive my skills a little bit.
Right.
I wanted to do a good show. And that place was packed. It was like 400 or 500 people there. It was awesome. And, like, he didn't have to do that. We're not best buddies, but we're cool. And he hooked me up. Apathy and me are mad tight. Like, Apathy's a nice guy. He's easy to fucking deal with. I don't understand how you have all this beef with all these guys, like, that I know. And they're fucking like, King Mag is hilarious. He had a problem with King Mag. How do you have a problem with King Magnetic? Like, you guys were cool. You were in a crew. I get it. Things fell apart. But, like, now King Mag's a coon and this and that because he thinks you're being fucking silly, It's like, come on, man. Come on. It's just absurd to me. Him and Vinny, I guess it gets a little more personal because that's business. But Vinny also welcomed him back into that crew and then just fucked it up again. Like he could have been making Jedi Mind Tricks money right fucking now. But he went kind of bipolar and caught feelings about some bullshit that you could have just shut the fuck up about that was not a white and black thing. It was you being a fucking knucklehead thing, in my personal opinion.
You're talking about what you said about him getting drunk and missing his set, or?
Yeah, just being a fucking knucklehead. He kept fucking up and being a fuck up. He's done it many times. It is what it is. You gotta step it up a little, man. You could be making a fucking pretty penny off Jedi Mind Tricks, putting records out and selling merch and shit. You could be. Vinny welcomed you back. You guys had a falling out. Vinny built this machine, and he welcomed you back in. Like, do you know what a blessing that is? That's because you had a relationship when you were young and that was a friend of yours. But you chose to not be a friend and just be a fuck up and then blame him for it. And now look at you. You're complaining about, oh, you got to have a second gig. You got to do this. You can't make money in hip hop. No, you can't make money in hip hop. Vinny's making money in hip hop and he welcomed you in to make money in hip hop. That's just how I see it. But, these are just opinions. This is going to sound way worse. And him hearing it'll probably trigger him and make him go fucking crazy again. But, like, it is what it is. I'd piece it out with Jus. I'd go get beers with him right now and eat cheeseburgers. I wouldn't give a fuck. I'd be like, well, that got out of hand quick, huh, Jus? Let's get a beer. Whatever. All good. Not that serious.
All right. The situation where you were mean to Lush, what happened?
Well, this was a long time ago. This was 20 years ago, probably. It was in the message board days. It was like, I think MySpace was the thing at the time, but it was the message board, like the rapmusic.com message boards were popping back in the day. Like a lot of people who are well known in their field in this were a part of that. Nino Bless was on there. I was on there. The Saurus, Ilmac, fucking ton of the battle rappers. Most people don't know this. Lupe Fiasco was on there.
Oh, shit.
Under the name Chi-Town Love. People didn't know it was Lupe. But yeah, it was like live. It was a lot of people doing it. That's where I fucking really connected with Engineer, was on there early. And then we started talking on fucking AIM. Remember AIM, Instant Messenger?
Right.
Like all the beats for Liar and a Thief were sent, and the files and everything straight through AIM Instant Messenger. And the folder would take like 45 minutes to send, and then it would come through, and then I had the beat and all the files. And fucking it was in that era. And Lush, you know how Lush is. His personality, he gets fucked up. He definitely can get a little too intoxicated and fucking get a little fucking crazy. You come to realize,
Lush, man, that's my guy.
I mean, his name is Lush One, so you know what it is. Fucking he's a fucking lush, I guess. But
ooh, no.
But he had said something on there. Me and Tech and Penn, and then we were going on tour on the West, which we did a lot. This is probably fucking 06, 07, maybe, I want to say. It's getting towards the end of the message board era, but it was still a thing. And he said something along the lines of like that we would need a pass to come to the West Coast or something, like we need like
it's like a check-in kind of thing.
Yeah, like a check-in type of thing. And I was like, what? And my response to him was like, I will fucking kill you I will come to your fucking home in the West Coast and headbutt you in the mouth. Something to that effect. Some diabolic rant of some kind that I would do, you know. A creative way to say, fuck your mother, I will kill you. You know, I don't need a pass for shit. So that was that. And that was the interaction. And then from then on for a few years there, I was just like, that guy's a fucking dipshit. Fuck that guy. And that was just my opinion of him. And I don't know. Me and Disaster got cool at some point. And fucking, I just was like, I like Lush on the internet. I don't know. I just decided I was being too fucking harsh. Like it was petty. I was like, this is fucking ridiculous. You know, like, he's all right. So I just started interacting with him. I don't think we ever talked about it. I think that it was, you know, there's something said on a fucking message board. But like,
Do you think he remembers?
I think he remembers the idea. I don't know if he remembers what he was saying or anything, because I don't even exactly remember what he said. It was something to that effect, you know. But I'm sure he remembers the idea of it. But like he, you know, turned out, I think he's fucking funny, so I don't care, you know.
Yeah, he's super entertaining.
Lush is on that West Side. He loves that shit, that Fresh Coast ass shit.
Yeah.
You know, and I used to butt heads with all the West Coast battle rappers though in that era though. I used to talk fucking wild to them and shit. Yeah, I used to just talk. I always felt like they kind of had this arrogance to them, you know, because they were on their own Fresh Coast shit. So they, you know, the perceptions are just perceptions. It's my perception of it. It's probably not intended on their end, you know, to be something you catch feelings about or anything. But, you know, we'd be rivals at points talking shit.
All right. Why has Immortal Technique never put out Middle Passage?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I have theories, but I don't know. I've asked him. I asked him in the past.
Fans have been waiting for like 20 years.
I mean, you know, we've only been cool again for a little while, maybe like a year-ish, but less really hanging out a little bit. Like I'm doing a gig with him on December 18th in Long Island out here. I don't have an answer for that. I have theories. I could give you a theory that I have that might maybe give some people some perspective.
Sure.
My theory is that he got big and pretty fucking famous pretty quickly. And there were a lot of fucking eyes on him fast, you know. When that happens, you know, he did a couple things after that, though. He did a couple things, like he did like the Green Lantern thing and then the Martyr, the free one. My theory is that he got too into his own fucking head about what the Middle Passage was supposed to be, because the idea of it came at a different time, before the success was really where it is. You know, before he became like a fucking icon in a lot of ways to people in independent and underground hip hop, and even somewhat not mainstream as far as radio play, but as far as name recognition, he's pretty fucking well known. Is so theoretically, I think maybe like the idea of what he was going to do doesn't match up with where he's at in life anymore. You know what I'm saying? And trying to recapture what you did once is impossible. And I think he got into his own head about it. It's like, but is so married to the idea of it that you can't either just do it or let it go. You're kind of trapped in limbo. That's just my theory of it. But as far as what the reality of it is and a real answer, you'd have to ask him. I don't know if you'll get the answer out of him. I don't know if he'll say he's still working on it. I don't know. I know some things have been recorded over the years.
Do you know if he's working on music, though?
He has, sparingly he has over the years. Definitely not enough, I don't think. But I have also haven't been around for a little while. So like we right. Fell out. It's been a while. But even before that, he was definitely not getting as much done as I think he would have liked. But I understand that too, because I'm kind of there now. where I'm like, I have a whole ton of shit written. I have a microphone next to my fucking head, and I don't even want to record it because I hate recording myself. I don't really go to the studio anymore because I own this fucking thing. Yeah. So it's like, I don't know, man. It's sometimes, maybe he fell out of love with it a little bit. I don't know. It's weird, man. Sometimes, maybe life gets in the way. You want different things. I can't call it because I've wondered the same fucking thing. I've asked him. Maybe I'll ask him soon. Maybe I'll get an answer for you. I don't know.
Yeah. How do you feel now that you guys have resolved things?
I feel good about it. I think it's good. I think it's a good thing. I think it's better for the fans than anybody, As far as for us being friends, that's it's good for the peace of mind, Fucking, we're getting older and shit. We're gonna look back on this and be like, fuck that guy, or do you want to look back on it and be like, yeah, we had some good times and shit. Like let's we did some cool ass shit that people still fuck with, It's like, but I think it's really good for the fans. I think the fans of both of us have really, in a lot of ways, wanted us to like not be at odds. They kind of associate us together. So I think it's real good for them.
You know how sometimes like your friend will do something and you're less forgiving because it's your friend that did it,
Oh yeah. 100%.
So like
100%.
The situations.
Well, you expect more of your friends. You do. You expect more from you.
Right.
They know you. They know how it'll affect you. Because with the friends, you drop your vulnerability. Like you try to. You drop your front a little bit. You keep your game face on sometimes for certain situations, but you do allow your friends inside the fucking door. So you do expect them to honor the fact that they're inside the fucking door, So when they cross you a little bit, you do something you perceive as disrespectful or wrong, it hurts more. Like a stranger can do something, you're like, hey, what the fuck? They don't know you shit, You expect it from them. But from your friends, you do expect more.
Yeah.
Tough situations to be in, especially when we're all just trying to make our way and make a living off a giant dick measuring contest. You know what I mean? An ego fucking war that goes on. You know what I'm saying? Not exactly the ideal business to be in, fucking coexisting, trying to make peace and shit.
Well, I'm definitely glad that you guys have, resolved things. And I feel like hopefully it only gets better from here on out and it leads to some music with you guys, man. I know the fans love it. So that's great, man.
I mean, if I have to, I'll throw duct tape and throw him in a trunk, bring him to the studio and tell him he's only getting released when the fucking verse is done. I'll see what I can do for you guys. I'll do my best,
Right.
It's tough, man. It's tough because, I get it. We're all getting older, so you're definitely not as hungry as you were when we were 21, writing raps and going to people's apartments to record. Nobody's that hungry anymore. I don't care what they say.
Absolutely.
We're in our fucking 40s, man. We're getting older. It's like, we have lives. I have children. He doesn't have kids, but he's got a fiance. He's got fucking things he's doing, Plus he's doing gigs, It's like he got family, you got fucking, he's got, I don't know, a niece or a nephew now. He's got older parents, he's got things he does.
Different priorities.
I totally understand being dialed out a little. Yeah, exactly. Your priorities shift as you get older, and I totally understand being dialed out. And I do understand having the eyes on you and making you overthink what you offer. Thinking like, oh, are they going to like what I'm doing? I second guess myself sometimes right now, even though I feel like I'm better than I ever was. I'm like, are they going to fuck with this? Or am I fucking bugging? Like, am I fucking, but that's good though. It keeps the sword sharp. Good to second guess your shit.
All right. Task 1, the rapper that stole rhymes from you and Apathy and others.
Yeah, that was weird, man. That was fucking weird.
How did you find out?
Fans were like sending me shit afterwards because they hit up. The fans noticed before I ever did, and were like hit up Team Backpack like, the fuck is this? You got a guy out here literally using Diabolic rhymes to win your fucking shit. And Team Backpack tried to get me on there and shit. I was like, fuck these guys at this point. I was like, I'll never do nothing with you guys at this point. But yeah, that was weird, man. I kind of ripped into that kid because I got his number. Somebody had given me his number. And I kind of ripped into him. And I kind of feel bad, as funny as that sounds. Because what it turned out
actually called him on the phone.
Nah, it was through text. It was through text.
Oh, okay.
But I kind of ripped into him, and it was because I took it personal, like you're stealing my shit, and like I had never encountered that before. And but what it turned out was he didn't really rap to begin with. And he had gone to like some open mic thing. He was just a huge fan of underground hip hop. And he had gone to some open mic thing and ended up just spitting one of my rhymes or something. And he just kind of got addicted to the response and how fun it was. Because it was, you know, if you're a huge fan of it, you probably would love to do it and be the guy up there getting the props. So it just kind of something that spiraled out of control. You know what I mean? And then I think he started writing his own rhymes to some extent, but he started getting success, and it was just like a snowball effect that started with something so silly at like a bar, more or less. So I kind of felt bad for him because he was just like a nerd that liked underground hip hop. I'm pretty sure he owns a comic book store now out there, I've heard. And it was an odd situation, though. It was very fucking strange. It was very strange. Like, me and Apathy were like, is Team Backpack fucking kidding me? Like, you have fans hitting you up like, yo, these are not this guy's rhymes. Like, what the fuck is this? You know? It is what it is, man. We were more.
So what was his reaction when you hit him up?
He apologized and shit. And I kind of ripped into him, and it was like, whereas now I'm looking at it like a few years later where I'm like, I kind of feel bad for the kid, you know? He was, I mean, he gave me the ultimate props, really, when it comes down to it, you know? What's that saying? Imitation's the utmost form of flattery. Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, if I look at it, instead of looking at it like somebody's taking something from me or, you know, and trying to, you know, maybe I'm becoming an old hippie or something, instead of looking at it from the negative, if I kind of look at it from the other side, it really is just a form of flattery. He thought I was good enough that he wanted to imitate me, and it fucking worked for him. So, you know, kind of worked out. He was getting little props and shit. It was pretty funny.
So these were done through battles, not through songs that he was stealing the verses for?
Nah, it was Team Backpack. Do you remember Team Backpack?
No, I don't.
They were doing those big, like, live ciphers.
Oh, okay.
Out west. It was a Valley thing. You know, Il Mac was on it. There was a bunch of people that were on there. Pretty big artists. Chino, not Chino. What's his name? Joel Ortiz was on there. It was big, though. They'd have big events. And he had won, like, one of their, like, new event things, I think, or something. I don't know. But they were doing, like, live ciphers, like, where people would come up and there'd be, like, 5, 6 people, and they'd spit verses. And he was using my shit up there. Like, he was just spitting Diabolic rhymes. And then he made a couple songs where he used my verses because he was trying to, I don't know. Okay. I think he got a little out of hand because he didn't get caught right away. He thought he could get away with it or something. Then it didn't work out.
You said in the past that, like, he took like 20 of your verses or something like that.
Lots of them. Like, there was a lot of material he took. It was the vast majority of his stuff in Team Backpack, and a few of his joints that he did were all my shit. All of it. It was features. It was things, acapellas I spit at every fucking show. It was all kinds of things he chopped up. He would chop pieces of them and, you know, take 8 bars from this, and then, you know what I mean? It was a mess.
Well, can we go to the comic book store and ask for some free comics now?
I mean, I'm sure I could. Sure I could if I went in there. You know. Yeah, I would.
Hey, remember me?
Yeah, I wouldn't bitch him up. I wouldn't, like, muscle the kid. I feel kind of bad about how it went for him because it's like he got excommunicated from something he probably loved, you know?
Yeah, man.
Now he can't, like, really You know, it's kind of sucks. You know, it's his own fault. Don't get me wrong. I'm not taking
Right.
any responsibility for his actions, but I kind of feel bad for him at this point. It sucks. He wanted to be down that fucking bad that he would, you know, I was like his favorite rapper apparently.
All right. So I interviewed Necro, and he said he feels hip hop is racist against non-black rappers. Like the industry gatekeeps how many white or Latino rappers make it on a mainstream level. Like it's mainly only one, like Eminem or just Big Pun at one time. Man, roll the clip. You were saying though, like there are a lot of black MCs that you thought sucked, like Jermaine Dupri. You
Yeah,
had some
Jermaine
black
Dupri
MCs that
I hated Jermaine Dupri. Fucking hate. I hated Chris Cross.
you said that there were some good black MCs, but there's a lot of trash ones, and it's like, why can't you make room for rappers of other races, basically?
Oh yeah, the way it works is you can only have one really good white guy and one really good Latin guy, and it's all compared to that one Latin guy or white guy. But you can have 1,000 garbage black rappers, and it's considered the coolest thing ever in the world. But if a white guy like me who raps really good, very technical, and has really good beats, he's some crazy kill your mother shit. Fuck him. You know why? Because I'm a threat. I'm very hardcore, and black people are worried I'm going to steal it. We're not going to let him steal it because white people stole every other music. So we're not going to let this hardcore white kid get on. Then people are going to think, oh, hip hop comes from that. But you see, the reason I think that's wrong to fear that with Necro is I've always paid homage to Cool G Rap, Big Daddy Kane, Marley Marl, Premier, Rakim. I've never acted like, I'm influenced only by white people or that. I've always bigged up that. So it's wrong for you to be racist against me because you have fear.
What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, might be some truth to that. I don't know if it's only one, if there's like, you know, quota or anything anybody's going by, but I wouldn't call it racist, but there's some biases going on in hip hop. Definitely. There are. There's some truth to it, I would say. I've experienced it. There was a time it worked the other way, though. You know, when white people were more of a commodity, you know, when there was less of us that could rap good. But now there's more people rapping in general, so it's a little different where I could see a little biases going against white boys these days. You know, I could see it. I never really cared because I don't know. I'm nice. I'll be fine. I'll live. I like being underground. I never really gave a fuck, you know. I enjoy it. But if you're trying to seek mainstream success, it can get a little weird at this point, especially post Eminem. It's going to be difficult, you know.
Well, I think that because with
I don't know. It's weird. I'd have to really think about it deeply. What exactly was he talking about? I don't get it. I feel like I watched a piece.
I think it's because of his own personal experiences in the industry. He felt like, you know, people wouldn't fuck with him just based off of the fact that he was white, even though he was very skilled. Like he feels like there's a lot of great white rappers that are underground that aren't given the opportunities that whack black rappers are given on a mainstream level.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I think, like, not that more is expected of a white rapper. I don't think that's what I would say. I would say that it's easier to market black people in hip hop, without a doubt. It's just easier. It just looks right. You know what I'm saying? So when you bring a white boy out, unless Eminem was super mega nice and creative, so that was a different different animal, and he could write hit records on top of it, which is part of it. Like, I don't think I'd be a good fit to try to make into a mega commercial artist because I don't make the right fucking music for it. And I'm too abrasive and I'm not built for that world. So like, even if I were to be given the opportunity, I would squander it and it would be a fucking waste of time. Now, I think white people in modern hip hop, I mean, I don't even know what hip hop is now. You know, commercially, it's not really hip hop. But over the years, you got your G-Eazy's who seem to become pop rappers.
Jack Harlow.
You know, the Macklemores, Jack Harlow. You know, Jack Harlow's kind of hip hop. I've heard a few hip hop records from him. They're not.
But he's still mainstream. Right. Like, you know, he's like kinda catering towards a particular.
Yeah, yeah. Those are kids that were heavily influenced in a young age by Kanye. They kind of have that vibe to them, I feel like, a little bit. Yeah, most of them, you know, they make them very palatable. You know, you're not going to catch another Eminem ever again. You're not going to ever see a Necro out there, ever, because it's a tough sale for the people that. But you got to think about who's doing the marketing behind the scenes. They would look at Necro and be like, I don't even know where to start. This is crazy. You know what I mean? Like, he's skilled, but he's insane. You know, like, that's how they look at him. You know, like, I don't know how familiar you are with the PR world in big media, but a lot of them are women and a lot of them are gay dudes. They're not really from the Diabolic Necro fucking Jedi mind trick world. So it would be a shock to the system for them to even attempt to market that, you know? So I think labels are well aware of this type of shit, which is why they market the G-Eazy's of the world, you know, or the Macklemores. You know, it's palatable. You know, that's my opinion. But, you know, on the way up, there definitely is some bias, bro. But at one point, though, when Eminem was new, it worked to your advantage. It got you into doors because everybody was looking for a white boy. But once that fizzled out, I don't know if it's a racist thing. I don't know that it's racist. I don't think that's what it is, really. I feel like it might be more that it fizzled out. They tried it. It doesn't really work like it worked. They thought everybody went out to get an Eminem because that's what the music industry does. When something worked for one, everybody's doing it. It's the way the NFL works. When a style of offense pops up that's working like crazy, everyone tries it until it's destroyed. This is what they did with white people for a little while. You know, like they got an Asher Roth. They got a this. They got a that. None of them really worked out. You know what I'm saying? None of them really worked out because it was inauthentic. Yeah, and Bubba Sparks was kind of nice.
Yeah, he was dope.
You know, like he was kind of nice. He was a little different. Yeah, he was different, like Southern country boy hip hop. It kind of worked for a little while. You know, they did that, but it's like they exhausted that.
Yeah,
they exhausted it. The labels exhausted it, and then, so they're not looking to try that again. They're I don't know what they're doing now. God only knows.
I think that for Necro, he feels like there's a hypocrisy, or kind of like a situation where a black artist can do something, can be from the hood and can be tough, but because he's white and he's from the hood and he's tough, it's not accepted the same way. It's not received the same.
Well, it's not. It's not, but that's just reality.
Right.
It's just the way it is. It's people's perceptions. You know, that's really what it comes down to. You know, it doesn't, I don't know. I don't know why it is. I just think that's how people think of it. You know, hip hop wise, they'll just be like, nah, this dude's a cornball. That'll be their initial reaction. Whether he's the hardest motherfucker in the world, who will knock your teeth down your throat and shoot your house up. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It'll always be perceived as stitches. That's what it'll be. It'll be received like that. You can have a hit. You're not going to last doing that. Even if it's real, it wouldn't matter. Just not how people don't want to accept that. Plus, not for nothing. I mean, black people aren't going to be that receptive to that either. You know what I'm saying? It would be a tough pill to swallow that the hardest dude in the game, some fucking tough gangster white boy. It would be a hard pill to swallow. They'd be like, absolutely not. Absolutely not true. Even if it's true. Unless you're Mafia, unless you're John Gotti or somebody, then everybody's going to emulate you. But not in hip hop. It's just not going to work.
What about like
for whatever reason? I don't know.
What about like a Millie's? He kind of gets away with being like a street white rapper, kind of, right?
Yeah. He gets away with it. I don't know how, but he does. I don't know. He's all right at rapping. He's all right. He's not terrible. I don't know. There's something about when he talks and his fucking the way maybe I shouldn't even fucking get into it. This is just me being a guy watching, man. He's probably a nice guy to his friends and people love him, but he's got a face I just want to punch. I don't know why, You ever see Step Brothers where he's like, you're doing a great job, man, but if you don't fix your face, I'm going to fix it for you, But you're doing great, man. You're doing great. I don't know. There's something about that. I knew it. Part of it's because I knew a kid who looked like him and he was a smug little prick. That might be part of it. I don't know, but I don't know.
You got your own bias in that situation.
I do. I got a little bit of a bias. It was this kid, Mike, that grew up around the block, and he looked a lot like Millie's.
Oh,
he looked a lot like him. Younger, when we were younger. And, oh God, I couldn't stand that prick. I couldn't stand him. But it's working for him. I'm not trying to shit on him or nothing. He's pretty good at rapping. I think he gets over with a lot of bullshit punchlines that are low-hanging fruit that I would never put into a rhyme. And people are like, oh, that's fire. Because the bar is set so low for what's dope now in hip-hop. But that's just me being a stickler and being a lyricist and all this, being too nitpicky. He's doing fine. He's doing well for himself, and he works hard, and he's been in this for a long time, and he's worked his ass off to get what he's got, and he deserves it, regardless of my opinion.
Did you ever have any stories with Necro?
I didn't meet Necro until like COVID. Like, we didn't start talking until COVID. Like, Necro knew who I was. I obviously know who Necro is. I had chilled with Mr. Hyde a few times, but I had never crossed paths with Necro. He didn't do any like the festival circuit that we were doing. He did other shit. And Necro's always had his own shit. Like, Necro's always been 100% self-sufficient when it comes to putting out his records and getting gigs together. So he didn't need to be around us, so we didn't cross paths. And during COVID, remember when Clubhouse was popping?
Right.
During COVID?
Mm-hmm.
2020, during like that summer and shit, Clubhouse became a thing where everybody's going on Clubhouse. Me and Necro ended up in rooms just talking shit. Kids listening to us talk shit, and we got along. We would just shoot the shit about hip hop. And Necro's hilarious to me. I think he's funny as fuck.
Yeah, he's really entertaining.
I get a kick out of him. I've been harassing him to do a podcast with me. I thought it would be fucking comedy gold.
You guys
if I was just like egging Necro on.
Oh my God, you guys would freaking like
I'd be the voice of reason, but I'm talking in suits and shit. Completely fucking ridiculous. Where like we're sitting there like Cam and Mace, but I'm egging him on about the Jews and shit. Like fucking around, asking stupid questions, getting him going, getting his engines revving, maybe sometimes bring people in to like interview certain artists and shit. Maybe try to get Bill on there so they'll fist fight and shit. They'll have an argument on there. I was like, that would be fucking gold. People would eat that shit up. But Necro's, he's skeptical. He's got his own shit going on. I've been harassing him about it, but maybe the fans can go bother him about it after this.
What did he say?
He entertained the idea, but he's skeptical about doing it. He's like, I don't know. It's like, he's open to the theory, sort of, but no. Like that's kind of how it is. But that's how he is with everything. That's why he's successful, because he stays doing what works.
Right. All right. So in the past, you've been on record as saying you do not feel like you are a guest in hip hop, right? And you've brought up basketball, the argument that the inventor of basketball was white. So does that make LeBron a guest in basketball? You've said that when hip hop was invented, there were mainly blacks.
The only argument that matters. Yeah,
but there were Latinos and some whites that were involved.
Yeah, there was a few. Yeah, scattered. They were peppered in there. salted, I should say. They were salted in there, fucking. No, I think it's fucking ridiculous. Like, I think that's a ridiculous thing. I think it's internet-driven fucking dumb shit. Just, for the sake of people having something to talk about. And I don't know why you'd want it. It'd just be like, oh, you're a guest here. I make the point about basketball because it's true. How fucking stupid does it sound? Are you a guest in basketball? Are you a guest in I don't know, Apple fucking iPhones? All right, the majority of people who say this shit weren't there to invent hip hop themselves. So you don't get any more credit for the creation of what became hip hop than anybody else who wasn't there. Well, I don't care if you share you don't even look. People could say, oh, it's like people that look like me. They don't look like you. They have the same skin tone as you. If I put you next to them, you guys look nothing alike. You know what I'm saying? Not all black people look alike. That's fucking ridiculous. The whole idea is fucking, it's a perfect way to exclude people that would want to be included in something that's great. Like, why would you want to exclude people that want to be a part of your movement or the creation? Why would you want to? That's fucking dumb. It's just like it's a weird internet supremacy, the same reason, liberal politicians or liberals will wash Jasmine Crockett's feet. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking ridiculous. These people are fucking crazy. I think anyone who's subscribing to that horse shit is fucking bugging. Because I'm part of hip hop, like it or not. I ain't a guest in shit. You ain't gonna do nothing to stop me from making music. There's nothing you can take away from me for the things I've done. Or, I wasn't a guest. You didn't invite me in. I kicked the fucking door off the hinges. So maybe I'm a home invader. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not a guest. I'll tell you that. But I don't know. I don't know whose idea that was and who started saying it.
Well, it's Lord Jamar.
But, the Lord Jamars of the world. Yeah, he's entertaining, but he's a fucking buffoon. I'm pretty sure isn't Lord Jamar a flat earther too? Which, don't get me wrong, I get a kick out of flat earth, but I'm pretty sure he's serious.
Yes, he believes in flat earth.
I'm supposed to take Lord Jamar? Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. The Dot X was cool when I met him. Grand Poobah was a douchebag. I'd assume Lord Jamar is similar. I'd assume.
Well, let me stop you there, okay? Because
I don't think they like white people too much.
Oh, well, let me stop you there, okay? Because Lord Jamar is my guy. He's Apathy's guy too. You know what I mean? I think that I
mean, maybe he's nice then. Maybe I have him all wrong. I might have it all wrong.
He's cool. I'm not saying I agree. I'm not saying I agree with all his beliefs or anything like that by any means.
Yeah, no.
All
right, you know what? I stand corrected then. I shouldn't make assumptions on who people are. But his opinions are fucking asinine sometimes. They're fucking crazy. And it's like, I'm not going to listen to that. I'm supposed to, because Lord Jamar was in Brand Nubian and put out a classic hip hop record. I have to subscribe to this idea that I have to pay some homage to something. I don't get it. I pay homage to people I liked, like shit, But, like the Sugar Hill Gang was here way before I ever got here, and I couldn't, I don't feel like I owe Sugar Hill Gang shit.
Whoa.
I really don't. I don't see how, people can make the connection. Oh, if you look at it all going through, I feel like I owe more to, I don't know, the Pharaoh Monches of the world and the DJ Premiers of the world and the Wu-Tangs of the world, and the Eminems of the world. They were bigger influences than any of that shit was. That's like the dinosaur of what we do. In my opinion. But this guess shit, it's crazy.
Do you consider hip hop as a black art form?
No. Yes, but no. You know what I'm saying? Like, white people do it too. You know, it's just where it is. It's what it became.
But
it became
as the creators, do you recognize them?
Yes. That's why I say yes, but no.
Okay.
But I don't think of anything like that. Like, I think that's become a thing. And it goes back to the political stuff we were talking about. It's all bullshit being perpetuated. And it comes back to black people a lot, where it's perpetuated for their shit. So they like hold on to this. So it's confrontational. Oh, there's a white in hip hop. You better acknowledge that it's black. Why? Why would you want to do that at the door? That's just going to make people tell you to go fuck yourself. Because even if it were true, even if it was true, it is true, you know, but at the same time, it's not true anymore. Because it's not. I mean, half the fucking when hip hop became hip hop, where people were recording records, you know what I'm saying? You know, I know it started parties in the park, all this stuff, and things prior to that where people were making records. But when it started becoming a recorded fucking thing and being sold and shows and such, half the fucking people that were making the beats, if not more, definitely engineering it, they were white. They were all fucking white. But what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Rick Rubin's white as fuck. Rick Rubin,
I don't know about making the beats, but engineering, I would say yes.
I mean, making the beats 100%, because that equipment was not available. You know what I'm saying? It was like, not saying that they were all white, but there was a lot of white people involved. Rick Rubin, he doesn't have a stake in hip hop. Rick Rubin's a guest in hip hop. Is somebody going to make that argument to me? That the Beastie Boys are guests in hip hop? Really? That sounds crazy to me.
Okay.
That just sounds crazy. It's just a crazy idea. Like,
what about,
I don't know. Just to me, it just seems insane.
What about the level of sensitivity when it comes to the situation, because black people's history in this country and the way they feel they've had everything stolen from them or whitewashed? Do you feel like it's understandable why they're a little more protective over something like hip hop?
I guess. I don't know. I think it goes back to the earlier political stuff we were talking about. I think it's all part of it. I think you know, hip hop loves to talk and chat about stupid shit like this. I think it's pointless. I think it doesn't matter. You know, like, I just think it's pointless. It's just something that circulates in Medium articles and people's tweets. You know, it's like, I don't know. It seems fucking pointless.
What about the FBA conversation?
Like, I don't know. Should I be concerned? What is that? What, foundational black Americans? What's the argument? I don't even really know. I know the term. I kind of heard it. But.
Right. The FBA conversation that foundational black Americans created hip hop prior to even 1973, that the elements existed in various ways. They have footage of people rapping like in the 20s or dancing in like breakdancing styles in the 20s and things like that. And these elements existed prior to 1973, prior to the unification and naming, calling it hip hop.
No, who knows? Who fucking knows? I don't know. All I know is that the people saying this shit had nothing to do with it. So what the fuck their claim to it is, beyond me. I don't know.
All right.
I couldn't answer that. That's a crazy, crazy argument. Like, I don't know, like, what the argument even is you're making. Like, what is it you want out of this? Like, what is it? Is there anything? What is it they want out of it? Like, is there a point to it?
I think the point is,
because I'm confused. Like,
the point is to be recognized as the creators, and because
they are. Nobody's saying that black people didn't like start what we know as hip hop and weren't predominantly the talent, especially early on, and still, predominantly.
Well, I think with Lord Jamar, his main thing was just like, if you're a guest in this house, ask for permission before making certain changes and stuff like that. Because, like, if you remember when that conversation first got brought up,
how about no? No, that's insane. Number one, it's not a house. Number two, you don't own it because you didn't build it. And number three, it wasn't built for people not to come inside. That's ridiculous. No. People can change whatever they want when they're making art. Period. Like, nah. Nope. Did anybody fucking say don't do alley-oops at basketball because you're changing how good basketball is? You're making it better? You know, like, should we say that? Like, could we take anything ever invented and say that about it and see if it has invented by anyone and just, you know, make the example. And it'll sound just as foolish as this does to me. It's just hip-hop is such like a sensitive thing on the internet. It's like, oh, this is this art form and this and that. Like, come on, man. Enough. Like, just do your thing. Like, I don't know. It goes back to like, I'm not every white guy and you're not every black guy. So like, why are you taking credit for shit you didn't do? Really? I made the basketball analogy, but like, I'm not taking credit for anything anyone ever invented, black or white, because I didn't do shit. I was just, you know, I'm just partaking in life here, you know? It's all PC, woke, weirdo, fucking internet, people talking too much, fucking craziness to me. I don't know. I get it. I get where people are coming from, but like, I don't know, man. Some of it I feel like it's just podcast talk. It's just something to talk about, and it takes on a life of its own, so people run with it. I don't know.
All right.
Because I would fucking laugh at Lord Jamar if he tried to check me. I would laugh at him. I would be like, absolutely not. I'm not asking permission for anything. Absolutely not. No. That would be my answer to it all. Nah, I'm good.
Well, okay. Let me say this though, okay? Because the whole conversation started back then because of the whole Macklemore "Same Love" song.
Nah, I wouldn't listen to that. What was that?
He felt like it was about where he was talking about he thought he was gay when he was younger and stuff like that.
Jesus Christ.
And
what the fuck happened to hip hop?
Right. And so then Lord Jamar's perspective was like, hey, you're coming into our house and you're trying to push like kind of like a different agenda that does not like reflect the people. And that's what he meant by like kind of like before you come into the house and make changes or do certain things, like you got to get the permission from the people that own the house.
No, you don't. That's nonsense because Lord Jamar doesn't own the house. So he doesn't need to get permission to do anything. Do I think that's whack and cheesy and placating and fucking corny? I totally agree with him on that side of it, but he doesn't have to do shit. He doesn't have to ask you for shit. He can do whatever he wants, and he has a label funding it. So get over it. It is what it is. That would be my answer to the whole thing. Nope. Doesn't. And it's not white privilege. It's not. It's just the way the world works. You know, people have access to record, distribute their music. If people buy it, it is what it is. They don't have to ask you to get your permission slip, Lord Jamar. You know, like you don't have to do that. You just gotta, you know. I think Lord Jamar needs to like kind of just, you know, accept the fact that hip hop grew into something that maybe he's not happy it grew into and he wanted it for his people, but it's not, you know. But you're just going to have to accept that. I would think, you know. Well, I'm sure he won't, you know, because it's good for clicks, but.
Last question.
Right. Last question. Here we go.
All right. So I interviewed your man Apathy recently, and he told me to ask you what led to you being gay.
I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, the thing about that is what he's doing here is that in 2009, I discovered that he was gay. So now he's trying to deflect by accusing me of being gay.
No, but
it's part of his tactics. No, it goes back to those memes. You know,
he wanted me to,
you know, the African meme shit. The guy, he turned it into a whole fucking thing where he goes, "Do I call you Mister? Why are you gay?" You know, you ever see that thing? It was from like African News.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that guy. Let's see. Just I'll text him. Why are you gay? You know.
All right. Well, he wanted me to ask you.
Hit him with rainbow flag emojis and shit.
He wanted me to ask you about something you're very passionate about, and that's fatherhood. Talk to us about you being a dad. What does it mean to you?
Uh-oh. Being a dad, man. I mean, that's really all that matters at the end of the day, man. Constantly improving on it as the days go on and sometimes fucking it up. Part of the reason I've gotten more peaceful with people that I was at odds with because my son was getting older and, you know, the internet's a thing and people start, you know, you're able to see what we're doing and stuff. So I'm like, you know, is this the example I want to set that, you know, old grudges, fuck this guy for life, you know, like fucking, you know, is that who I want to be? Is that who I want to come off as? Now, there are situations where that might be warranted, but they're few and far between. And it all came from being a dad, you know, and fucking, I love my kids. They're fucking cool, man. My daughter's 25 years old, which is weird because she was young. You know, when I was first battling, she just came into the world, which is nuts to think about. And he's like grown. And my son's 15 now and like coming into his own and shit. It's fun to watch. It's gotten easier. I'll tell you that. It's gotten much easier over the years as they get older. Because when they're real little, it's more, you know, they're on you. You know, it's very time consuming with a 4-year-old. You know what I'm saying? Whereas, you know, when they're 15, they don't need shit. They're just grazing for food, looking for a couple bucks. And when they're 25, it's like a cakewalk. To be honest with you, you just get all the best parts of being a dad. Then they're still looking for money from time to time, every now and then, but generally self-sufficient, ready to rock. But yeah, no, I just love my kids, man. It's good to see App, man. This kid's growing up. It's like it gives you perspective on life and makes you definitely realize what is and is not important in this world.
Absolutely, man. Is it a trip to look at like their ages and see like what you were doing at that age and make the comparison about like how their lives are so different?
Yeah. It's fucking bugged out. I mean, my son's doing similar stuff. Less mischief, though. He's a better kid than I was. He's a real nice kid. He's kind of a nerd. He's like into his comic stuff and his video games and stuff. He's a little more nerdy, less athletic. Way less mischievous, though. Way less mischievous. My daughter was a good kid. She was easy. I don't know where these kids came from. They're like fucking aliens, but they're good kids. They're good kids, you know. They were pretty easy to deal with. Very little trouble, you know, as far as like school and stuff like that. My daughter's chilling, you know, like she went back to school to finish up her degree because she took some time off. Like she had started school and COVID hit and towards the end of her college years. So it kind of threw her off, threw a lot of these kids off. So she dropped out for a year. She traveled a little. You know, she'd work, save her money up. She went to Tokyo and shit. She's having fun and just doing her thing, you know, kind of trying to make her way in this world, figure shit out a little bit. And it's funny to watch because she's another one better kid than I was. Far nicer, very pleasant. You know, like I'm looking at it like, where the fuck did you kids come from, man? I was like 25. I was just swinging for the fences. Fucking beefing with rappers and hustling street shit, you know, like, God bless you. It's bugged out, man.
All right, Diabolic, man, I just want to thank you so much for your time, bro. This is probably the most longest interview you've ever done, but it's the most in-depth ever.
It was.
Is there anything else you want to say to the people?
Nah, it was cool. I'm glad. No, I think we covered a lot of shit, you know. I appreciate the opportunity to shoot the shit with you. And it was good. I'm glad I did it.
Man, I appreciate you, bro.